cool we are. Isn't right, chat? As I finish opening articles. Welcome, chat, to another stream. Today we have a new day. A wonderful day, chat, where we'll be talking about a lot of things. Now, I know many of you are probably wondering, about many things in life, right? We all do. Things are scary. Things can be freaky. Things can catch us off guard. Sometimes what you thought was normal isn't normal. Just happens. Sometimes you thought you had arms and legs, but now you're just a pickle. And here we are. By the way, chat, in case you hadn't noticed, we're going to be talking about old games. Just kidding, we're talking about new games. Chat's just freaking out right now, like, what?
New games?
Pickle Kib.
Yes, the new model is updated with 2 new outfits, Pickle Kib and Helldiver Kib. Pickle Kib is currently on because I figured I'll show one of them off because, more options. So yeah, outfits to make for this model take about a week to produce, about a week to 2 weeks. So yeah, they're pretty fast, aren't they, chat? Also, I can now swoosh my mouth to side to side. Upgrades, people, upgrades. We're becoming more powerful every day, chat.
Now you can grab things with your mouth. Wait, if you can move it to the side, that means the licking chatfish, you can actually mouth to mouth.
My God.
Damn.
So, chat, now when I sing VeggieTales songs, I'll be fucking Larry Kib or Libs. Oh, Lib sounds like Lib. Don't like it. Don't like it.
So, question is, what is Kib's escaping from? Why did Bond turn him into pickle? Family therapy?
Big thinkies.
Private Commander says, why are you a pickle?
Chavits are having a very hard time today. It is a new day. A pickly day. We found ourselves in quite the pickle.
Tell me about it.
Also, chat, there's a thing you can vote on in the Chamber of Squeakrits.
Yes, Chamber of Squeakrits members can vote on an upcoming art piece that you guys funded. So good job, chat bros. All right, so today we're going to start with not this article, because it's not an article, but it's a Steam page. We're going to start with this. So, new Assassin's Creed game. Details reveal a dark story set during a critical point in history. Oh my God. That's about as vague as anything else. A critical point in history. Oh, there's been so many critical points in history that narrows nothing down.
Yeah.
Like, that narrows nothing down. All of history is critical. You friggin' morons. Oh my God. Project codenamed Hex is what it's called. In the massive update, Jean Gustan, the Assassin's Creed head of content, dropped a ton of new intel on the upcoming what's up next for the franchise. Not that many of us care after the last thing. In addition to revealing the key art and title for the long-rumored Black Flag remake. I think that's the only thing anyone cares about. When speaking about Codename Hex, Gustan confirmed that the project is currently in development by the team at Ubisoft Montreal. He went to explain that players should expect a unique, darker narrative-driven Assassin's Creed experience set during a pivotal moment in history. Does not narrow anything down whatsoever. Exactly.
Dark, gritty setting, chat.
In history, it's like, oh, so all of history. Like, the only time human history has had been very optimistic and bright was parts of the Victorian age, but for the most part, it was specifically the era we live in now. Everything kind of before this era was kind of like, it had good moments, but it was a lot more tumultuous than we have now. So yeah, he doesn't want fans to expect more details anytime soon. Blah 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 blah. So yeah, codename Hex. Some fans are hopeful the return of Gustan fans. Okay.
So what I get from this entire article is the new Assassin's Creed is going to just be more slop. It's going to be the same. Nothing different.
It's nothing exciting. Like, all they said is it takes place in a critical point in history. All right, which Assassin's Creed game?
It's going to be a dark and gritty Assassin's Creed this time.
Which Assassin's Creed game did not take place in a pivotal turning point in history?
Assassin's Creed 1.
No, that took place in a pivotal point. No, that also took point. That's Renaissance.
Black Flag.
No, that's also a critical point in history. The subject of Black Flag was just piracy, but piracy was rampant, and it was a very, very important point in history. Like, the reality is, if we want to like analyze this, there's not a single Assassin's Creed set in an
Because
uninteresting point in
It'll be
history.
World War
because
II.
that sentence, but the issue is that sentence in itself is utterly retarded because like Assassin's Creed is a video game series set in very important historical things. Like
So
that's the whole premise.
the only
That's like
thing I can think
saying
of, by the way, is that this next
Mhm.
Assassin's Creed is either going to be set in the Great War, or it's going to be set during World War II, which is like
Ugh,
not that
Yeah.
interesting.
ugh.
Like, I'll be real, an Assassin's Creed game I'd love to see is a Victorian era Assassin's Creed, where you play as an assassin and you're traveling the globe. Because the whole theme of the Victorian period was world exploration and exploring and discovering new places, right? And
Mhm.
what cooler era to choose for Assassin's Creed, for a global Assassin's Creed, than the Victorian period? But the Victorian period, for whatever reason, is loathed and despised by everybody. So they're never going to do it. Polly donates $10 and says, it's totally going to be gay and stuff, which is so totally new and original in media. We're doing the first gay character in history of gaming. We're so controversial, guys. Hashtag sandwich, hashtag mugenics. We have gay characters, guys. Do you want to buy? Well, where'd all the customers go, guys? Guys, where are you? Guys, where?
Also, Quister donated 50 seconds as I turned myself into a squealdo, Morty.
Happens to the best of them. What do you think of that, chat bros? Big old chatfish.
But my favorite part about the article is, oh, it's going to be a dark and gritty set during an important pivotal moment in history. It's like, okay, why are you saying it like that's something new for Assassin's Creed?
Yeah.
It's kind of like saying Super Mario Brothers is going to be like, oh my god, it's going to be a new
It's going
Super
to be
Mario
starring a
set in
brand
the
new
Mushroom
character called
Kingdom.
Mario.
Yeah, starring Mario. It's like, and Donkey Kong. It's like, oh, okay.
Honestly, it's one of those things where I'll be real with you guys. Like, I don't care about Assassin's Creed. I haven't cared about it since like Black Flag was a cool spin-off. It sort of helped deal with the sour taste that Assassin's Creed 3 was, because Assassin's Creed 3 was very disappointing when I played it. I did not like it. As a kid, I didn't quite realize at the time, but I didn't like the whole like, oh, let's make the Founding Fathers look lay, game, and cringe. And it's like, okay. And like the big battles are just boring. And like you don't even play as somebody that you'd actually want to play as. You play as some like native dude. And it's like, I don't really care about his tribe. I don't really care about any of this shit. I just don't care. Black Flag was like, all right, this is more interesting. And after Black Flag, not a single one of them has been interesting to me. Not a single one. Black Flag is like the only thing that they're working on that I'm even interested in, to be honest. And the problem, I think, is that Assassin's Creed's kind of like, they dropped the Desmond Miles plot. And the issue, Desmond Miles, or whatever his name was, he has a lot of issues with his story and the writing and the modern thing, but they had to go forward with it. But then they backpedaled on it and then decided to be like, no, fuck, we're not going to do that. And so the Abstergo plot and all that, and the Templar being tied to the great narrative thing, has been spinning its tires for a fucking decade plus.
I think they dropped the Desmond plot unironically because for two reasons. Actually, for one reason, DEI, because it is impossible for Desmond to be related to like Japanese women, black samurai, uh, random Spanish dude from the other side of the globe. You get what I mean? Like he can't be a chimera of
So
every.
Assassin's Creed kind of leaked all of that. I think it was in Brotherhood. You can see all of Desmond's ancestors there, because you could see the various assassins in the Templar building, and there was a
Mhm.
Viking. He does have some Asian lineage because there was a single Japanese dude. There's a Japanese dude, a Viking dude, and then I think there was like one dude from the colonial period, and that's it, if I remember right. So there was 3 more games is what they were setting up before it was going to be about the modern era. I think that's what they were going for. And then they backpedaled on it, and then they killed him off, and then the story just isn't going anywhere. And now it's just like these JRPG games, because Assassin's Creed Odyssey, people say that game saved the franchise because like the game was getting stale. But the issue I have with Assassin's Creed Odyssey, or is it not Odyssey, it's the one before Origins, the Egyptian one, is that
Mhm.
it's just like it's an RPG. You have to grind for weapons, and it's just long. Like, it takes so long to play. It reminds me of Shadow of War. Shadow of Mordor was a fun game. Shadow of War took that fun concept and made it long and grindy and XP grindy, and you had to grind out things. and it just really just takes forever to beat. And it's, if a game feels long, then you're running into problems. If a game feels long and you're like, oh man, I hope this never ends, like that's good. But if a game's long and you're like, oh my god, come on, like hurry up already, like that's not good. That's bad. And that's the problem with Origins. That's the problem with Odyssey. That's the problem with Vikings. I did not play a lick of the other one, the fucking Shadows or whatever, because it just looks so bad. And honestly, after Vikings, it was so bad I didn't want to touch it again. Vikings was kind of the last time I tried one of their games, and it was pretty much the point where I was like, ugh. Like Odyssey was like, it kind of was able to hold my interest because it was Greek, and it was entirely the theme. I like Greeks. I like Hellenism. I like antiquity. I'm a sucker for that shit. I'll gobble it up like it's fucking candy. All right. So I really enjoyed Odyssey like crazy, but that's it. And then it's just like no more, no more. I don't want to grind 30 billion things, level up 6 trillion times to get a better stick so I can smack at an enemy whose health pool is the size of a fucking small ocean to kill him. Like it's not fun. It's that's the core problem design with Odyssey issue and Origins. You have to grind your levels. You grind your levels so that you're fighting at the right level, because if you don't grind and grind higher, the bosses take 1 billion years to kill because they take like 6 billion stabs before they even die. Like it stopped being an Assassin's game. Ugh. Like there still is stealth and stuff, but it's like ugh. Ugh. They lost the plot of their entire franchise. And that's kind of how I feel Assassin's Creed is. It's kind of like it doesn't know what it was. You guys remember the Brotherhood? You guys remember when they had the multiplayer game mode and it was like this hide and seek thing? And it was kind of cool. And they had like, it was like they were trying and exploring new ideas. And it really felt like they were pushing the envelope. That doesn't feel like Assassin's Creed anymore. Assassin's
only
Creed kind of
game I
feels
played that-
tired and old.
The only Assassin's Creed I played for any significant amount of time was the first one.
played
I
the
missed the
second
first one. I didn't play first or second until much later in my life.
The first one had some grind to it, and just it was a collectathon at sometimes with some things, but the story was fun.
Yeah, Altair. I have the book for the first one. I
Yeah.
read that. Book's not bad.
I played Black Flag, not Fragrant, Black Fragrant, Black Flag, and like I think that I know people say it's good. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm saying all the parts that were Assassin's Creed were annoying for me. Like all I remember from the Assassin's Creed parts were like, you go and follow this guy for 20 minutes, and then like you kill him. It's like, oh. But all the pirate parts, the assassination parts, not the that you could like free roam and do stuff, like were fun. The multiplayer was pretty fun while it lasted, at least. The part where like you had to go and kill someone while escaping from the other guy, like that was fun. Um, but I never played when it became an RPG. It became like God of War Slot type. So like,
Yep. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it definitely
Brotherhood, you
did.
get to build a guild of gamers. Yeah, the Brotherhood introduced like the Assassin's Creed. Like if you look at the games, right, real quickly. First game introduces the game concept, like you hunt dudes, you assassinate them, you explore, you have to like escape. Second game kind of polishes that a bit, and then the third game adds the Brotherhood meta game, which is really cool. Where like you can like progress your Brotherhood, you get like characters, you level them up and stuff like that, and that's really cool. And Revelations tries to polish that and add like tower defense to it, and it's kind of hit or miss for a lot of people. And then after Revelations, they kind of like the only thing 3 added was like the boat, and then Black Flag had the boat and focused more on the boat, and that was good. And then after Black Flag, it just kind of plateaued there. Like the Unity one and the British one weren't very good, and they kind of flatlined because they didn't know what to do with it. And then it wasn't till Origins came back, but Origins was like, eh. And then Odyssey brought the boat back, and it's like, okay, now we're just bringing back features that were already in the game that we forgot about. And it's like, it felt like they did not know what to do with that fucking game. I'm fortunate I jumped
Yeah.
out before Assassin's Creed turned RPG. Yes. As soon as Assassin's Creed turned RPG, I think they lost the plot really hard there. Like, I'd say they lost the plot, honestly, during Black Flag. I like Black Flag, but here's the issue. Black Flag lost the plot. It's like Assassin's Creed 3 like wasn't as knockout success as they were hoping. It was good. It was popular, but it didn't do what they wanted to do, which would be like the huge big 3 that it was supposed to be. I remember going to Walmart and seeing the big collector's box thing still being there in 2018 for the Xbox 360 version and stuff like that because they still couldn't get people to buy them. But yeah. Oh, we lost Bendio. His internet connection dropped a little. He's Bendioing out. But yeah, so
Shame.
that's where Assassin's Creed is. It's just kind of stuck in that sad position. So next up we have is Windows 11 is sending your gameplay data to Microsoft in real time. It's called Connected User Experience and Telemetry, and it uses your CPU while you game, stealing FPS and resources from your game. Services ms.msc find Connected User Experience and Telemetry. Disable. So interesting. Microsoft is just sniping our stuff, chat bros. Now, I haven't verified this, so bear that in mind. So before you think about disabling it, because I'm not going to until I find more verification on this source to confirm that. So don't just immediately jump out of your chair and do it until we just double check that real quick, because yeah, that is weird. Like, but it's also not surprising because like the problem with Windows and modern Windows is that they're often selling our data all the time in our whatever we do. Like nothing we do is private. We all know that. You should know that. Nothing you do on the internet is private. So long as you're content in that fact, you're okay. But just remember that. Windows 10 gods keep winning. God damn.
You know what's funny about Windows 10, my dudes? You guys we need to take care because like for 2 times already, Copilot appeared on my computer and I never installed it. And I uninstalled it both times, but Windows is trying to push Copilot on Windows 10. One thing that you guys can do if you are on Windows 11, limit how Edge works, because Internet Explorer Edge, or whatever they call it, their Internet Explorer, that's how they do most of the telemetry and data, like not the gathering, but like they do the sending part, right? And they like the calls for like more collecting and stuff like that. One of the guys in the same post that Kib said, he was like, don't even bother with that kind of stuff. Just get rid of Edge, and like a lot of that stuff disappears with it. But like I said, this is not like a go and do what I'm saying right now. Like it's more like a take a look into it if you're interested.
All right, moving on. Next tweeter. Windows 11 is deleting the internet for some users. A nasty bug in the 25 H2 and 24 H2 upgrades is wiping critical network files, leaving PCs completely unable to connect via the internet. Or Ethernet, sorry. Should be specific. Here's what's happening and how to fix it. The culprit is the DOT3SVC folder. This service manages the 802.1x authentication for wired connections. During the update, Windows is reportedly wiping the folder's contents. Result, your PC can't authenticate. No authentication means you don't have internet. This isn't just happening on the 25H2 build. Reports show it's been plaguing users since 23H2 and 24H2 releases. Ironically, Microsoft's push for always-on connectivity is being broken by its own installer. Microsoft hasn't officially listed this on the health dashboard yet, though some recent patches claim to address it. If you're planning an upgrade, bookmark this fix first. Full details here. So there's the article link, right there. It's x.com neowin or neowdwin/status /2028865012627083770. There you go, chat bros.
Moral of the story: don't upgrade to Windows 11 if you can avoid it.
Yeah, I have Windows 11, unfortunately, but yes.
My dudes.
Yeah, hopefully
remember,
SteamOS is good, chat.
remember when remember this when you're seeing tech jobs and like some people that they don't look like they belong at that job are going like, we don't need STEM people. We can just do vibe coding. AI is going to help me code everything. Well, this is what we get.
All right, moving on. Next article. Marathon has officially dropped to double-digit players. Bungie must be scared out of their mind, as they've now dropped to very low player
Wait,
counts. Only 98 people currently playing Marathon right now.
is this the
Now,
demo?
Damn.
this, by the way, is the beta that I'm aware of. And I thought the beta
Yeah,
is offline, isn't it?
no, the full game is out.
No, it's only the 12th,
Also,
isn't it?
that's outdated. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's incorrect. That entire thing, because I just checked Steam. It says there's 82,000 players in game.
Yeah, because I'm like, this can't be right. Because I'm like, I've been thinking about that because I'm like, I know
No,
it's
that's
not.
absolutely. That was the beta.
Yeah, because this is an article, by the way, that's been going on for a while, and I was pretty sure because I was going to address it here. But now that we've confirmed it, there is this picture that's going around. Now, a lot of people are saying Concord is going to be the next marathon. I don't entirely believe that. I think Concord will probably be. I could be wrong. I don't know. But I think Concord's going to be successful enough to just limp by, honestly.
Concord? Don't Marathon will be successful enough?
Marathon, sorry, whatever. I get them. I get the names mixed up.
I never thought Marathon was going to fail for one reason only. Bungie has enough fanboys. Like my dude, after the Destiny 2 has not failed yet.
Yeah.
After all the bad decisions they did, like I don't, you get what I mean?
So yeah, this picture is probably circulating from some meme posters, memeing about it, schmeeming. But my opinion on the marathon thing is that marathon's probably just going to be that thing that's going to be probably serviceable because like it doesn't have the fugly characters that other games have, but neither did Highguard. Who knows? Who knows? I just think what's going to happen with this is it's going to limp. I think it's going to limp by, and it's going to just probably not get it's just not going to be big. I don't think it's going to be as big as Destiny though. Like I think that is gonna not.
I predict
strike true.
It is gonna drop heavily off because ultimately its gameplay loop. I don't see a reason for people to continue playing it.
It wipes your progress after X amount of time.
That's a standard thing for a lot of.
Yes, I know, but here's the problem with that for extraction shooters, right? Extraction shooters aren't a niche. They don't have that many, right? There are some that aren't. Like Helldivers is a bigger one, and that's an example, but it has metagame and save progression, right? Arc, which we have played on the channel, not really big game for me, but I might try the PvE version. Maybe that's more interesting. But the Arc game, we played it, remember? It also has that same thing where it's like you have progression, you make progress and you work towards progress. Wiping your entirety of your progress with seasons is like a death nail for a game like this, in my opinion.
I've never been a fan of it because it's ultimately it doesn't respect your time at all.
No, games that do that don't respect your time. Because a video game, number one rule of a video game is a video game should always be respectful of the player's time. Because the player's time is, it's whatever time he's choosing to spend time playing your game or playing the game, right? So, and he's after work, maybe he's working hard, industry or heavy industry, or maybe he's working a hard job, having a tough time. And this is the time he chose to spend was playing your game. Your game should respect that. At least. Same goes for Dune Awakening. I love Dune Awakening, but that fucking system, or like Forever Winter, where they have those systems where it's like if you're not on and playing, like the game is technically progressing things without you. That's awful. That's actually awful. The only time it's kind of acceptable in my eyes is Helldivers 2 because it's just a metagame event. And metagame events they're cute and interesting, but whatever is added in the metagame is added universally to everything.
You know what's funny about Helldivers 2? They have an opportunity that no other game have. Maybe World of Warcraft, but not on the same scale. That if they ever want to make they make previous campaigns, previous things like kind of story campaigns. You get what I mean? For example, the Fall of Avalon Creek, and it's a story campaign, and you play with your Helldiver buddies while trying to do missions. like like handcraft missions, not like
I don't think they should
uh.
do that.
I'm not saying they should, but I'm saying that that's an option that they have that other games don't. Because, for example, what is Overwatch 2 going to make like nothing? Like they don't have a story. It's Disney's lot. What
Gibbs, I
is going
posted
to
a better
matter?
image if you could have Marathon up.
Yeah. What's
Thank
Marathon
you.
going to do it? Nothing. You know what I mean? Uh,
Because it just launches at the bottom. It's at the bottom.
There. Yeah, that's more
Because
accurate.
it just launched.
Yeah, it just launched today too, right? Like it's out. People can purchase it.
Yeah, it launched today.
I'm not particularly interested in it, so I don't intend to play it because it's not for me.
isn't the
Yeah.
game coming out next week
The
though?
only reason
It's
why I
out
would
now.
want to
It just
play
came out
this
on
is
Alpha.
if it had like a campaign or something. Because then I'd be like, okay, I can see what the single player is like, but it doesn't have a campaign, so it's not really interesting.
Then what
The worst
game?
part I have with the game is they've named it Marathon.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't just name
Aesthetically
it.
and story-wise, it has nothing to do
Well, hold
with
up.
Marathon.
Story-wise, it does, and that's the issue, in my opinion, because the issue is it is connected to the Marathon universe. It is in the Marathon universe. That's another issue. It's not just wearing the name; it's the spiritual continuation and erasure of the first game. Why is it the erasure? Before anybody asks, because what's it called? What's it called on the Steam store page?
Marathon.
What's the first game called?
Marathon.
See the issue?
Yeah.
Yeah. This game is just erasing the legacy of the old one and set in the same universe and using the same like overall beats and like writing, because they say it's set in there. So it is. They own the IP, and so they say it is, which means that this game fundamentally is built upon the Marathon game, which means it should be held to the standards of what Marathon is. They've set themselves up in such a way. Now, here's the reality, right? It may call itself Marathon, but how many gamers today have actually played Marathon? I have,
Not many.
but most people haven't. It's a really, really old game. Newer generations might have heard of it, might have seen Yubnubbers play it, might have seen Yubnub videos about it, but very few new gamers have actually played it or even heard of it for that matter, right? It's kind of fallen to the wayside. So a lot of people, what you're going to have initially starting here is there's going to be a schism, because a schism is now formed. The new people, which are going to outnumber the old people, and that's just how it's going to be, because that's how, universal law of time works. New people are going to look at this game and be like, this is Marathon. Old people are going to look at this game and be like, this isn't Marathon. You have a schism, two different groups of people. Each want Marathon or something like Marathon, but each vision of what Marathon is two different things entirely. And that's like really stupid. They could have made it set in the Marathon universe and be like, hey, we're doing a game set in the Marathon universe while we make a single player campaign set in Marathon. And here's this multiplayer game. It's set in that universe, but it's not the main line. It's a spin-off. But the issue is it's not a spin-off. It's called Marathon. That means it is the mainline game. It's why Halo Wars is inoffensive. Halo Wars isn't Halo 4 when it came out after Halo 3. It's Halo Wars. If it was called Halo 4 and people picked it up and were expecting more like a continuation of the Halo storyline, they'd be very disappointed, because well, it's not bad per se, but it's definitely a different game. It's an RTS, and the characters aren't even the same characters. They're different characters, and it's actually way before the other games, and they'd be disappointed. It'd be like the same thing if the Halo 3 ODST launched and it was called Halo ODST, or not, sorry, Halo ODST. That's what it was going to be. It wasn't going to sell well, so they changed to Halo 3 ODST. But they called it Halo 4. You pick up Halo 4 and then you start playing it, be like, wait, I'm an ODST. That's cool. That's neat. I like that. It's got cool vibes, but it really isn't Halo 4. Like, what Halo 4 should have been, by the way. I'm not actually talking about what Halo 4 is. Just imagine if you had played Halo 3, and imagine you were at that point. Halo 3 came out, you played it, and then you get the next game, and then you play this game. You're like, this isn't the same. This is You'd be disappointed.
Now, what really actually kind of pisses me off the more I think about it. So Bungie, back when I played Destiny 2, Bungie did this big event, and it was like a little mini DLC kind of thing, where it was referencing the original Marathon game and the original setting of Marathon. and like it had a whole bunch of in-game tie-in stuff, had some unique weapons, and it was really cool, and like it did really well. And then they do this, where they just spit shit all over the like history of Marathon.
Yep. That's the issue.
Like, oh, you guys really like this stuff? We're talking about the original setting. Okay, we're gonna just remove it and make it not canon anymore.
Yeah, because like when I looked at this game, because I looked at it briefly to see if I would be interested in it, there are some things that tickle my pickle that I like about this game from a visual standpoint. And that's because I have certain tastes when it comes to certain things. But there's a lot that doesn't jive well with me. Like, for example, when I look at this picture here, I'll be real with you, and I'm going to tell you my honest opinion. I think this looks cool. I think it looks neat. But if you told me that this picture is Marathon, I'm like, that's not... What? You know what I think when I see this picture? You know what game I think of? Remember that game you play? It's a twin stick shooter where you play as a robot called Synthetic.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
When I look at this, I'm like, oh, cool! They made a first-person Synthetic. I can't wait to try this.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Because it looks like Synthetic. It doesn't look like Marathon.
Yeah, I also want to say the screenshot. Like, yeah, it looks kind of neat. This is a screenshot for a PvP with some PvE element extraction shooter.
Yeah,
I see this and I think that's going to be hell because you're not going to be able to fucking spot people at all.
You're just going to get ganked. Like, that's the issue with these.
This is just going to be hell.
Like, some people like that stuff. Some people like that shit, right? Because people do like Battle Royales. People do like Ark, and Ark is that, right? Ark is doing well. Ark isn't for me. It's not my cup of tea. I might be more interested in the PvE thing, but the PvP thing is just, it just doesn't interest me. But PvE hybrids can work in certain situations where it's like, okay, it's you versus them, right? Let me give you an example. Halo 5 had a game mode called Warzone. In Warzone, it is a PvP PvE mode in which you take over capture points on the map, which spawns Marines that are wearing your team's color, blue or red, and they'll defend the base. And then you go and you capture bases, and bases spawn NPCs to guard them, which is kind of cool. And then in the middle of the map, sometimes neutral factions will spawn onto the map, and you have to fight them. Like, a bunch of aliens will spawn, and both teams have to defeat the aliens. And if whoever side wins and kills the main alien, gets a power weapon. And it's very chaotic, it's very fun, and it's sort of done in this way, and you respawn, and it's not really a ganking mentality to it, even though ganking does occur in it, because the game is already you're already going into a firefight, trying to grab the gun, right, grab the power weapon, right? And so it's already kind of that mindset. The issue with this is that there will be somebody who engages a group of NPCs, and it makes noise, and then ergo, now everybody's going to go and gank the shit out of them. Gank the shit.
I still remember one of my favorite kills in that mode.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I was engaging a group of people and was managing to kill him, and I saw a guy sneaking up behind me on radar. Right before he got to me, I did because he had the dash ability in Halo 5. So I dashed backwards and positioned myself perfectly. So I dashed backwards and stopped right behind him, and I immediately assassinated him. So he was coming up to assassinate me, and I managed to just dash perfectly and assassinate him.
So Chumba is a booty hunter then.
Damn.
And he must have been so pissed off.
But yeah, because when I look at this picture here, if you remove the name Marathon, it looks kind of like an interesting video game. Like, oh, cool, it's like a synthetic game, right? It's like Synthetic. No, it's not Synthetic. It's Marathon.
The characters look ugly.
Well,
not
robots,
the enemy
people.
characters, not the robots. The player characters look ugly.
Do they have hardly any pictures? Is it mostly just videos? What the fuck? Yeah, it's mostly just videos. Yeah, because when I look at these pictures, dudes, the first thing I think of is oh, this is obviously a synthetic game. Because that's what it looks like to me. You know? I just find it incredibly funny. I don't know if this game is going to be the next Concord, honestly. Because I've seen it, and it looks like it's serviceable. But then again, yeah, I guess it's down to the gameplay loop. We'll find out when it comes out. I'm not sure if it's another Concord, though. You could tell with High Guard, though, the first 5 minutes of gameplay, that is literally just fucking a Concord game. Because we played High Guard for, what was it, 1 round? And 1 round of it, I was already going like, I don't like this. This feels wrong. And it's been out for a little bit. It's already at 76%, mostly positive. Midathon. Oh my god. Actual quality slop? What the I think that might actually be an accurate actual assertion, though, right there. By Booty Bandit. Booty Bandit might have nailed it on the head. Because when I look at this game compared to High Guard and Concord, I think Marathon is like... It looks like there's a lot more polish in this than there was in High Guard and then when there was in Concord. So... What's more than likely the case here is that this game probably has more meat to it than any of those other games. I just question the validity or viability of this game long term.
Yeah. I don't think it will last super long.
The thing is, there's only so many live service games that you can know life in. That's another issue that like this game is competing with every other live service in the market. Doesn't matter if it's a gacha, MMO. You get what I mean? You only have so many hours in the day.
Yeah.
Apparently there's an issue with pre-ordered items. If you don't get them right away. Somebody's mentioning that. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this game develops, if that makes sense, as time unfolds. Because I want to follow it to see what happens. Because, well, Bungie may not be the company that makes what I like anymore, and that much is apparent by the games they produce today. I do want to know what happens to them. Mostly because, I'll be real, it's like entirely selfish reason. I really, really, really love Myth a lot. Like, Myth might be one of my all-time favorites in terms of, like, tactics games. And I would like to know what happens to the Myth franchise, over time. And if Bungie pitter-patters out of existence, who would get Myth? Like, who's going to sit on it and not do anything with it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm more interested in Myth. But I don't know.
Same. But
Marathon is cool
I don't
too.
trust them.
But Marathon was never super my cup of tea. I played on my Xbox 360 way back when they released the Durandal for Xbox 360's Live Arcade. That's when I first found out about Marathon. And I was like, wow, this game reminds me of Halo. I didn't know at the time, boys. But yeah, it was one of those things I was like, guys, it's like Doom Halo. And we'd like play 4-player co-op split screen with it.
Now,
it's a lot of fun.
before we get past the Doom Art, anyway, Napkin donates $2. What are these cute and adorable numbers when we had up the original Marathon stuff? And Harlan gifted a membership and he hit Sturmrat. Now, there is 2 bounties still.
That's true. There are 2 bounties currently available for you guys to snipe, if you so wish. But yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on Marathon. I will say that Marathon is pretty smart in the sense that the one thing they're doing right, and I'll give credit where credit is due, is they're not charging $60 for their game. They're charging what I think games should be at. Now, granted, they're doing that for the deluxe, but the fact that just to get the game and play it is only $40, that's kind of how the industry should be to begin with. They're not pushing $70 or $80. Not that I think people would buy that, but you know what I mean. So, credit where credit's due. When I see games charge only $40, that's where I want to see the industry. Mamu's avatar works. Look. Points.
Nice.
Look at him. He's so
In the
adorable.
cum bucket where you belong.
Damn.
That's
Where's
gay.
like Indus avatar though? Anyone?
I think that's for Semper's mode.
Sempre?
Yeah,
don't
that's
have-
the Miku thing.
I don't have one. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Oh my
You have,
god.
you have one.
No, I don't have. Shush.
You have.
Shush.
True.
Well,
My
Me
god.
Semper.
but yeah, Marathon is the art style feels very corporate. Like it just feels uninspired. I don't know if the allegations of them stealing art was ever corroborated or not.
So when I look at Marathon's art style, you know what I think? I think it's ripping from
Hmm.
this game. synthetic? Like, yeah, it's top down, but the visuals are actually kind of
Oh
similar.
yeah, it is. It
there's-
is very similar.
Well, there's less gay colors in synthetic.
I know, but
Oh, that-
do you see like what it feels like it's sort of ripping from?
No, yeah, I got it.
Because the
For
robots
some
look
of the
like it.
stuff, I could see it.
This is a pretty good game, by the way, Chabros.
Yeah, synthetic's amazing. It will test your friendship.
Indeed.
And the music's amazing.
It's an A8
If you want a shotgun that shoots nukes, it's in the game.
Because yeah, when I look at like synthetic, right, and let's look at synthetic 2's art style too, just to double check my assumption pumptions here. Synthetic 2 wasn't as well received. I didn't follow what happened with it, so I don't know.
Don't remember.
Just gonna show pictures? No. Show me pictures. Shush. Yeah, because it's a bit more industrial vibes here. But like when I look at the weapons, like they give me, like when I look at Marathon, I'm like, oh, this looks like it's a synthetic first-person game. Like that's my thought when I look at the PNGs of the
Except
Marathon game.
synthetics weapons look like they could actually function. Marathons do not.
Yes.
Yeah.
But still, the point still stands. The entire principle is that it looks like that. Adverse to like the screenshots like this, for example. And this particular screenshot right here looks very synthetic. But if you compare this to just Marathon, it looks absolutely nothing like this. Now, granted, yes, it's older graphics, but like the art style here or the environmentals that you're looking at, like it's not meant to be, how do I put the word? Like super serious, or not super serious, like super cartoonish. It's meant to be more like on the serious side. I think you get the same vibe for that. Oh, we can't look at that one. I think they merged it with something else. Wait, what?
Well, you're looking for the Anime Acumen donated 5 membership.
Oh, Steam servers might be shitting the bricks right now. God damn it. No, wait. No, it's Thursday.
Yeah, probably. And then Harlot donated another membership.
Thank you very much. Very generous. But yeah, so that's my overall thing. Marathon's one of those games that I don't think it's like the worst looking game of all time, but I think it's one of those games that's just like, it's not really a sequel. I don't know if it's going to be a high guard game. The only way we're going to find out, though, for sure, is give it a week, and if the player counts really start to tank after about 7 days to 2 weeks, and if it doesn't tank, it's going to probably stabilize and survive. If it tanks after the first 2 weeks, it's cooked. Space Monkey 2000 says, why did they change Marathon's art style? I couldn't tell you. That's an excellent question, but that's a question only developers can answer. I can only speculate.
It's going to be a Prey situation. They're just using the name.
Yes. Which is weird because they're not just using the name, they're actually using the lore too. Because that's the part that makes it a little bit more different than a skin suit. Like it is the lore. They're using the same references and the setting stuff when they talk about the story, and they mention all the places. And so unlike Prey 2017, it's not just the name of the title, they're tying it as much as they can to the games together, which is a weird choice. Because why not just call it something else and not, why go through the hassle? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why tie it to Marathon? It's just it's a strange decision because it's a
They're
radical
trying to
departure.
figure out. They're trying to figure out. Well, so if you haven't been following Bungie, they had a mass exodus after Destiny 2 shipped.
Lost a lot of their crew. Yeah, I heard about that.
Who were so there's this like misinformation that a bunch of Halo devs left Bungie to go work at 434. No. Some did, but most stayed with Bungie.
They most stuck around, at least initially, and then started filtering out over the years.
A bunch of them left during Destiny 1. And then what was left during Destiny 2. So this is their attempt to find that next big cash cow. They're just going through the IP vaults of Bungie, and they're too woke to do another Oni. So
Because even looking at this from like the fair lens of like, okay, like let's not put any biases to it. Let's just look at the game as the game is, right? As a whole. When I look at the game from that stance, I just like even ignoring Marathon and what Marathon was, ignoring Bungie made this, just looking at this as its own entity. I'm not particularly like I don't feel anything about it, you know? Like I feel nothing when I look at it. Like it's weird. It's like a void when I look at this game. And usually I always have something like a feeling about it. The closest thing is this picture, and it made me think about Synthetic, and I was like, wouldn't it be cool if Synthetic was first person? I'm like, yeah, it could be. It could be. And that was my only thought. It wasn't even about Marathon.
This looks less like Synthetic to me and more like, oh, look, yet another Destiny 2 expansion.
Damn.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I guess. See, I only played Destiny 1 a little bit back when What's His Nuts was voice acting the robot before he got fired.
Oh, yeah.
Peter Dinklage. Yeah, that's what his name.
Yeah, he was a better ghost than what's his tits that got put in.
Really? Because I remember when we played the game.
No, bitch.
Like Peter Dinklage didn't really emote.
No, Peter Dinklage was way better as the ghost than Troy Baker. Troy Baker was just, we've awoken the hive, we've done this. It's like, why are you like whispering this at me?
That's strange. Troy Baker, didn't he play Indiana
ASMR.
and Indiana Jones?
I have no idea. I didn't play that.
He did whoever that was who did Indiana Jones in the Great Circle game, voice actor, fucking pretty convincing job of sounding like Harrison Ford. Genuinely.
No, he did this weird ephemeral like voice shit for the ghost in Destiny. It was really bad.
Yeah, that's just yeah, because I only played when it was Dinklage, and I played and like I got out of the first.
Is it Nolan North? Oh, okay.
Nolan North, okay.
Whichever. It's one of those like big ones.
Yeah, because I'm like Troy Baker is usually pretty okay at what he does. He usually
might
puts
have been
in good
Nolan
work.
North. I don't remember honestly.
I don't know much about Nolan North. He could be Nolan
But
South.
whoever it was did a terrible job, and it made me want Peter Dinklage back, and I hate Peter Dinklage.
That's funny. Like, he was worse than Dinklage because yeah, when I played Destiny 1, Peter's voice was like, "Do the thing. Is my paycheck here yet?" That's what it sounded like.
It's really weird that I was in game too. Like, it's out of the blue.
They forgot to cut a line. I am getting paid for this, right?
Less like any other IP and more like just another Destiny 2 expansion. Like, it just looks uninspired. The weapons look fucking nonsensical, which, if you've played Destiny...
It looks
Destiny
like
2,
Legos to me. Like, it looks like this gun right here is put together by some Lego set or Bionicle set with just random doodads mishmashed together. Doesn't it?
suspect Marathon won't necessarily flop, but it won't do amazingly well.
Yeah, and eventually I think they'll pull support over it over time if it doesn't turn
Isn't
around.
Marathon $70?
No.
Or $40?
The one
It's
thing they
40?
did wise is they charged 40. That's the, like I said, the only thing I've seen that I can look at and go like, all right, that's a good move, was the fact that they didn't charge an outlandish fucking price for this game.
They knew that for $70 wouldn't sell. So like, I don't know. Like, I don't think this game is worth for. I think this game should be free. This game, like, this should be a free game because it feels like a free game.
Oh god, I'm so tired of free to plays. Because free to plays just
like,
gets you in other ways.
Yeah,
Out
but
of curiosity,
if you watch
did
free to
they,
play, it would be worse.
Yes, it would be. But did they ever were the allegations that they stole art ever substantiated?
Yeah, they were, I believe, because the guy actually admitted that he did take the art. I don't know if they compensated the artist for doing it. I didn't follow up the thing when it happened afterwards. Other than they came out that yes, they did take it.
The guy admitted
From
after like
that
people
lady
found like they found like a very substantial proof that it was stolen. That's when they were like, yeah, we stole it.
Baffios knows.
Baffios says
they were compensated. All right. Well, at least they set things straight by doing that, but still wrong for doing it.
Had a nice fat paycheck from it.
Yes. I mean, I don't understand why you just don't like, oh, hey, we really like your art style. Would you be
Uh,
interested in working on with us on this game? And just be like,
Because
oh,
they
okay.
thought they could just steal it and get away with
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I
that's
know.
why.
Well, yeah, he's trying to also take the credit for it too. That's why he was prestige being in this case a glory hound, right? He was after the prestige of being like, I designed this, you know. When in reality, he just ripped it from somebody.
He probably has to design a resignation letter. That's what he has to do.
Art style isn't really my cup of tea, but if you like that sort of corporate punk look, then yeah. But I'm not a big fan of punk aesthetics in general.
I find okay. I only
Oh.
know Marathon from videos. I never played, but it
Okay,
don't
look,
it don't
chat.
feels like a marathon.
Fuzzy's
Or
updated
what
too.
I saw.
Oh god,
Nice.
he's fat.
Fuzzy, how do you feel?
Feel good. Bit tired from work, and I see Morty's is working well also,
Yeah.
which is good to see.
Just bucket.
Yeah, I'm just a bucket.
What's in the bucket is a more important question.
It's a little
Can you
guy.
explain, Morty?
Why you wanted to know what's below my legs? Weird. Why you like
That's
this,
why
Fuzzy?
he put him in a bucket. He didn't want to draw the legs.
Yeah.
Oh, that explains it.
No, that's not it. That's because he's only a fish.
Oh, you're so mean.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Where's the rest of the mech?
Where's the updated Bino?
Indio admitting he's not skilled enough to
What?
draw mech.
The India
Very
Beano's
sad.
perfect.
Yeah. Never needs improving.
Yeah.
They can't improve on perfection,
Yeah, it's
actually.
perfection, Beano.
Any fish I draw is gonna be one bucket.
Beano, you look perfect the way you are. Look at you.
Damn, why'd you put me in a bucket then? On the new one.
You are in a bucket as well.
Your mask is a bucket.
He's doing it to everybody. He's getting mad and cranky.
Yeah, it's gonna be in a bucket next.
Incoming pay doc. Here we go. He's like, nope. Incoming pay doc.
Damn.
Whoop.
And for the record, no, I don't really have anything to add to Marathon. It's just, let's see the results.
Yeah, I'm just not interested in extraction. If this was
It
like
literally just came out.
PvE,
We
I'm-
can't say like, oh, it's dead. Oh, it's gonna be. We don't know yet.
What? We didn't say that. Huh?
No, but I'm just saying we have to wait.
No,
and
he's just
see.
talking.
He's just-
in general.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah, he's
misheard you.
just pointing it out.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. We'll follow this for the next week because I'm curious. I'm only curious because I want to know what happens to Bungie. I don't really care about this game.
Yeah.
I mean,
And the
Bungie's
only
a
reason
Sony
why I care
company.
about Bungie is because they sit on one of my IPs I'm interested in, which is Myth. I want to know what happens
Yes.
to Myth.
All right, chat. Well, let's just assume best case scenario. Bungie has to sell their IPs. We need to start a Kibbs buys Myth IP fund.
Well, I just
Yes,
wish Bungie
I'm-
would do something with Myth. I mean, it's
I don't.
actually
I
no,
don't
yeah.
want them to do anything with Myth.
I just would
I
like
want
it.
the IP sold.
I just would like it re-released on and like have the HD thing because Project Magma did a great job with the HD remaster. I just don't understand why Bungie doesn't reach out to Project Magma and be like, "Hey, how
I
about
think
you
Kibbs should put on the
re-release
rice
it?"
hat.
I don't think I can.
Chat. Make him put on the rice hat, chat.
Oh,
Mm,
no,
would like
is
to
it
try
not
a new
across
myth.
models.
Yeah.
But
The
chat,
only
don't
other
you like
thing
the
that
pickle?
uh,
Like pickle.
Put a
you
bag
need
on
to be
Aaron's
chopped
head.
up and added to a burger. That's what needs to happen.
Pickle.
Need a new
If
model
it's
idea.
just
Bag
Fuzzy
on
and
Aaron's head, chat.
to eating another man.
What?
Or
Literally.
Kibbs in a jar pickle.
I didn't know you were after my
Nugget
pickle.
Arid.
You know how they brine the pickles? That's what Kibbs needs.
Look how easily homosexuality.
You know,
comes to
chat.
Fuzzy. Curious.
Kibbs turned off the licking chatfish. I guess we don't get to taste the. I guess the chatfish doesn't get to taste the pickle.
Yeah, true. It's a bit suggestive if you ask me. Welcome to stream. Isaruk, or is it Lazaruk? Lazaruk.
Lazaruk.
That's a net Laz.
The only question I
Good
have
job,
about
Captain.
Marathon is, do we know the budget? Because the estimates are all over the place, and this has to be expensive with the delays.
I've
I've
seen,
not
like-
seen anything official.
Conservative 200 million.
250, 200 is what I usually see with the
Mhm.
Doomer people, as for lack of a better word, saying 400 million. I honestly think the 200 million is a more accurate
I'd say 2 to
estimate.
3, honestly.
Yeah, that's a more accurate estimate. I do not see this being 400 million. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't
And
think
so
they
the
have-
Kibbs acquires Myth/Bungie fund begins.
Is there any human?
Yeah, Anime
Yeah, they-
IQ for $20.
Acquires Bungie fund? Oh my god, yeah, good luck. I mean, you'd need
Okay,
like
first order of business, got it.
Space Monkey
donates
does
$1.99 says how long till Western devs get their head out of their ass.
most of them
That's
Don't
a
have.
worry,
question.
Space Monkey. This is coming
Well-
for your beloved Korean and Japanese gachas soon.
Here's
So-
what we do. We acquire Bungie.
Hold
Got it.
up.
Bring back Martin O'Donnell.
So most Western devs are indie, like 90% are indie
Yep.
devs, or not 90%. It's like 50. It's like 60 or 70% because most people who make games now are actually indies and not in the AAA industry.
Yeah, because like the AAA industry is burning to the ground.
Yes, to go off what Morty and Kib said, the last few big players are by and large in the US, and Europe is already decentralizing, and you already see its big players collapsing and burning. And I'm not just talking Ubisoft; I'm talking in general. Sweden has a good indie scene. So does Germany has a okay-ish indie to AA scene. So does Poland and all these other countries.
Yeah, the indie scenes
US
are kind of globally exploding, and that's on a global level. Like the age of AAA being like the controller of video games died like in the 2020s pretty early on. And it was kind of dead
some of the-
going into it. The reality is
Yeah.
most games and good games that are being produced now are either from AA publishers and developers like Hooded Horse, etc., or like indies like Indie Stone and shit like that. So there's a ton of little dudes out there producing stuff. Like we are in the greatest age of game development history right now. It's just the only thing we're watching is the last. It's sort of like watching the previous era's gaming stuff finally start to collapse inwards on itself. Is what we're seeing now. Ubisoft imploding, Highguard's failure, Concord's failure. You know, even Bungie is not going to probably do that well. Like this, even if this game succeeds in the sense that it survives, it's Bungie becoming weaker and becoming smaller over time. It's the slow death. And I don't know about Blizzard though, because I think Blizzard just keeps having steam. But even then, there is fatigue finally starting to. You can see it manifesting around certain areas, like because the issue is that, well, there's just so many good games on the market. There's really no reason for you to have to buy this, right? If you wind back the clock to 2014, 2013, you know, in that era, yeah, Marathon comes out, you kind of gotta buy it because, like, well, that's all your friends are gonna be, and you know, no one else is gonna be playing anything else. But
Abandon your friends.
2013, 2014, like, was over 10 years ago. It's a different world. You don't have to buy this. You don't need it.
Oh, there's so many like just in the multiplayer sphere of indie and AA that come out now. It's more like you have to coordinate with your friend group. Okay, who's getting this, as opposed to oh my god, we have to get this.
Yes, that's true. Like the Toxic Commandos game was fun, but the writing was abysmal, right? But then Far Far West arrives, like, hey, partner, and like, oh
Mhm.
damn, you're looking mighty fine.
I'm waiting for Far Far West. I'm unironically waiting.
Far Far West is
because,
gonna be
like,
good.
That game is going to be fun, even playing solo if you play like high difficulties.
This is definitely the next big. If you're talking about friend slop games, this is gonna be one of those new. This is the next Deep Rock Galactic, the next sort of Helldivers game.
I'd say it's more Deep Rock
Yeah.
than
More
Helldivers.
Deep
in
Yes,
terms of,
it's more DRG. Yeah. This
and
is
as a developer that's started out small. Hell, they didn't even have a company name yet. And guess what? They're getting growing, getting more talented and more ambitious, and they're not exploding in their capabilities. This is a classic. This is how you build a new brand, a new company strategy.
Yep, and this is another AA published game. By the way, Deep Rock Galactic, AA publisher. Like again, the age of the AAA publisher is coming to a close. The littler publishers, they're still big corporations. But like Hooded Horse, you know, fucking
Hooded Horse is like
Fireshine,
12
etc., etc.
dudes.
Yeah, they are coming up, and they are now taking over. New publishers that do not have the bloat that EA has, the bloat that Ubisoft has. These new publishers are picking up these indie titles and getting them support and resources and investing and giving them the time they need to cook, right? And it's really paying off. Yeah, there's a couple stinkers here and there, but like, look at games like Menace, look at games like Xenonauts, look at games like Far Far West. Like, there are so many good ones, or that other one that was really cool. That's made by the Diablo devs that left Blizzard.
Darkhaven.
Darkhaven. Yeah, Darkhaven looking... Oh my god, I'm really excited for that one. Like, there's a lot of really good games on the horizon. There's really no reason to like go like, oh, AAA is like the thing that we have to... AAA
I'll
is
be honest,
watching
I
the
ignore
dinosaurs go
AAA.
extinct. Yeah.
Like anytime someone tells me like if my more normie brothers and friends will be like, "Are you getting this game?" I'll look at it like, "Oh, it's AAA. It's gonna die in a month." Like,
Yeah,
it's just not interesting.
like I'll be real. Like Helldivers 2, it has a AAA publisher, but when it first launched onto Steam, it had the resources of a AA because Sony didn't invest hardly anything into it because they didn't believe in it. Only now has Sony increased their budget. Just to give you a reference, like it shows you how far out of touch these big companies are, like Microsoft and Sony. Sony thought Helldivers 2 was like a mid-tier game. It wasn't going to
Just to
succeed.
give you an idea, Chatfish, just on Steam, I think they're at like 1.3 billion in sales.
For Helldivers 2?
Profit. Yeah,
Yeah, Helldivers 2 made a fortune.
that's just Steam. That's not the consoles.
That's just sales.
Yes,
That's not even factoring in the microtransactions,
Fuck, that's
which add another
wild.
50%.
that's units moved.
At
That is
least.
not microtransactions.
Yeah.
That's
That's
insane.
fucking nuts.
That's actually insane.
And microtransactions is half their revenue, which means whatever that number is, even when you also control a little bit for stuff like discounts, double it or at least 50% increase.
But yeah, indies are where the soul is. AA's are where the soul is. I may not like games like Expedition 33, but Expedition 33 is where AAA's are going in terms of AAA devs. Because AAA devs, and I have a good couple friends who are in the AAA industry, some that were working for Blizzard, and they tell me the same thing when I ask them. Like, a lot of them either have their own projects, or have their own groups they're forming inside these companies because they intend to jump ship as a group and move out and go start their own thing. Because the big corporate executives in suits do not approve or greenlight their projects. They ignore them. And because they've been creatively suppressed for so long, they're getting sick of it. And so they're leaving, as they should. They're getting so fed up that the reason why they don't do it in droves, and they didn't do it in droves years ago, is because they're saving up money, squirreling it away because they have families, but they are intending to leave, and they are leaving. And as soon as they're secure and ready, they move, just like the Darkhaven devs. They move when they're ready. They just wait till they lock shit down and get going. Because Darkhaven is again the product of AAA devs fleeing the industry. But yeah, you're seeing a great migration to AA and indies. And the age of the publisher is starting to change. Who knows? But we don't know for certain. Will Hooded Horse forget themselves and become a monster? Or will Hooded Horse stay principled? Because give credit where the credit is due, they are principled. They actually follow their beliefs.
Yes, Hooded Horse is one of the few publishers who actually has in their contracts a clause that if you use generative AI at any step, you void your contract and you will now face litigation.
Yes, because they understand that, well, they have the core tenets. Like, we want our games to be made by people. We're not going to give you funding and resources if you're using generative AI. Because the reason is, and here's why, to explain again, just in case people forget, we go on a lot about this. If a developer uses generative AI, it's a bad sign. Why is it a bad sign? If they're willing to use generative AI, they're not passionate. If I'm making a tabletop game or a pen and paper game, and I'm using generative AI, it's a bad sign. Like, that's the reality. It is, and there's no excuse for it if I did that. There is no excuse to use it. The reason why is because you're using it as a crutch. Anything good that's worth making should be, put together with the time and effort and resources adequately. If you use generative AI, you are making an inferior product. You do not believe in your product. That's the reality.
There's a thing that no one is remembering. All these AI bros, they're not forgetting. If you use generative AI, you're guaranteeing that even if you have a successful game, people can just rip it off and play legally pirate it, because the US Supreme Court just ruled that AI is not really protected by copyright.
It's not, because you can't legally protect something that steals other things. We talked about this, Chant. We tried to warn people.
It's kind of like if I photo bash.
Hold on,
no
Bino.
stir high. It's against their Hooded Horse's contract, period.
Yes.
They made it like the CEOs talked about it repeatedly in interviews and on the X, that they want passionate devs. They want skilled devs. They do not want people who would take
Shortcuts.
They don't want vibe coders.
Shortcuts, yes.
Yes, because the reason why is the minute you start using crutches in development, it gets easier, and you start letting other things go. Right.
Yep.
Now, there's such thing as toolkits. For example, how can you use AI to help you with working on something? Well, if you Google or you search engine stuff, you still have to put in the work yourself. You still have to fact check. So that's fine. But if you're using using AI in a sense of a creative set, you're letting it write or letting it make something for you rather than it searching and then you researching and reading, then you're doing something different. Every time you use Google to search something, you're using AI in some form or another, right? But the reason why they call it generative AI is because generative AI is the crutch we're talking about. It's not the fact that they use Google to look up something and do research as the issue. It's the issue that they're using it as a crutch to produce something. And if you're making placeholders, because I've worked on projects before and I'm working on one right now, there's no reason to use AI as a placeholder. That's bullshit.
Mhm.
I never
Because
understood that argument.
because
of
here's
using it
how a
for
placeholder
placeholders.
works. A placeholder is a fucking stick figure. Watch Robin
Yeah.
streams. You can literally see what our placeholders look like when we don't have an animation for something. It turns into a stick figure. Because guess what? It's if you're using generative AI, you're paying a subscription service. You're paying money for this fucking thing. And when you could just draw a stick figure, 5 seconds. Bam. Placeholder done. Draw a smiley face. You want to know how they made aliens? They used placeholders too. They drew it on a napkin, a face hugger. It's a little goofy little thing with little arms, with a little sad angry face. That is the face hugger concept art on a napkin. You want to know the concept art for Pac-Man? It was a piece of pizza taken out of the pizza, and the guy said, "Hey, I got it, guys. We have our character." Pac-Man
Pizza Man.
is based off of pizza. Hence why when he
Pizza Man.
dies, the death is different slices of the pizza being removed. His death animation is based on that.
That's hilarious. I love it.
I know, right? It's fucking wild.
But
I hate
that
it.
concepting is important to the finished product as a whole. And if you
Yeah.
do take that shortcut, not only are you not allowing people in your studio to develop those skills, you're admitting that they can't. You're never letting them grow as artists or concept artists or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're using other people's shit.
And they're not even doing a good job. Because I'm going to be very honest. I'm at least always looking at art tutorials to see how different people draw, like trying to learn new stuff. And sometimes I go and look at how other artists draw, like their finished pieces, to see like, they did this different and that different. And then like, unironically, I look at a piece of an AI picture, all looks the fucking same. It all looks the fucking same. The only times, and that's 100% true. The only times an AI picture looks quote unquote good, is when they literally they used an artist and they copied the artist so much that the picture is almost one to one from a different drawing that the real artist did. I know because I identify some artists by art style, and I found the AI that is like, okay, this is a AI is based that guy, like it's like a Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V situation, you know what I mean? Like to the point that one time I was like, wait the fuck, did he fucked up this lighting or something like that? And then like I look into the AI, it's like, of course, like because it was so there was so little quote-unquote AI on it that it just did a little bit of like chromatic aberration on top of his picture, you know what I mean? That's the only times that it looks okay, quote-unquote. But I don't know, like I think that like the worst crime is other than being unimaginable and lazy, is that it's very very poor quality and.
Yes, the Western gaming industry as a whole, I know everyone likes to do the doomer. It's dead, it's gone, it's only in
It's
Japan or
booming
Korea.
right now.
It's booming
No.
right now. You're just purposefully looking at AAA. You're not looking at the fact that AA and indie is absolutely hitting it out of the ballpark.
Yeah, and
For
what
example,
You're
you're
hitting it out of the
noticing,
stratosphere.
Where is
Yeah.
Evil Raptor from, by the way? Where are these devs
Doesn't
from?
matter.
Because
We're
I
not.
really
We're
like,
not.
no,
We should
Doesn't matter.
probably move on because we have been
Yep.
lingering on this subject a little too long.
yeah, but I was trying to get just one point in.
Oh, go ahead.
And one reason you're saying this boom with the AA and D, a lot of it is, and you don't really see this because this is more enterprise stuff, tooling and dev tools are getting better and better. You're seeing a lot of tech companies following similar format, very lean teams, small to mid-sized teams, mostly small, actually innovating and pushing these dev tools. It's not just Unreal Engine 5 anymore. A lot of other companies are looking and going, you know what? screw this. We can do better. We can do better than what Tim Sweeney's putting forward. You're gonna see it more and more as time goes on, but even Unreal Engine 5, unironically, that engine messing up so bad and continuing to mess up is unironically pushing a lot of devs to start innovating and develop their own tech, and we're in the early stages of that, and it's only going to get better from here on out.
Good night, Moogie.
Until the cycle continues again.
Night Moogs.
All right. Next up,
Ad block.
Highguard is shutting down. So we kind of talked about this already. What's interesting about this in particular is not that it's shutting down, but that the people from Concord ended up on this project as well, right? Because we all know how the system works. The next question that I'm more interested in asking is not this game. This game's dead. Is where are these guys going next? Because that's a bad sign. Because
that is the key question.
Yes, because they're just migrating to the next thing to go ruin, right? So
yeah,
where is the next Concord going to turn its ugly mug up
So
at?
what it's going to be is exactly what you've been seeing. They're going to move on to the next quote-unquote game studio, where all they do is go on about their inclusion and blah, 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 and they shit out a subpar product that dies in a month. And then they'll just move on to the next one that does that. It seems they're being quarantined out from AA and Indie, at least. I don't care if they shit up AAA. They can do that all day. Let AAA burn. Like, they can stay in that quarantine for all I give a shit.
Yeah, and to Morty's, why did I say Moogie? Morty's quarantine point, it's very easy to quarantine these people, and this is just my personal theory that AA Indie are taking notice of this because a lot of them really don't like AAA, a lot of AAA DEI hires. It's very easy to look at their background because, again, every time you look at their resume, they're going to look at their LinkedIn profiles, and a lot of them they will post their pronouns, they will post their past history, and it's very easy to look at the history of a lot of these individuals and a lot of this old guard devs that are in this whole corrupt system, old system that's been dying more and more, and honestly, it's on life support at this point.
Yep, I'd
Which
call them
means-
Nepo devs at this point.
Yep.
That's so fitting,
Uh,
because that's
you-
literally what it is.
At this point, I don't think people trust LinkedIn that much anymore because like some of these devs learned to not put their past like failures in LinkedIn. What I think people
Yep,
are
but if
doing
you
is
go,
like,
if you
okay,
get hired, you're gonna have to like say your portfolio. Like they're gonna look up who you are. Because in the industry, they're still gonna
no, yeah,
background.
I'm not talking, yeah, but I'm talking about like indies and like smaller studios like AA. Like sometimes they don't have the HR to do that, or like the person doesn't know. You know what I mean? I would just like have a list of okay, this is the list
Bino,
of everyone that worked on this game.
It's
like,
gonna be down.
just-
It's
yeah.
gonna be down to your. Here's that's unrealistic because it's not gonna happen. But like, here's what's probably gonna be. Just like how we hire people, right? When we hire people to work with Battle Damage Studios, we specifically look at who they are. We then look at their record. We then look at what they say because you just have to in the current era. And we're like, all right, is this person gonna be like the kind of guy who's gonna throw us under the bus the minute they can, or are these people dedicated to get their projects done? Do they put in their all and do they fight to the last gasp? Like that's the people I want. I want people who will fight to the last possible gasp, so that we go down swinging, right? Like we're gonna get the best boys and gals we can, and that's how we hire people. It's down to the individual studio in question. They have to choose just like we have to choose. Like when we turn someone away, when we get about a rotten egg or a bad egg here and there, and that's going to happen. That has happened. That will happen again. It's just how it is. That's the nature of the business. It's just going to happen. It's just the most important part is to be as amicable as possible and move on when it does. You shouldn't make like massive dossiers on things because I don't want to be the guy getting that kind of thing going on here, Bino. You dumb little shit. But yeah.
Damn.
Bino trying to get us in trouble all the time, Chad. All the time.
Damn.
Putting everyone's careers in jeopardy. Bino, every day. Every day.
Damn.
I like how the pickle model is like the most expressive of all of them.
Well, there's
Let's
also a
just
new
update
update.
it.
So we updated
Yeah.
it now that the mouth moves.
If it's enjoying
We-
it clearly,
we
I
need
see the eyes
a-
also move more.
You need
Yes.
a nugget earth one.
This is the newest version of the Gremlin, so it's got new updates, new features, and new functionality that the other models did not have. Or the other
Yes,
versions
in
of
chat.
Gremlin didn't have.
You can change things on this model for $10.
Yep, the Gremlin model is getting more and more regular updates than the other models because of our stretch goal policy, which allows us to pay for more consistent updates because that's a better way to fund it. So the Gremlin model will only get better with time and get more advanced the longer we work on it.
Actually, I have a question for you, Kibbs. Unrelated to the model.
Yeah.
Can chat fund both of those pinups that they're voting on in the Chamber of Squeakwards?
They may. I will allow them to have the second one if they make tomorrow's goal today.
So there you go, chat.
We are $112 towards it. So if you want that second pinup as well, that one that Sal is painting, you can have the losing one as well. And you can save it from being deleted. If not, it will go to heaven. Blake posted some stuff he wants to cover in the thing. Remember, if you've got
Yes,
articles
there's
you'd
also
like
been
us
other
to,
posts.
if you've got articles you'd like us to take a look at, we can put it in the Bickering Bunch discussions and we will review it. Because here at the Fireside Chat, here in the Bickering Bunch, Chatfish tailor the news and information they get. Bear in mind, though, you will have to deal with my opinion. So, in my opinion, and my dog shit opinion often is, not always in alignment with everyone. So, I might have opinions that you guys might look at and go like, I don't like you.
Wow.
You're just gonna have to learn to
Blake
get over it.
says-
Japanese.
You're
Blake
gonna
says,
have
but
to learn
it's
to get
not
over
gay,
it.
so
You're
Kibbs
gonna-
won't look.
Said,
What?
Polly donates $10 and says, "What's the other Gremlin model? Can we see it? Sandwich me eugenics."
Oh, sure. I can show you before we move on to the next article. I have to remember what buttons they are because it's getting very complicated to manage
Thanks
this.
for the
Should I
donation,
start
man.
writing them down for you, Kibbs?
I'm gonna make a sheet and map it out. So let's see. This. Oh my god, you can have the Chinese stuff on top, but it adds
we
a
like
little
what it is.
hand.
Good.
That turns
Is
that
it
one off.
cursed?
So this is the other one, and it has this as an option too. Now the glasses, because we've updated the mouth with the new feature, you'll notice the glasses wiggle too much. They're not supposed to do that. Like, they're a little buggy. So there's a patch coming for them soon. Because look at them. Look at how jiggly they are.
Then perfect.
Because the glasses are supposed to change to help with the expression, by the way. So when I'm sad, they become depressing.
I like that they jiggle.
So yeah, that's why the glasses
Now,
are
I
supposed
d-
to move too.
Discord minimized.
Yeah.
Yep, I know.
Didn't pause the disc.
I know.
Now I do need to know something
know.
though, Kibbs.
But I gotta go back to
Since you
pickle.
can move your mouth left and right now.
I can also have the glasses on. Yeah.
Wow.
What happens when you move it to the right and the licking chatfish is on?
Well, you know what happens. You can.
Why are
guess.
the legs hairy? Because it's canonical.
Don't worry about it. I have hairy legs in real life. What did you think, Chat? You think I shaved my legs? Are you nuts? I've got a hairy chest. I'm a man, Chat. What did
So
you
Kibbs
expect?
is confirming that Aerith is
What
him.
did you
Got it.
expect?
Damn.
Aerith and Kibbs are the same.
Damn. We've seen nude pictures of Aerith. She don't have hair on those parts. She don't have hair on anywhere.
So there's
actually.
weren't
Took her head.
canonical pictures. Got it.
So,
Yeah.
what? What? Yeah. All right, chat. I'm going to kill all of you for no reason. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. We finished High Guard. We finished
Yaku
that?
Willing will
There's
never
new
hear about it
articles
ever
for you
again.
to grab, Kibbs.
That should be the last time we hear about it. The next time we probably will mention it, we'll probably be like, yeah, that dev worked for High Guard, so that's why this game died. That's that game.
Well,
Does it go full?
we now have a new term, high
Donate.
guard instead of Concord.
Yes. 25 Ron and says, "I got a raise today. Here's 10% Kib tax as a celebration.
Oh, good.
Fish liking good. Be no choice."
Fish licking good. Do you want the fish licking on? Was that a typo?
I guess.
I didn't quite pay enough for that.
We'll turn it on as an experiment.
Bino, you want cookie, right?
He's dead.
I'll speak for the beans then.
That's good.
That's very creepy with the fish licking the pickle.
Beautiful.
That sounds so
Oh
wrong.
no, it can go for the eyes now because the mouth and eyes are more expressive.
It's unfortunate. This is what happens when we get new features.
Well, chat, new fan idea. Pickle Kib's making out with a chatfish.
That's not an art piece I want to see ever made.
Yeah, that's incredibly cursed, frankly.
I think
Bino
Bino's
can
up.
draw it.
Beans like ding.
Oh my god, that's just... Oh god, the curseness of the... Oh.
Perfect. Florial's excited now.
It's just a pickle with a fish. Thank you
Now
for the nation, by the
Florial.
way, Mythical. Very generous. All right, so next up, the top 15 video games that destroy friendships, according to Den of Geek. All right, so
Well, this will be interesting.
the
I
first
thought this could be fun to go over.
Super Smash Bros. Is where friendly rivalries go to die. See, I don't know about that because, like, my friends, when, like, I got into fights with friends.
So it
over video games,
entirely
but not that.
depends on how they play and
Yeah.
what characters they play,
Yes.
because the balance is dog
What
shit
balance?
in Smash.
I would...
Because if you're a
it was
character that does
1v1,
projectiles, you were just cancer to play again.
or if I would play Bowser, I did this to my friends during the Wii version, I would use a very cheesy tactic that Nintendo had to patch out in later games where you would just win no matter what. You literally could not get close to Bowser without dying.
Yeah, the grapple.
Yeah, the grapple
take 'em
and
off
you
the
go,
edge.
go right off the edge, and because they died first before you...
So your friends were bad because that only works against heavy characters. If they played a light character, you can actually escape and you can jump and
Yeah.
and Bowser will die first.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
played a
work
lot of
as...
Smash.
I
You
know.
see, they already fighting, they not even playing.
Yeah.
Yes. Sonic was also another broken one because if you were good, you could just avoid everybody and just tap them all the time.
Damn Chatfish, you hear this? Fuzzy and Rapier aren't real gamers.
No, see,
They
Fuzzy's
play
dumb.
Nintendo games.
The most cancer characters were the ones that could spam projectiles, because there's nothing
Oh,
you could
yeah,
do.
for sure. I'm just pointing out other ones I fought against.
Now, the next game that will destroy Chatfish friendships is Mario Kart. Turn loved ones into enemies. Ah, my
I never
little
got
brothers.
frustrated at this one.
Is
Not-
this just Nintendo games?
Not Mario, but yeah. So
it's only been 2 so far.
so often little kids would be Nintendo games because Nintendo was known for being the game system that had couch co-op as like as a must thing, right? They pushed that hard more than any other company. That was the one good thing Nintendo did. And big thing what was it? The Mario game on the Wii? Oh my god, my two little brothers would fucking murder each other over that fucking game. And it was so much fun to play with them because I'd play as like the third character and you just pick up one of them and you chuck him into the lava and then Dylan would be like, "Meow!" They'd throw the Wiimote and I'd be like, "Oh, Mom, Dylan threw the Wiimote." And then like Mom would come and like, "Dad, Derek, got it, Rob." And I'd be like,
You're grounded for life.
and then Dev and I would look at each other and go like, being the big brother was amazing. Best part of being the eldest was being able to always put it so that the others would be blamed and yelled at. I miss those days.
My older brother chased me through the house with scissors, telling me, screaming he was gonna stab my eyes out.
That's amazing. I just chased my brothers around and tickled them to death.
He was serious too.
See, I never got that
Just
mad
had
at my
to nurse
brothers.
mine from heroin overdoses. God damn.
Damn, mine were like fucking like 10 years younger than me. Only overdosing they
Oh.
did was on sugar.
Which is still not good.
Chocolate candy. Chocolate candy.
Yeah,
Chatfish,
Mario
this is
Kart?
bullshit. They got childhoods and I didn't. I
Oh
demand a
my
refund.
Yeah, he was mad because I didn't want to wrap presents with him.
They never tell you that. But my dad tried to tell me that. It's like, the time you have right now is like they're going to be the best, like some of the moments you'll never forget in life. Like remember them and cherish them. And I'm glad I did. I'll never forget them. I still dream about them sometimes.
Do you also hate Kibbs because he had a nice, relatively well-adjusted childhood, Mamu?
No, because my family was richer.
His family was richer.
Damn.
Way richer.
By a metric shit ton. We were upper middle class, but we weren't rich. Well, I got called the rich boy at school because we were all,
The
lived
small
out in the rural
house my
side.
family had growing up was 12,000 square feet.
Yeah. We didn't have that kind of money.
That was one of them.
It's funny because, like, on the rural side, people, what they consider rich is so vastly different.
Yes. it
Well,
is.
Economies of scale are so different, and
Well, Polly, you can always pre-order a Beano.com slot.
Good old days.
Yeah.
It
Mario
helps.
Kart, I always found that one of the less frustrating ones
In
during my
Mario Kart,
childhood.
it depends on how competitive you are.
My favorite thing to do when like playing these kinds of games, it wasn't Mario Kart, but it was Crash Bandicoot, is I'd poke my dad in the side and he'd be like, eh, and then like he'd get mad and then he'd poke me in my side harder and it left a bruise.
Good. You
Left
deserve
a
it.
And
bruise.
Gibbs
Bro,
lost a
Gibbs.
kidney.
It's like, eh, my organs.
Damn it, Dad, that's $45,000. He just looks at you. Good.
Good. I can make another. That's what he usually would say. I can make another.
Yeah, that's a go-to for parents. I made you, I
Oh.
can make another just like you.
Replacement inbound.
Looks at the mom. No, never mind. She's all dried up.
Damn.
Can't
Damn.
make another.
Scroll, Gibbs.
All right, the next up is Madden NFL. I remember playing some Madden games on the PS2 with my friends. On the PS2, yeah, PS2. I never remember getting particularly mad. I just remember going like, I can't wait till I played my X amount of time I've allocated for this game so that I can make them play the game I want to play.
Yeah, I was never into these sports games almost at all.
I
Some of my
played like
friends were.
one football game.
Richer money, but richer
like,
spirit.
yeah.
Me spirit. Me richer than all. Like,
So
what?
having to nurse my 2 older brothers from heroin and cocaine overdoses.
Yeah, my brothers
problem.
didn't get into that. We were good kids. The only trouble
Look,
I
the
got
meme
up
of
into.
rich kids fuck around and do stupid shit is 100% accurate. By the way.
That's fair. But like the only time I got ever in trouble was because I had a girlfriend and I would always spend a lot of time with her is all I'm going to say. And that would get me in trouble. That would get me in trouble a lot because my parents were like, you need to be home by X amount of time. You need to be here. Blah, blah, blah. And I would just not listen because I'd just be like,
But Pinor wants whole.
But woman, I have woman. I have and so I just focused on woman. Yeah. Yeah.
And then she ruined him forever.
No. Just one of those things you do when you're younger. When you're
Yeah.
stupid. When you're Next
I like
up,
how Gibbs is talking in the past tense there.
Mario
Yeah.
Party
Mario
is
Party.
smiling while it steals from you. I only played Mario Party single player. I didn't have
Mario Party is just. We decided this game that you're fucked. The RNG.
the game
Like,
is going to
congrats,
fuck
you're
you
rolling
intentionally.
ones forever.
Damn. Florio is outraged. Femoids in Kib's life before Chatfish.
Multiple.
Yeah.
Try what? No way.
Yeah, there was
No.
Space
Billy,
Monkey says
Donnie.
Streamlabs.
Spunky Monkey. He's like, yeah. That's
He's
He
gonna
donates
spunk everywhere.
$4.20.
420.
Damn.
Do you want to cover Snowbreak being shut down because feminists wanted a distraction from their child-eating fanfics? Also, fantasized about killing women falling in love with men. Chinese feminists are extremely toxic.
What?
Yeah, you know what? Go ahead and grab that. That's actually I'm glad you bring
I
that
know
up.
nothing about that.
So
Post in discussions, Space
Yeah.
Monkey.
yeah, go ahead and post in discussions. We'll take a look at it. But yeah, that's actually something I wanted to talk about. I was just waiting for something to happen that would make it more relevant. But yeah, one thing we have yet to talk about is we always talk about wokeism in the West, but we never talk about how bad it's getting in the East because they also have it. It's also happening to them. Remember, it's a disease
It was there
of the
long
mind.
before it was here, by the way.
Yeah, and the big thing is Eastern feminism is like feminism from the West, but like on crack.
Yeah,
It's
no
really
different
bad.
or further than the 4B movement in Korea.
Like their birth rate is plummeting, and there's reasons for it plummeting. It's because movements like this are entirely propagated by the CCP to get them to stop procreating, so they go extinct. That is literally the purpose, so they can colonize them. That is literally what they're doing. Now I must put on the right hat. Now I must put on the right. Just like, work, yeah, bro.
Anime Acumen donates $10 and says, "Be Mario Party, be Luigi with bonus stars turned on. Make friends cry because he's doing the 4chan thing. Make friends cry because the bonus star balls you out every time. One throws the controller because he was in first."
Good.
Yeah. Stands there and wins the Luigi strap.
Being a pickle
Japan
is
is on
hard.
the verge of completing artificial womb and sex robots. No, they're not.
That will not
I
help
feel
their
like I've heard
population.
that news like a decade ago.
Yeah, that's not. I hate to break it to you, it's not happening.
Also, I think that's incredibly unethical. Okay, so like one thing that is incredibly important we should talk about is that at a childhood level, you're bullied. I was bullied and I also bullied kids. I did both. And that doesn't excuse me bullying.
Every kid does.
Yes, and it doesn't excuse it, right? It doesn't excuse it, but some of us did it. I don't know if everybody does it, but like I definitely did it. I know I remember who I bullied as a kid. And I also remember the people who bullied me as a kid. I remember both. But at the same time, I don't hold it against them because, you're a kid, you grow up, you move on. It just happens. In fact, I'm actually cool with a couple of those guys, actually. We're actually friends now. So the thing is that when it comes out, like, it's a different stage, right, of life. You learn and you grow up and you learn, et cetera, et cetera. When it comes to this, like, artificial womb thing, having your parents be divorced, like, because that happened to me, was things that people made fun of me for. Just like I had a friend named Will, and his mom died, and people would make mom jokes at him. Like, it's cruel, it happens, and it's part of life. But at the same time, if you have kids that are vat grown, oh my god, you think bullying is bad now? It's only going to get worse. I think it's unethical to vat-grown children, mostly because it's not natural. Like,
We don't
we
call
should,
them children.
Well,
we call
the
them
technology
leverage.
just doesn't exist to bring them to a viable baby. So.
yes, and we should breed and procreate normally, because if we start
Um,
offsetting that to machines, like, what the fuck? It's wrong. It just doesn't feel right. Women
Hmm.
and men should have kids, and they should have them in an atomic family structure, nuclear family structure, because it's the best. It is the best. As a child who grew up in technically two of them, it's double the best. It's double, especially when it works. But like, but yeah, no.
the only
Hold on, Bino. The big thing is when it comes down to it, like, we should not be vat growing people. It's just wrong. It's not right. Just make kids normally. Don't discriminate if it happens to the child that it unfortunately happens to. It is unfortunate, but like, do not vat grow them. That's just wrong.
the the only use I could see for an artificial womb, and it's a very specific scenario.
It should be medical, right? Mom died and they managed to save the baby or something.
I know, yeah, that's true. But like, I'm saying, like, it's not. That's a very small usage. I think like large scale. The only large scale I could see is if like some alien race like appears in like still literally like teleports all the women to the sun. Like, haha, you don't have women anymore, and then they go back.
That's
Go away.
pointless, Bino.
Okay,
Because we're dead as a
yeah, but
species if that happens anyways.
no, because if you have the artificial wombs, you can bring back women. You get
No,
me?
we won't have
We
eggs.
you can make eggs out of sperm because we have the X chromosome. But that's the single use that I thought of to avoid that
Alright, Bino.
specific
To
doomsday.
This is
get
getting
off
retarded.
this topic, Albine, you had a Beano's choice.
We're moving on. So, more importantly, back to Mario Party. GoldenEye. Never played it. Actually, no, I did play it.
GoldenEye was cancer sometimes.
I had fun with the GoldenEye.
Beano's choice is Cookie, I've decided.
No, I'm looking.
GoldenEye could be cancer, specifically because there was some character that would just perfectly blend in with the maps, or, Oddjob was always a go-to. Because he had a much smaller
GoldenEye.
hitbox than everyone else.
GoldenEye is for children. The real men play Conquer Bad Fur Day multiplayer.
GoldenEye
Bino yet
kind of
again showing
created
how
the
much of a furry
multiplayer
he is.
thing, Kit Albine.
What do you mean?
GoldenEye pretty much kick-started the multiplayer thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's where the 4-player, like, shoot each other up bang bang games started, really. GoldenEye was the first. GoldenEye was also one of the first, along with Perfect Dark Zero, to finally really show that shooters can maybe do it. Because shooters before then on console were all over the place. Like, genuinely. And it mostly came down to the fact that GoldenEye had an auto-aim system. And the auto-aim system is really the big thing that really made a huge difference there.
Yup.
And that's when auto aim became more prominent in shooters. Not that I don't think it was around before, but auto aim and assisted aim in general in console games became far more prevalent because they realized that it helped significantly, especially because analog controls weren't perfected yet. And like, yeah, that's just kind of how it be.
And then the slapping matches started when people accused you of screen stealing or sniping.
Yeah.
Screen
my God.
sniping, yeah.
Okay, so Bino has decided he wants to get his own little pocket fish.
We call them screen
On
peekers
Twilight
up here.
Princess.
Screen peeking. You're screen peeking.
Chat, you can help Albine get his pocket fish on Twilight Princess.
Lock your eyes to your screens. If I catch those eyes moving too far,
Looking at a 480p 4x3 screen, bitch. Where do you want me to
Screen
look?
cheater.
what do you want me to look?
You gotta get the little piece of cardboard
In
to
your
set up.
corner, you get your 80 pixels. You
Look
get
at
your
the corner. Look at your corner.
Then
Yeah.
there's that game that came out called like Screen Cheat, which is the entire point is that it's that because your character models are invisible.
That's a gimmick.
It is a gimmick.
Now,
The game that ruined my friendships were Super Mario, Mario Kart 64.
Monopoly.
Monopoly made me mad at my
Yeah,
stepdad.
but if you play video game Monopoly, you're gay. It has to be the board game.
Yeah, it was a board game Monopoly though. Board game Monopoly made
Yeah.
me hate my stepdad for a bit. It made
Board
me-
game Monopoly taught me that it's morally correct to take advantage of people with properties.
Buy the Browns, chat.
I
No.
had many board games at
You
home.
buy the browns, the light pinks, and then you get
Oh,
the blues.
Yeah.
Call of Duty.
Now I don't remember this actually causing issues with friendships. At this point, we'd all matured well enough that blasting each other was normalized.
This is when the gamer words started.
Yes.
This is when
This
we
is
got
peak
lovely
era.
terms like noob tubes.
This is like Call of Duty
started
Modern
calling
Warfare
people,
2, Modern Warfare 1. Good shit.
This was the era
must
when
have
I
liked
started
one.
calling people dumpster Mexicans.
Oh, nice.
Damn.
I don't know why my brain came
Probably
up with
gets a
it, but it
membership.
did.
Thanks for getting a membership, Hoolit. But yeah, this is peak. This is peak right here. Chat, you see this shit? This shit's peak. Snaps open
Now I would say
monster.
Counter-Strike was what
Snaps
was
open.
worse with that because
It
you
blew
could,
my mind in Modern
flashbang
Warfare
teammates.
OG when they did the kill cam for the grenades. I was like, what?
Oh, here's Ghost's model now.
Oh, when
Mm.
people would start doing the throwing knife tricks of like bouncing it off things, and then they do at the
Mhm.
end, and like everybody would just start fucking jumping when it happened too. Like people would like, "Ah," because
I
they're like
got,
freaking out.
I got a very sick throwing knife throw once, Q once, and it was basically like I threw. I was trying to hit a guy inside the building, right? And I threw a knife through the window, and some guy like in the first floor killed me, and then like I see through my kill cam that my knife that like went there and bounced a few walls and hit and killed the guy that killed me. Like that was my favorite, like my best one. I never got another one of those, by the way.
But Call of
That's
Duty
exactly
wouldn't
why.
destroy friendships. It would like
No.
No, it
strengthen
made
them.
friendships.
Yeah, these were
Yeah.
pizza. Oh
Now,
my god, new ghost model.
Counter-Strike was the thing that would fuck over.
Counter-Strike
Yeah.
would kill
Griefing in that is
friendships.
cancer.
Yeah.
Yes.
God, Counter-Strike
Up,
has.
you're
I do not
flashbanged
like
and now
its
you're dead.
gameplay.
Enjoy sitting out for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Its recoil system, a lot of it just bore so many frustrations in one wrong move, and you're
Bullet
screwed.
penetration was amazing in Modern Warfare. The fact that you could shoot through walls if you knew somebody was there, I love that shit. Ever since that like penetration of like walls and stuff not being in shooters, like
Wall banging.
Modern Warfare
Yeah.
ruined me. Because before then I didn't mind. After Modern Warfare, it was like everything has to have like overpenning where you can shoot through like tin walls and stuff. Because it's the coolest goddamn thing.
But Call of Duty did it in a way where it was executed well. Part of it was a novelty initially, but also just that old school original COD gameplay loop before they ruined it in the modern
It was
day.
the
It was so
golden
much
age
fun.
of COD back then, and it'll never come back.
Oh man.
Yes.
You could cheese the one-on-one deathmatch to grind camos.
Yep.
Before they patched
Oh.
that, I got gold on all my favorite
Oh
guns.
my god, you guys
I
remember?
still
Oh.
remember my lobbies having people who were trying to boost in them.
My
What?
my favorite were the act lobbies where all of a sudden care packages became nukes, and it was a race to steal care packages.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
One
Dude, it was so
fun.
fun.
The 1v1
beating
me
the shit out
bros
of
were
the
amazing.
boosters.
Do you remember that? we'd
Oh,
this-
yes.
we'd have our
1v1 me,
entire
bro.
we'd have our entire live call, right? We'd play a match and call it COD, because I used to hang out with like almost every group in school. But the jocks, whenever I played with them, they loved COD, and they were the group that played COD, and so the jocks would be playing, so I joined them in COD games, and we would match up against people where there would be other people in the other match who'd be like shit talking, and like, oh, there's this guy, his name is Logan, and former Ghost reminds me so much of Logan. It's not even funny,
Oh,
but like.
What do you mean
Logan,
by
like
this?
somebody, like he got challenged to a duel, and it was like the most like big honor thing ever, right? Because like everybody showed up in the spectate lobby, and we're here to watch, and we're all watching, and their group of friends are all watching from their school, because we're in two different school groups, right? So we don't remember. That was like on the other side of the country, and like, and Logan fucking kills this motherfucker in the 1v1 thing, and then 1v1 rematch thing happens, and then he kills him again, and we're just fucking screaming. It was so wild. We were retarded. But like it was
Yeah.
amazing. It's
Wait,
like a
more?
completely different era.
Or
Because it used to be like I don't know if it still is, but it used to be like an honor thing. Like it was
It's
like
not
a
anymore.
it's like a flex
was-
thing.
the last
It
time
was
I
an
did a
ego
1v1 was
thing.
against Fuzzy. He
Fuzzy.
lost.
Fuzzy's like no honor. He's just like sad and hunched over.
The problem with 1v1s in Call of Duty is that it's kind of like, yeah, who finds each other first, basically. Like,
Yeah, but
I also
it's
learned
still
that
skill.
Manu is actually very good at Halo Combat Evolved.
Shmormu. Good. But yeah. Let's see the next
the one
video.
thing I like doing Call of
It's
Duty
another.
was...
It's another.
All right,
sports
nobody here's played FIFA, right?
Game. No.
I played FIFA.
Skip.
Fuck.
I hate
Okay, no one here
All
value
right,
played
Bino,
FIFA.
what is
the issue, okay, basically, like, okay, my experience with playing FIFA, right, is that, like, I had a few friends, and, like, we're playing FIFA, like, I was like, ugh, I just find it boring, but I played with them. And all I did was commit, like, violence acts in the video game, and, like, my characters get the red card. Because that's what was the only fun for me. And then, like, I played another game, I played a fighting game against them, and like they were super horrible. And then it's coming like, yeah, no, we only play FIFA, man. We only play FIFA and Guitar Hero. And I was like, what? You guys never played even, I don't know, God of War? It's like, no. There was one guy that was even worse because like, I don't like playing games that have to make me think, you know. So he only played Guitar Hero because he just looked at it and did the things.
Yep.
I was like, damn.
Bino only liked one-handed
I mean,
games.
to be fair, the PS2 era was the biggest era in gaming history, I think, for like casuals.
Yes.
it still is.
Because the PS2 era, everyone had a PS2. Like everyone and their mom had a PS2. If
Over
they didn't,
5,000 games were made for
Mhm.
the PS2.
PS2 is one of the largest libraries in gaming history. It also doesn't.
It's the
just have-
largest
yeah, it has one of the
outside of PC gaming.
Yeah.
Insane.
Semantics, but it's the biggest thing since sliced bread. It was used by the Iraqi government for their war computers. That was funny. Yeah, fun
That's
fact.
how that went.
Yeah, they actually
Okay.
bought the units to convert them for like government use before the Iraqi government was toppled. But yeah, fun factoid. But yeah, so the PS2 was huge. It was everywhere for a while. It was a different era. Like everyone had it, old people had it, young people had it. The only time you ever saw something like that where people talked about things was during the 7th gen era when Minecraft came out. And then that was another weird point in gaming history where everyone was talking about it. The neighbor Terry was talking about it. And like everybody, old people talked about Minecraft. And it was due to the fact that, in my opinion, and I said it back then, I'll say it now, it's just Legos, but video game. Lego
Mhm.
game.
Yeah.
And on the 360, it made it really easy for you to play with like your kids or your nephews or things like that.
Yep, it's got 4-player split screen, and people can join multiplayer lobbies with people. So it was pretty big. I remember playing it with a lot with one of my exes at the time and a bunch of other dudes. Like we would play Minecraft pretty avidly, and I'd play with my like little bros. They had their own worlds and stuff. Yeah, it was wild.
Kibus enters one of his little bros words, and like all the villagers are being squeakified and like tortured. Like, what happened?
I
This
think
place
that was
so
before
wholesome.
villagers were patched in. I don't know if they ever added those to the 360 version. Remember, villagers weren't like a thing for a good while. Eventually they were, but they were kind of useless.
I think it's funny that the villagers are just human Squidward.
Basically.
Yes, Space Monkey. The PS2 actually does have the biggest library. Wii has a lot of slop games, but the Wii is one of those underrated consoles that I think aged well because its games are fun. The good games that are the gems for the Wii are amazing. The Wii is
Also,
Mostly
the games
Nintendo.
that actually
Genuinely an
made
awesome
good
console.
use of motion controls were awesome. There's a
Yeah.
lot of slop that's just it feels horrific.
the game that
to
comes
play.
with the Wii, fucking Wii Sports rocks. You know, it's just
Wii
genuinely
Sports is good. I actually
Galaxy
there's like
1
Red
and 2 were
Steel or
good.
something. I love that game.
yeah. The Wii is a
Oh,
solid
God, yep.
platform.
You know, one game that I liked, but like it was just a demo. Not even a demo. It was just like showing off like that little like thing that you could put the controller on to make it like a rifle. It was that Zelda shooting game that they had. So like, make the controller a rifle and then you play the crossbow game with Link. It's like it was pretty fun.
Next game.
Is Halo. I can tell just from the
Yeah.
top, and it's the
Yeah.
remaster graphics too.
Yes.
Halo Forge Competitive
Halo.
Chaos. Yeah, Forge maps were amazing because it allowed users to be creative and build things and like have their own custom maps.
I liked building Forge maps for
So-
Reach's invasion mode.
Yeah, Reach
I
had
played
the best Forge mode, in my opinion.
Actual original Halo Combat Evolved on PC a good bit,
Yeah, same.
Yep.
and here's my experience and why like I agree that it could ruin things. See, I'd play with my brother. He would host the game, and I had the slow computer, so he'd hop into the game, grab all the power weapons, and then I'd connect, and then he'd just be him killing me over and over again.
That's
my God.
awesome. For your brother. He's like
Halo CE is why every time I hear Link, my brain starts playing the stupid Link is here to save the Princess Zelda. It just fucking screams it at the top of its lungs.
Oh my God.
What are you talking
It's
about?
Hyrule Fields was the map.
Never
Oh.
saw it.
Anime Acumen
Yeah.
donates $5. It says Minecraft with multiple people sneak off and dump lava in a random forested area. Oh, I didn't know how that fire started. I was digging a hole.
doing that. Oh, I
Yeah,
dug a
sure.
tunnel under my brother's or not my brother. My best friend at the time, his brother, Derek's house, and I dug a tunnel and was secretly placing TNT all underneath his house. I got over like 100 units. Then I set it off when he was online from a distance, and it detonated, and like he fucking blew a gasket. I was a bad person for doing that. I honestly, it was a real
Was?
dick move. Like
Did he know it
Oh,
was
that-
you?
like he got me back. Honestly he did. But I deserved it. Like genuinely is one of those things where it was like it was so funny at the time. But I feel so bad in retrospect.
Oh,
Like,
that was
it was such a
one of the
nice
worst.
house too, and I just blew it up. And I knew in the back of my mind when I was doing it, I'm like, this I shouldn't do it. Don't do it. And then I clicked the button and I immediately was like, this is gonna have ramifications. It's gonna have ramifications. It did.
And so the
just
Cold
couldn't
War
resist.
went hot.
Basically, it turned into a war of destroying each other's epic creations. We had built a ton of monuments on that world. And so it just
they all
consisted
got
of
destroyed.
sabotaging, destroying them, dramas unfolding, people blaming each other because nobody told the truth. And so everybody starts blowing each other's stuff up. It killed that world, effectively.
Yeah, Halo. Yeah, that was my favorite multiplayer shooter easily. I've had so many hours in that, especially in the Forge maps. Did it destroy friendships? Maybe in one, but less so in the other ones. One could get maybe during that time because that was very early couch co-op. So obviously you were, if you got blown up with a rocket, your friend was right there next to you. Yeah, you can knuckle punch him with.
You know a game that destroyed the friendship I have? It was a funny little thing. Skyrim. Funny enough. I had a friend that liked to play Skyrim, but he was kind of bad at it. And one day I was laughing so hard at him sucking at the game that that was what ruined the friendship. And it didn't help that he was running from some dwarven max in the ruins, and he got on fire, and his character went up the elevator and did a new loading zone. But it saved when it saved in the new zone, and as soon as he enters the new zone, he dies because of the fire. but the auto load puts him back on the on the elevator dying. So like he was just looping, dying, and loading, looping, dying, and loading, and like he had to basically press very fast the start button to leave, right? But me laughing maniacally didn't help, and like it was pretty funny though. It's one of my favorite Skyrim memories.
This is a recent one we did. Among
Oh,
Us.
yeah.
We actually originally I was a game I was never gonna play. Then chat funded it and we streamed it and we played it with chat. And it was actually, it was actually pretty fun. Like it's genuinely a good
It
game.
was fun.
Like you can like blame each other. It's a game that I would say you want to play with friends only because it's more fun to like fuck with people you know than some random schmuck.
Randoms
Yeah.
absolutely ruin the game. 'Cause
Yeah.
I've
Remember
played it
when
a
that,
good bit with randoms. It is just fucking annoying to play.
that one lemon ship when lemon fish got into the game with us, and no one knew the guy, right? So like he gets into the game, sees Cao killing someone, he's like, "Hey, Cao killed someone," and like Cao like, "No, I didn't. He's the killer." And like because he was a lemon fish, everyone's like, "Yeah, that's probably the killer."
And then he gets jettisoned. The lemon fish into space.
Oh my god! I like
Shame
playing
the
3D one.
3D version of the game is like trash.
Yeah, the voice chat tracking was.
Yeah, they also just like
was bad.
went. They did a lot of really questionable things with it.
Oh yeah, they
Really,
fucked
I
up
don't
the
know that.
3D one. Yeah, because they're making
Real
a
bad.
3D Among Us, and it looks
Well,
good.
they did a VR one, and then
And-
they just made it. Okay, we're gonna make a non-VR version, but then they're like, also we're gonna put in a bunch of like censorship shit, and like if you say certain things in VEC chat, it's gonna instant ban you. It's like what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
It
that's
killed
kinda
the game. It killed the game. Yep.
They are very lefty. The Among Us people are very yeah.
Never played Overcooked though.
Oh, good.
That is a I'm gonna
Oh.
scream at you because you're fucking up the order.
Yes.
It's a
Is-
very
Is it
stressful
Hell's
game.
Kitchen Simulator? Okay.
It's just
Basically,
Hell's Kitchen
yes.
Simulator, yeah.
This is one I'm curious to see keeps playing on stream.
This could
Oh,
be
it'd be
fun.
cancer. It could
Show,
be.
Look,
There's a second one. There's an Overcooked 2.
Show also said she would be up to play that one.
Maybe we'll
yeah,
do that
'cause
after
Show wants
Stardew
to-
Valley.
Show wants to be a menace and get in the way. That's
She's
why.
a little shit, is what you meant to say. Can't say the other
Yes,
word, or I'll get in trouble.
She would out the ditch, yes.
Yes.
this is why women.
The game that
should
doesn't
bitch
have
and-
individual progress. It's all purely how much you complete as a team. Show would want to sabotage and be
Yeah,
competitive.
Yeah, I could definitely see that one person that stands in the center of, oh, you want to get across?
It's like, and now we lose. We have to redo the mission.
So, what? Start screaming. Next. League of Legends. Next. Rocket League. Rocket League was good. There's nothing to say.
Okay. Back to League of Legends for a second after you guys finish this.
Okay.
I have a funny
we
story.
must.
Why are they
I
showcasing the
lost-
mobile version of League?
Ooh, it's garbage. I lost a friendship over this because one time we were like in a full match, right? And like me and 3 other friends or something like that. And they was like, "Oh my god, I'm going to go up in the rank or whatever it was." And like we all look at each other like through the game like that. We are about to win and through the game just so that the guy would lose his placement thing to gold or whatever. Oh my god, we heard that for like 2 whole years before he stopped talking to.
You destroyed your
These kinds
friendship
of
with that,
games
Bino.
are
Bad.
just dog shit to play with randoms.
Now,
Yeah.
this game, Rocket League, this was a good game. Then they removed it from Steam because of Epic, and I never thought about it again.
Yeah,
I
I
forgot
definitely
to
played
do
a
that.
decent amount of competitive in Rocket League with a friend of mine. We did duos, and we never really got angry over it. So this one puzzles me a little bit.
Yeah,
It doesn't
Rocket
come
League is a
across-
lot of fun, but they removed
Yeah,
it from
it-
Steam because of Epic, and I've never seen or heard about it again.
That's
I
why
love my
ruined
Steam review I left on
friendships.
that.
I played it very early. I didn't think it was that fun when I played it.
It's
but
fun
I
to
played
play
it
with
fun.
friends.
Yeah,
Just
it's a very
"Rah,"
fun
driving
game.
around with the little cars smacking into the ball.
See, I got people mad at me when I played with friends because I would ram people.
Like,
You were one of those high class people.
I would blow up people. It's much easier to get a goal if the other players are dead. Just saying.
It is.
Oh my god, he treated it like Burnout Revenge.
Look,
Mm,
it all comes back to Burnout Revenge.
It's the right way to play, though.
PS2.
that's
Yeah,
not.
this is a game you can still have fun with even if you lose. So I can't really agree on it.
Now, let me
from
guess.
personal
Bino
reasons.
knows fighting games, don't you, Bino? Because you're
Yeah.
Brazilian.
You know, you
Yeah.
recognize those
You're a
half-naked men,
stereotype.
don't you?
I don't really like Tekken though.
He
The only
preferred
people I've ever
Primal
met
Rage.
that like fighting and sports games are like black people and Brazilians.
God fucking damn.
I'm
I
Mexican.
remember like I used to go to the arcade to play like the stream crashed for me. I don't know if it's my internet or
It's
Your
your
internet.
internet.
it's my internet.
All right, Bino died.
Next, thankfully.
Oh, look, Minecraft.
We talked about Minecraft. You can quietly destroy alliances.
Well, you know
No.
what? We have the Kib story, so you already know a good story
Yeah.
of why.
Yeah.
There he is.
And then he introduced nuclear missiles, and all of a sudden it's the Cold War until someone decides to launch, and then the whole server gets destroyed.
Now the devs for Medieval 3 Total War did a like hour
Yes, we have
and a
quite a
half
few things.
long thing. I'll just
But-
mention it. I posted it, but I have to
Yes,
go.
I already
unfortunately.
posted that one.
So you guys have a good one.
Take
Have a good
care.
Thank you,
Bye,
Morty.
Morty.
Oh,
So
I was about
before
to say,
we
hope
get-
you like your avatar.
Yeah, if you want to
We're coming
just
to
kind
the
of
live
skim
show.
through that.
We will, in fact,
You know what? We'll do this one last.
Yeah, because there's a lot.
Yeah.
So there's this about the Chat GPT thing.
Is
I
that
was
is
reading
that
about
actually going to
this.
be an hour? Okay, maybe we'll save that for tomorrow. Actually, holy fuck! No,
I'm off tomorrow, if you-
no, I don't feel like doing that because that's a lot.
Now, I've been reading into this one over the past few days.
We'll
And-
cover it tomorrow, I think. OpenAI loses 1.5 million subscribers in less than 48 hours after CEO Sam Altman says yes to the deal that Anthropic rejected.
Now, there is a small update. Anthropic is back in talks with the Department of Defense, so keep in mind this is a live update story.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, as to this, there is a by Sam Altman's own admission a rush deal with the Department of Defense to use ChatGPT and OpenAI's LLMs for the Department of Defense and Pentagon work. We don't know what, because for obvious reasons, top secret. And one thing they didn't clarify, were they going to collect all the data and all the searches and everything that everybody's been using? They were concerned about surveillance and collecting search results and stuff like that on people. And hence, people started unsubscribing on various
You
App
mean
Store.
the Department
People
of
have been dropping.
War?
Oh, sorry. Just reading the article. Department of War. If only we can draw on the screen. I write war there. But Department of War. I don't blame them for wanting to look at a deal with OpenAI. Obviously, if there is a private company that can help them, they're going to do it. The problem is there's no privacy guarantees, and this is a very rushed deal that, for obvious reasons, Sam Altman is jumping on in order to hopefully stabilize the future iceberg crash that he's going to run into he's just desperate to save OpenAI, and one of the few ways is huge amounts of government money. And what's one of the few organizations that will pay big bucks for government contractors? Well, the Pentagon. And the intel agencies. Will this save him? Well,
Hope not.
that's a lot of subscribers, because that's what, a good couple that's what, $100 million they just lost right then and there? I'd have to look at the costs. I think it's what, $20 a month some of them go for?
Yeah.
So-
Altman is kind of like a real shit, in my opinion. This whole AI debacle that's been going on for the last few years has been nothing but a nightmare. It has done nothing but negatively impact, I think. The only things it's actually really helped has been like search engine functionality, and
Mhm.
like
It's
that's
literally just
it.
that.
Like
Yeah, to give a bit of background on this, of why this is so controversial, LLMs, generative AI, are subsets of a subset. The overall umbrella is machine learning, which is not all of its neural network models, and out of neural network models, LLMs, which is natural language processing, and generative AI are future subsets of subsets. These are very new fields that are still being developed of what can we do with it, and these fields are getting the lion's share of the investment money, and they're desperate to stabilize. And just, well, I'm just laughing at this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm laughing at OpenAI because I would honestly not expect this to be what's gonna cause people to finally unsubscribe. I was hoping, ideally, you would want to, okay, this is just not worth it. Unsubscribe. I'm not getting the results I was hoping for. But
To be honest,
hey,
like I use a lot of AI, but like ChatGPT even. But it's based like it's a very good like a new Google quote unquote for what I need. Because like for example, I'm learning new like programs and shit like that. When I have an error, I just throw the error on ChatGPT because Google doesn't work anymore for searches for me. You know what I mean? And often Google sends me the wrong results, so that's what I'm using ChatGPT for. I don't use it for anything political, anything like that, anything that could be like tampered with. Like I don't use. I just use it for like searching like errors on programs, like or this or that. You know what I mean?
We'll
yeah.
cover the
That is
medieval
very good. It's
stream.
not worth $20 a month though, so that's why.
Yeah, as to Anthropic rejected it because, well, they don't want the surveillance. It's like, yeah, you can use our tech, but not for surveillance, and you can't exactly just take all this data from people that they themselves a lot of the time don't always ethically collect.
This is new. This is
Yes,
new.
the two themes from Fuzzy are new in the.
We will
thing
cover
I
the medieval
posted.
thing today, just because, like, if I don't do it today, I'll do it for a billion hours tomorrow.
You'll forget.
All right, so next up is, yeah, so that's done.
Also, Space Monkey D put that thing about Snowbreak or whatever in the discussions.
Oh, did he? I will cover my screen
No,
if
he
he DM'd.
DM'd you. Yeah.
Spunky monkey. He's like, spunky monkey. He's just a monkey. If you have a link to an article, I have a picture of it. I don't doubt that it happened, but it's also good to have articles as proof. Okay.
Now,
Gotta
India,
cite
what
your
what was
sources.
going through your head when you drew that Hans face?
It's hands.
You mean
You mean
ketchup?
ketchup?
He
We
prefers
said at the
ketchup.
same time.
India's dead to me. Now, Stellar Blade dev reportedly looking to go independent from Sony. Stellar Blade developer Shift Up could be considering a move toward independence from Sony. Stellar Blade became one of the biggest PlayStation releases in 2024 and sold more than 1 million copies within just 2 months of its launch on the platform. Players were fascinated by its unique sci-fi world where they stepped into the shoes of Eve and fought to reclaim a post-apocalyptic Earth from alien creatures, known as the Naytiba, or Naytiba. However, Stellar Blade's journey did not end there. Shift Up eventually brought Stellar Blade to PC, where it proved to be a massive hit yet again, selling more than 1 million copies in just a few days alone. This positioned the game as one of the most successful PlayStation exclusives to ever arrive on PC at the time. After its strong performance, reports suggest that Shift Up is now exploring plans to expand it beyond PS5 and PC to a wider audience. Fans believed that the developer was aiming to step away from PlayStation umbrella, and now it seems like that move could finally be unfolding before our very eyes. My god. Shift Up has reportedly revealed new plans, as spotted by Game Mecca, that will help the studio expand its position as a full-fledged game publisher. The studio says that it's gearing up for a major push in the international market and aims to expand itself as publishing capabilities to better support its games across consoles and PC. To support this transition, the company is actively hiring a range of new positions in areas such as marketing, PR, and localization. With these steps, Shift Up seems to be preparing itself to move beyond Sony's publishing support, which handled the release of Stellar Blade. Currently, Shift Up is working on the Stellar Blade sequel, which was first revealed back in May of 2025. So far, the developer hasn't released any details on the game of what can be expected to and see in terms of the game's narrative, characters, and its features. However, a recent earning report from Shift Up has confirmed that the development on the project is progressing in a well-structured manner, and it is evaluating plans to reveal more details soon. The expected launch window for the game is before 2027, and as things stand, the title still does not have a publisher officially attached to it. This is unfortunate. Science. If Shift Up is trying to expand its position, blah, 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 blah. Okay, no, that's particularly important at the bottom there. But yeah, so basically they're decided to break up from Sony and try to push their own game. This might be a result of Sony censorship stuff. Entirely possible, because Sony is pretty heavy on the censorship, which might have scared off this studio. As we all know, Arrowhead is feeling the same way. It's not the only company to feel this way too. So them doing it, Arrowhead is also doing it with the future game, meaning that they're only supporting Helldivers under Sony, but they have no intention to develop another game for Sony either. So that's 2 studios, and 2 successful studios, both of them shifting away from Sony as a whole. That's pretty interesting.
I mean, I wish them luck.
Genuinely.
They're not releasing games on PC anymore. Also, there's stuff about not releasing the games anymore. Wait, what? They said at the bottom? They didn't just add that at the last second, did they? Or did I read that?
Oh, yeah, I have
my brain.
I think I posted.
Recent reports have also suggested that Sony's approach to first-party games ports on PC might be changing. Ah, yes, Sony is backpedaling, with claims that the company could scale back that strategy and return to console exclusives. Sony reportedly is unsure about the overall success of PC releases, and believes that they did not meet expectations in such a case. They are fucking lying, by the way. Helldivers 2 outsold PlayStation release, and so did this game. Again, Sony is fucking up. Sony is actually backpedaling to start the console wars again. Leave it to Japan. Leave it to Japan to just continually fuck with everything.
They can't control it, that's why.
They got a gajillion billion fucking Helldivers 2 sales that prints money regularly. They had Stellar Blade, which printed a decent chunk of money too. Nothing to sneeze
Now, the big
at.
thing here is, Kibbs, they released their new God of Slop games, and they didn't do as well because people saw that they were trash games.
You know why they didn't do as well? It's because their games suck.
Yeah.
And because of that, they say the PC market's just not good enough because we can't control what people say on there.
Oh, it's a control thing. Yeah, so
It's
Japan,
a control thing.
Japan has this thing, or well, not Japan, not the Japanese people. Japanese corporations are actually more notorious for censorship than Western corporations, because they even censor feedback, critical talking, and stuff like that. If you ever wanted to know where Cyberpunk is inspired by Japanese corporations, mostly because it is a dystopia over there. The corporations have way too much power and are often actually genuinely evil. Hence where the whole cyberpunk, like aesthetic being very influenced by Japan is entirely true. Because these corporations are incredibly censorious, not towards like just content in general, but they're also just people. Any sort of feedback or reviews, they do not like public discourse. They do not want you communicating. They do not want you to hear your opinion. And they, God forbid, do not want you to talk to other people. That's why they don't have like reviews and things like that. Like last time I checked. I don't know if the Sony store still is that same way, but it might not be.
According to what Schreier reported, because he's one of the few people with the pedigree to where insiders are willing to tell him this stuff is, and I think it's the article, one of the 2 I posted, since we're already on this. Another factor behind Sony's pivot may be Microsoft's next Xbox, which is rumored to use Windows and capable of playing PC games. Some executives at PlayStation may not be thrilled at the prospect of one of the company's flagship games like God of War running on the Xbox console.
They're stupid.
Which a lot of this is speculation, but it makes sense.
It makes sense in that regard, like from a corporate standpoint, but it's stupid from a business standpoint. So the big thing here, right? This is the natural evolution of things, and I've said this for years, actually decades now. I've said this for a very long time. The natural evolution of consoles will just to become a PC. Xbox has finally realized that. If that's actually true, that means my prediction from a decade ago was accurate. Yes, the next stage in evolution for consoles is either the Switch direction of becoming handheld and portable, or it's the other direction of just becoming a PC. If Xbox just becomes a PC you can buy, where you can plug it in and you can play PC games and Steam and all that, That's the next evolution. That's where consoles should be going. That is the next step for consoles. It's to become a PC. The technology's advanced far enough. It's time to just get with reality. That's where Xbox One should have been. That's where PS5 should have been. They should have been that after 7th gen. 8th gen should have just been PCs. But they didn't want to do that. 7th gen should have been the last age of the console. 7th gen, or the traditional console. Because 7th gen is the last age of it. Because for all intents and purposes, 8th gen is just a PC with shackles. It is just a worse platform. The Xbox One and the PS5 are just worse platforms. They're worse than their predecessors too. Like, they just don't have functionality like they used to. And that's the reality. Things need to go further. And so you have two options. Revitalize the PSP system platform. The PSP was a genius thing. I don't know why they canceled it. It was genuinely ahead of its time. They were literally ahead of Nintendo there. They were genuinely ahead, and they fucked themselves. Oh my god, I can't believe it. The PSP system is so incredibly advanced. And then they fucked themselves. It just blows my fucking mind, dudes. But like, the Sony, you cannot
Sony.
release the PS6 or whatever, cannot be just the PS5 again. The PS5 shouldn't have been that. The PS4 shouldn't have been that. It should have been literally, welcome to the PlayStation console. You can play Steam on it. You can play EA Play on it. You can put GOG on it. But this is the Sony's first PC. Here you go. It's got some cool knickknacks that no other PC can do. It's got some great movie features and stuff like that. It's like super plug and play with like movies. It's got, great catalog of movies, music, blah, blah. It's all this. A home entertainment system like no other. But no. Fun fact, the PlayStation can actually do a lot of those things right now. But basically just becoming a PC interface, but in a console format, literally unshackles the last remaining thing that's holding them back from being at their peak. The peak of personal computers is being a PC. Nothing should be smaller than that.
And to drive home the point of how the scale of how stupid Sony's decision is, assuming the insider reports are true, when you control for the life cycle point of the consoles and compare it to the sales of the previous generations, they're just flat out behind, and the PC share of the market is growing. Sony is losing out on its, to be blunt, only real growth section here, and it's twofold of why the sales aren't, and the return on investments aren't where they perceive to be, or not even a fraction of what they perceive to be very picky about the wording. One, their PCs, their porting studio, they're getting better. I mean, they did have an hour ahead condense the file size and take off 130 gigs. And two, let's face it, when you put them on Steam and you put the Sony games next to other single-player games, guess what? We have options on the PC platform. You have to make your games worth it, otherwise we'll just take our money elsewhere. And on top of Sony, again, going with the $70 format, a lot of the games just aren't worth it.
Yeah.
So it's a two-pronged 1-2 punch for Sony. Fix the quality of your ports, and also make your games more fun.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, so the big thing with PlayStation is, again, PlayStation's making a huge mistake here. Microsoft has realized that the console wars are dead. Microsoft is smart. Microsoft is ahead on that. And by the way, Microsoft is doing a lot of dumb shit right now. But they realize that the future for consoles is over, like in the way they were. They have to adapt. It's time to change. The entire idea of consoles being these hyper-specific, like exclusive console video games is over. It was a gimmick in a different era, and it worked back then because not everyone could afford a bajillion-dollar PC to play video games on, right? PCs were not very approachable back then. They were scarier back then. But now, PC has become plug and play. You literally buy a new PC, you turn it on, and they slap on Windows on it, and you're done. It just runs. It like, drivers aren't scary anymore. Way back when, like, I remember, like, you had to have, like, audio drivers. You had to go get, like, fucking graphics drivers, and you had to install them. They're like, I have CD cases from my dad somewhere under my bed that these CD cases are driver discs for different graphics cards, audio drivers, and all that
Same.
technology. And you had to install them piece by piece, and there was a lot of hoops to jump through in assembling PC. Assembling a PC back in the old days was a ritual. Now it's like Legos. You slap a few things together, clack them together, screw them in, and then hit the power button, and then the thing starts working. All they have to do to cut out that middleman is have pre-assembled Xbox PCs. Yeah. Open the box, you pull out your Xbox PC, you set it under your desk, you plug it in, you slap the power button, it connects, it updates, and it's done. You're good to go. You know what I mean? That's where we're at right now. We've been at that point for a while. I'm just surprised that the consoles have continued to forcibly go this way. I guess maybe it's because corporates take so long, but that makes me very excited to hear that Microsoft has finally realized that that's the way forward. And what's interesting about this is the new war that's about to begin, the new system war. So the system war will be a bit different than the console war, though people might just call it the console war, because Gaben is already rushing off to go fight it, right? That's where the GabeCube comes into the picture, with his GabeCube OS, for the Steam OS.
Machine.
Yeah. Okay, GabeCube. It's a better name.
It's such a bad name.
GabeCube is genius. Whoever came up with
GabeCube's
that's
genius. Steam
genius.
Machine's bad.
Yeah, I know. The Steam Machine's just a bad name. It's also attached to a bad system that was a bad idea.
That flopped because it was tied with Alienware.
Yeah, Alienware's a bad company. But yeah, so the GabeCube has potential on paper. On paper, it's got a lot of power. Now, we don't know because we haven't seen that damn thing in execution yet. But if the GabeCube if it just lives up to its expectations, it will be a smash hit. If it can do that.
Hold on.
Hey, what?
Chat. So, the whole thing with the RAM shortages, like, it's all about AI. What if that's the cover-up? What if the entire thing with the RAM shortages and all these other things was to try to limit and shut down the GabeCube?
The new system war is already going on, chat.
Yeah, what if that was just the cover, and it's all about shutting down Steam?
The GabeCube is genius! They need to adopt the GabeCube. They need to rebrand.
They do.
It would actually just help them.
Also, I did post two of the Twitter links that Space Monkey posted. He posted a couple of videos, which are in-depth analysis, but I don't think we want to go with that.
Hey, chat, I'm going to go grab my GabeCube.
And another link that chat has posted. Anime Akman donates $2. Insert car salesman name slaps the hood of Xbox PC. Also, Space Monkey donates $3.33 to Stream Elements. Says Snowbreak is just the first victim. The Chinese feminist group vowed to destroy all games catering to males. Chinese men are retaliating by attacking female Gunnar games.
The Gunnar Wars have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is an interesting development, Fuzzy. I didn't hear about the Xbox PC thing being a thing. But that actually connects the dots. That means
I think that's the Project Helix thing.
I will be
which
finally
chat posted.
vindicated, chat. After all
That's
these
the latest
years.
thing, Kibbs. I posted.
All these years.
You get head pats by getting your head shaved.
I mean, it was the inevitable result. Once they stopped being plug and play, it was a natural evolution.
Yes.
Yep, because 7th gen was actually
NPCs.
the end of that. 7th gen technically required updates. But they usually were they got around it because how they did it, and it's rather clever. Games that were printed later on in the Xbox's lifespan actually come with updates on the disc. So you plug in the disc or set the disc in, and it updates the console, if I remember right. So for those not on the network, that's how they got around it. Newer games update your older system. Cute, clever, and wise. Which I will keep it so smart. Yeah, because I remember the age when people didn't have internet, or like their internet connection was so bad they couldn't play games. That was common. Now that's not common anymore. Because infrastructure's improved. God, what a different era. We were a part of that. Isn't that crazy? People will never understand. It was a weird time. All right, so let's see. Discord? Yeah, I forgot what I was doing. All chatfishes must go to heaven. What are these little things you posted, Chumpus?
So the latest ones, potentially what you're talking about with the Xbox, it's
the bottom one.
Project Helix. The other two things are what Space Monkey was talking about.
So Project Helix is that?
Potentially.
Project Helix, you could be the thing. Great start
Funny,
to
we were
morning with Team Xbox, where we talked about our commitment and return to Xbox, including Project Helix, the code name for our next generation console. So it's not going to be, they're going to still call them consoles? That's stupid. They should just
Project
call them
Helix
PC or systems.
will lead in performance and play your Xbox and PC games.
Yes, that means they are just PCs. I knew it.
Which we were just talking about that, and Schreier just the past day or two just talking about what about this. So
That's actually cool. I'm actually interested to hear about this piece of technology. I don't think it's something I'm going to buy
It
because
does
it's
say
not going to be better than my machine, but still.
they're
yeah,
going to talk
because
more
they're
about it
probably
at GDC next week.
so this'll be
Oh,
something
we're
to
going
pay
to find out
attention to,
next
chat.
week. This is exciting news,
Maybe,
chat. We're actually in
maybe.
an age where consoles are going through an evolution that will be exciting to watch. Mostly because it could have huge ramifications on players as a whole. Like, oh, how do I explain this? So in the grand scheme of things, what it will finally do is all gamers will finally be in one area where they can all play the same games.
One
There
banner.
no longer be cliques and different groups. Yeah, they might have different systems, but if they want to play Half-Life, or let's say we launch a multiplayer game. Let's say I made a multiplayer game, right? I made Legends of Terrestria, the Great Threesome or something, something stupid, right? And it's like it's a multiplayer game, right? And then now when you make that multiplayer game, it's not just released for Xbox or the PC market and it's exclusive bubbles like that. And you don't have to worry about cross-play technology. It's all will be together. All are one. We all lift together through the cold mist, chat, till we're lifeless.
And
Oh
yet
my God.
Microsoft
You
will
just
still make
reminded
you
me.
play to use your internet.
You just reminded me, Kibbs, of a line in Helldivers 1.
What's that?
Does your neighbor lift? He or she might be a cyborg and should be reported.
She might be a cyborg. Damn, that's true.
So I still imagine Microsoft will be charging to use Xbox
Oh,
Live.
absolutely.
See, yeah, because they're going to have Xbox Live features. That's why they're switching over to the One Pass plan, because that's the natural step. That's their game plan. It all starting to come together, chat. Gets out the conspiracy board. I'm not going to do that. But you get what I'm saying. Like, the Game Pass all makes sense now. It was never, and that's why they were shifting away from Xbox Live. It's because the future subscription model, they can't really do that because your Xbox machine will be able to play Steam games now. Oh, finally, Microsoft did something interesting that I'm excited about, and it's a technological thing. It's not a game, that's for sure.
Now,
Now at the
What?
before we move on to the Space Monkey thing, I do request we go over the one thing I posted before I have to go to work.
Which one is it, Chunky?
It is...
Slay Spire? I feel like that's you.
Yeah.
I
Slay the
knew it'd
Spire
be
2.
you. All right, this
So I
game
played the first
launched.
game, and
Or
I
no,
had
it's
quite
early
a few...
access.
It is on access.
Go ahead and talk about it, Chunky.
And I had fun with it. And what's really interesting to me isn't, oh, it's Slay the Spire 2, it's that it has co-op now.
Mm.
Because that's pretty interesting to me.
Oh, you just want to play it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's interesting because the first game was very successful. A lot of people really liked it. And now they're basically making the second one, expanding on it. And also
what
now
you
it's got co-op, which is quite the change.
Is there a reason? Is that it's so shocking?
It is
That
a
is
card
because
game, right?
it's a roguelike deck builder. Like, you do not see those that be co-op games.
It's a card game?
Yeah.
Mm.
It's a deck builder, a roguelike deck builder.
Death to Kibbs and death to you. But yes, I've heard of this game. It's pretty popular.
See? God game. But now it's got co-op, which you don't see that in these types of games, like, ever.
Did it just launch? It's
It-
only mostly positive.
It did just launch.
Okay. So that's why. It's also entering into early access. So mostly positive
Yeah.
is not abnormal because people that buy games will be like, I don't get it. It's not done. It's like, oh, yep. So, yep.
It literally just came out,
I know.
as far as I'm aware.
Oh, no, it's a chatfish.
Also, looks like they're adding in some more characters, which you'd expect for, a sequel to the first. Look, it's Kibbs.
Damn, I'm a slug. Or whatever
He's
that
dead.
was.
Another man on the chair.
Oh. Well, he's beyond my years, yes.
With his little chatfish carrying the chair.
Yeah, that checks out. It's definitely Kibbs.
Well, there you have it. A chumpa chumpa chumpa. And it's,
So I know some people absolutely loved the first game, and so this is good.
Well, it looks like the animations have improved since the first one.
Yeah, it does just look like it's actually building and just improving on the first game, which, good. You like to see that.
Chat's like, what? Chocobos? But there you have it, chat. They have a pretty meaty trailer. I thought I watched the whole thing. Or did
What's
I?
the player
There's
count?
2 videos.
Oh, it's 2. I don't know. It just launched today. It's at
Community
93%.
Hub.
Oh, it's not mostly positive. It's very positive. Okay.
Yeah, click Community Hub, Kibbs.
Holy fuck.
It's better than Marathon.
No,
Slingspire was
It's a
huge,
quarter
Kibbs.
million people. Oh my god.
Bigger than Marathon.
That's pretty big. Holy shit. Here I'm like, this must be some sort of like little card game or something.
No, Slay the
Marathon
Spire
is
was huge,
85,000.
Kibbs. It created an entire genre that we saw like just explode everywhere for a while.
Yeah, I was curious to play this.
Yeah, Slay the
Okay.
Spire 2 I'm actually very interested
So yeah,
in,
Slay the
especially
Spire
with it
2
having
is a
co-op.
massive, it's like the equivalent of a Halo sequel, pretty much. It's big. People care,
Yeah.
people love this game. See, I've never played the first one, so it's like completely out of
Right
left
there,
field for me.
that discussion, someone did this thing. So there's probably issues with multiplayer lobbies.
Yep,
which
our
isn't
host game
surprising.
crashed. Yep, I can see a discussion there. All right, well that's good news.
So-
And look at that, another big game from little guy from a indie actually, Megacrit,
Yeah,
self-published and developed. Slay the Spire 1, overwhelmingly positive at
Overwhelmingly.
73,000 reviews for a card game.
so
That's
Slay
pretty
the
damn
so
good.
in that style of game, the roguelike deck builder, Slay the Spire is the gold standard.
It's also
Basically.
only 25 buckaroos.
Yeah.
It's got
So
a
Slay the
really nice
Spire
art style too.
2, I foresee will revitalize this genre again.
Yeah, Slay the Spire 2 is probably a dominating Marathon, so let's check Marathon.
It is
85,000.
right there. It is.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's dominating. It's dominating. Marathon.
they're being
Literally
beaten
double.
hand down by a card vidya.
In early access.
Bungie cooked.
Gee, that's terrible. I feel so bad for Bungie.
Oh no, that's terrible. Oh no.
Yeah, I think
so
I'd be more interested in
sad.
picking up this game than I would be Marathon. By the way, like
Yeah.
that's
How is the co-op though? Is cooperative or is versus?
Slay the Spire? Co-op.
Yes.
Online co-op.
it says right there, you little chungus. Online co-op.
Literally in the video you see
There's no verses
they have
from
2
the setting
characters
here.
sometimes. Yeah, it's purely co-op. I might grab this and try it tonight, chat.
Yeah,
So
you
we
can
can
stream
take
it
a
in the
look at it
Discord.
maybe. Unless Kibbs wants to do stream of it, then I won't.
No, you could show it in the Discord. If I do a stream of it, I'll do a stream of it. But right now, I'm trying to get through
Okay.
paid requests.
Megacrit is indeed a fantastic name for a developer studio.
Yes. It sounds like Indio's also interested, so maybe we can try co-op.
You mean Bitchio? He just looks at you.
I have to get the game first.
Well, so do I.
Yeah, that's the sound he makes too. Little sad, pathetic noises.
Maybe I'll buy it for Indio if Indio's a good little girl.
If Indio helps us make the daily goal, then yeah. Indio just looks at me, starts sweating.
I think I do. I think I do enough to help already.
I think you need to jump through thousands of hoops. Millions.
I think.
Mm.
Chat, don't forget, if we make the daily again here, both the pinups that Salah's doing will be funded.
That's true. As a bonus. What can I say except you're welcome? Never seen the movie. Just like, whoa.
Don't even know what movie you're referencing.
It's The Rock in that movie about
Did
Hawaiians.
they fix the security vulnerability from the first? I don't know what you're talking about, Polly. What security vulnerability?
What,
I mean, I
there's-
would hope they would.
It's a single player game, ain't it? The first one. Also, when it comes to security vulnerabilities, I never care about those. You know why? Because well, if I get hacked, I just have to fix it, and that's just the reality. And that's just the reality.
Green Branch is still driving. Also, don't forget, Albine asked to get a pocket fish on Twilight Princess. He currently needs $20 more to achieve that.
A pocket Beano?
Yeah.
Draw fine.
Yeah.
We all know
India would
why.
have to draw Albine because he wants to do that thumbnail.
Beano would like to be on that thumbnail, chat. Can you make it? Can you grant Beano's wish? Beano Chatfish, rise up and help your Beano.
Also, Beano would be very interested in drawing the Chatfish licking a pickle Kibbs.
I don't know if he would. I think he would do it, but I don't know if he's interested in it. No.
Oh god, the combination of fish looking and pickles, so gross.
But yeah, so there's an interesting title that just dropped, and it's being received incredibly well at 94% at 911 reviews. So it's come out, it's well received. It's only 25 damn bucks. That's pretty damn cheap.
And
if
it's
you,
with a bundle, you can get
if you
both
buy the
games.
bundle for only 4 extra buckaroos, you get the first game. So, and the first game is finished. It's not in early access. So there you have it, chat bros. There's a new Vigima game for you. Like, thanks, kid.
You know what? One of the more popular
For
mods.
pointing
In
it
fact,
out,
at
I
one point it
guess.
was the most downloaded mod for the Slay the Spire 1 was Kibbs.
What?
It gave the one character, the sword character, a cowboy hat.
Why?
Yep. That
Did
makes
you-
it better.
That makes it
Gives him a
better.
cowboy hat.
I understand why
All
that was
the
most
mod did.
popular.
Okay,
It
I
was the
mean,
most popular
just
most
roll.
downloaded mod.
You just don't understand. Cowboy hats are so in.
It just
I mean,
gave him a cowboy
Far
hat.
West is a like cowboy stuff theme thing. Seems like they're cycling back in.
If he's using a Chinese head, he would never understand.
I am no, I would. I am one of those Chinese immigrants. I'm working on the railroad.
How do you explain this avatar to a new fish?
We were like honorable
They just have to
chatfish.
accept it.
Pickle chib.
Well, the pickle might
It's
be
a-
easy to understand, but like the
It's a
fact it's got a
Chinese.
It's got a
He's a-
licking chatfish, licking his
Yeah.
mouth. It's got a 15 plus 15 Kib credit. Yeah,
like you
a
just.
lot to unpack
I'm
here.
gonna tell you what a lemonfish sees. Here's what they see when they join this fucking chat. They open it, they look up with their little lemonfish eyes, they look to the bottom left, they see the avatar, they hear the voice, they look back down at their phone, they power it down, and they crawl back into their bucket. And they crawl back into
Because
I'm
of the
done
avatar,
today. I'm done today.
Anime Acumen donates $2. So how do we put Gabe's brain in a jar, steam forever?
Yeah, pretty much. If anybody needs immortality, Gabe does. Because again, we've mentioned it before, but if Gabe Newell passes, God forbid, like it's going to be a tragedy for gaming. And it will be a dark day. Because the reality is that Gabe Newell is one of the reasons why we have a lot of great things that we have now. And one of the few reasons why PC gaming is as good as it is. Like, genuinely, the man doesn't get enough credit, and neither does his team, and neither does Valve, in my opinion. I'm not going to
enough
get on my
yachts.
knees and smoochy their booties, but you know what I mean? Like, there are very few companies that earn a positive, like, for me to be, like, nice to. Microsoft
and
sure as
that's-
fuck doesn't. Like, Sony doesn't. Nintendo don't. Like,
Yep, that's because for every misstep Steam and Valve has had, they've had like 5+ great ideas that they've incorporated.
yeah, Valve is
and they
unironically
listen
pretty
to
good.
feedback. They genuinely listen to fan feedback. It's like, hey, we're having trouble searching through AI slop, or hey, there's a bunch of Unity asset flips and stuff like
Yes.
that.
And
They've
they
also
have-
they
stood on
listen.
the side of the consumer a lot.
Yes. They also have one of the best anti-hacker memes.
Your account has been restored. The hacker has been
Eliminated.
put in a grave.
Yeah, Gabe seems to be a genuinely good human being and seems to have done genuinely great work for gaming. Seems to actually care about gamers. Genuinely
is
a
true,
solid
Valken.
dude.
They also did just win a court case against
The Rothschilds.
the
Yep,
Rothschilds
great
for
job. Glad.
copyright abuse.
They kicked the
Yes.
Rothschilds' ass. Good job, Steam. Honestly, I'm rooting for them. I'm still gonna root for them. Like, I'm not super big into MOBAs, but I'm gonna be giving their MOBA thing that they're working on a shot.
Deadlock is interesting.
If it's anything,
Yes.
if it's a little bit like Monday Night Combat, I might actually love it because that was the only MOBA I ever liked.
I
Monday
never
Night
played it,
Combat.
so I can't tell you.
I got so into Monday Night Combat, I would jump up and down, dude. Like, I know I got ADHD, but like, I remember fucking sweating when playing that as a kid. Oh, Monday Night Combat was so good.
Fuzzy, you can still invite people to Deadlock, can't you?
What was that?
You can still invite people to Deadlock, can't you?
Yes, I just need if you
You have
need to
actually launch
be
the
a
game
Steam
now,
friend.
though.
Yes, you need to launch the game and you need to be Steam friends.
So I'll shoot you an invite if you remind me tonight, Kibbs, into it. Or Fuzzy can.
Yeah, okay.
Gibbs should already be in it.
I think I might
Probably is.
be.
Yeah, because I tried to invite him another day and it said it was already in it.
It
But do
takes
double
a
check.
second to check. Is it called Deadlock?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
yes,
one
I do
word.
have it. I already own it. So yeah, give it to somebody else, not me, because I already have
Kibbs can install the Gunnar mods for the characters.
it.
What?
My art director is a pretty
Yeah.
big fan of Deadlock.
There's a
I know that
modding.
much.
There's already lots of mods to make the characters, specifically the women, either more nude, chubbier, skinnier,
Damn.
shorter.
Short. What the fuck? Like every fetish imaginable.
Oh, totem all on at once. The naked little fat gremlin running around.
That's so unappealing. It's so unappealing.
You know someone's playing like that right now.
Goonin. Like they're like intentionally tailing after them, but not killing them because like intensely
Runs all
gooning
the way
and
to
get.
the enemy's base, dies.
Why does he keep doing that? Quit beating. He's
Also,
like
the character on the
gooning.
left right there on the video, that's the one that got the cowboy hat.
What are you talking about? Oh, the
That
little
character.
sword dude.
With the sword, yeah. That
Yeah,
was the
I
one that got the cowboy hat
Yeah,
mod.
cowboy hat would definitely improve the model.
The skeleton woman is on the right, I assume, with that pose.
That's a new character.
Okay.
You know what? Cowboy hat would improve her too.
I'm
Good
assuming
burn,
it's a
though.
girl with that pose. Like, goddamn.
It could be fire retardant.
What about those hips?
Wide enough
Those
to give
hips don't
birth
lie.
to
The
skeleton
skelly hip.
babies. Skeleton babies.
Cursed. Horrible. Those one more goes in the wood chipper.
It's gooning time.
My god, Chatfish.
Rapiers next.
Look, she looks like she has a bone to pick with people.
Now, to the next article. We've cleaned up Stellar Blade.
Yeah, there's just that. Yeah, that was that Sony article
We should
already
do that
talked about.
Chinese thing that he was mentioning. Is this?
Yep, that's one of them, yeah.
We talked about Helix. Is this related?
That's the Snowbreak thing as well. Yep.
Okay,
those
so
two.
we're going to figure out this shite next. So, Snowbreak, a Chinese company, the game #Snowbreak has been attacked by CN feminists. It sounds so cursed, doesn't it? Chinese feminists, basically. Following a drama between the Snowbreak and China Post collab, which also has forced the developer to put the game into maintenance mode and potentially risks making the game 100% censored. If that's the case, the game will slowly die. We don't know when the game will restart. Furthermore, the CN feminists don't stop there. They've already compiled a list of games they want to destroy. Who cares about them? Like, okay, your game gets blocked in China. Who cares? Just keep, like, you're just going to
It's a
slash your
Chinese
budget a little
company,
bit.
I think, Gibbs.
Oh, it's a Chinese company? Oh, they're fucked.
I think. Because it's one of the gacha games.
To everyone who...
Most of them are Chinese or Korean.
Well, in that case, my heart goes out to them as a fellow developer because that's awful. In that case, they are fucked. That sucks. See, in this case, it's like, who cares? You know, if they're just China. Well, if you're there, then you're sucked. You're fucked. To everyone who plays the games mentioned on the list, I ask you to protect them directly, to be very tough on feminists. I mean, you should be tough on feminists whenever they're encountered. You should. Like, there should be no positivity surrounding that kind of feminism. Now, does that mean attack? By the way, it's important to denote this, but women, there's nothing wrong with women. There's nothing wrong with women at all. But feminists as a whole are a bad thing. And you don't... I only say this because there are some low IQ people out there. But don't fucking go out there and be mean to women for any reason, because I've seen people do that, and I've witnessed that. Actual genuine misogyny does happen. And I actually have seen it happen once in my entire life, and it happened in my Discord server when some guy basically lashed out to a girl who talked in BC. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? Because he just started getting mad. And then he rage quit the server. And it was like the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It does happen. It does exist, but it's incredibly rare because I've never seen it happen again. And I'm going to point out that that was back when I was closely working with another YouTuber that has a community that's a lot more aggressive in that field. So now that I've distanced myself from that kind of stuff, we don't really have that problem anymore at all. You guys are pretty chill. You guys react pretty normally, which I'm very proud of you, Chatfishies. Very proud. But yeah, so the big thing is like, don't treat women differently, but treat feminists differently. Case by case. And I only say that for the low IQ people because some people, you know, dumb and they just jump down everyone's throats. I've seen that happen from time to time. It does happen, and it's worth addressing, but yes. So either way, directly to be very tough on feminists, if you want your games to be saved, just seeing it makes you want to be even more misogynistic. Yes, and that's true. That's entirely their goal. They are intentionally trying to make you actually, like, you know how when we joke, like, I hate women? Like, they actually, when they want you to do that. They want you to lash out so they can weaponize when you do that. Do not give in to bait. Do not give in to bait. Do not give them ammunition. Don't give them what they want. Just laugh them off and then dismiss them. And say that feminism is bad. Because it is. We absolutely must protect games we love from this cursed group that wants to destroy our passion, which is video games, especially gacha games. Now, I'm not a big fan of gacha games. I don't care, but it doesn't matter. Gacha games deserve just as much protection and love as any other game, as any other genre, right? I may joke about wanting to blow my brains out every time I have to play one of those things, but genuinely, they don't deserve to fucking be completely BTFO'd out of existence. Every game has a place. Every game deserves a place under the sun together. So we're not going to let the wheel roll over them and just watch from a distance. So don't allow it to happen. Like, it's just bad. But yeah, Blue Archive, Grey Raven, Arc Knights, Goddess of Victory, Nike or whatever, Girls Frontline, Project Neural Cloud, 7th Domain / 7th Realm, Eternal Night Descends, Cat City, Girls Frontline 2 Exilium, Soul Eater Academy, and Collapse Blade of Victory are all games that apparently they've already been talking about going after next. That is 12 games on what is basically a hit list that they're intending to go after. And that's just unacceptable. That's genuinely disgusting, and we have to hope that the vocal feedback will be loud enough to make a genuine change in attitude when people see it, and when lawmakers see it, and when other people, you know, are being pressured. And Deutsche says, tease them. Thank you for the nation, very generous. It's it's 10 USD to change different elements of the model, Gregors, not pounds. Because it's technically less.
It is. There'd be £8 for him.
Yeah, because we do adjust for inflation. So if it's less, it's less. So it's not £10. Just convert to USD and
also, Gregors, you can help out by getting on Twilight Princess because an avatar change is not an overhead.
Because dollars are worth less than pounds. Pounds are technically worth more, so you do not need to donate £10. You just need to donate 10 USD's worth of pounds, and that's it. Now, while our channel may not operate with that, but I do intend for our video game to operate with proper adjustments for certain countries. So like if it's sold in Brazil, it'll be the equivalent of whatever that would be for Brazil, rather than making everybody pay for the same amount. The only reason why we do this for the channel is because it's fundraising for the crowdsourcing that we do. Because we need money.
Honestly, this just reminds me of 2012 all over again.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
When Feminist Menace first started coming after games.
Well, yes, we talked about that, right? We discussed this. Japanese and Asian feminism is intentionally a lot more aggressive, and a Korean one too. I forget the name of the Korean group, but the Korean group is intentionally trying to start their own ethnic genocide. They are funded by CCP organizations. The reason why they fund them is entirely to destabilize the familial structure of another nation so that they stop procreating and stop producing children so that they can easily be outbred by their foreign power, which would be China. It is what we
Yeah.
call a soft genocide. And the reason why they stop you from procreating is, again, for the intention and purpose of slow colonization of your land. China wants to colonize Korea. China wants to colonize Japan. China wants to colonize all of Asia because they're what they want like the whole continent to themselves. And I don't think they're going to stop. Just like they're trying to annex territories in Australia because they want Australia to be its next annexation. They are territorial expansionists and they have every intention and every reason to continue doing this. And they have reasons for what they're doing. They're not justified. I think they're sick and disgusting because ethnically cleansing any particular group for such a reason or in general is just absurd. It's disgusting behavior. And yeah, so like that's why you see these organizations, these feminist organizations, where they get the money from, it's usually from foreign groups, just like a lot of those organizations in Europe that interfere with like oil and stuff like that are actually secretly funded by other organizations that are attempting to have some larger goal. There's always a larger goal. The 4B movement, yeah, that's what it's called, which is genuinely a horrific organization that should be disbanded.
Yes.
It's basically a terrorist organization, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be it should be logged as such, and it should be dealt with. But yeah. And I don't want to talk about Rule 6 too much, but the problem is that this particular thing is technically the reason it's getting involved in gaming, because gaming is considered a part of the culture war, and so they intend to use it. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. I'm not going to tell you politics stuff, chat bros. You're obviously smart enough to make your own decisions. You don't need some hack nut job on Yub Nubbers named Kibachor to fucking do it for you. You can figure it out on your own. But it's one of those things that you should be aware of and privy of, that, yeah, there is external motivation and reasons for why they're doing this. And again, it's usually to take away cultural points of power. In the case of the Korean TV shows all being owned, the television shows and networks being owned by Chinese, the gaming industry being invaded in Korea is intentional. Going after this company is intentional, just like it is every time. And the feminist organization is merely just another prong of the CCP.
Yep. Polly's right. Rule 6 is trying to invade gaming at every turn.
Yes. And we have to acknowledge and we have to address this, because ignoring it is tantamount to aiding it. I'd basically be being silent on it, and I don't want to be silent on it because I'm not going to let them do this, because I love the games industry and I love gamers, and we need to be vocal and we need to fight back against this stuff.
Yes, as I said before, the great game, I think you summed up as a great game, as Kip said, does not care for sacred cows. It will never care for sacred cows. This is going to be something you'll have to be ever vigilant of in order to maintain the sanctity of gaming. It's going to be an ever evolving battle.
Yep. So in this particular case, the biggest influencer in gaming, by the way, is specifically negatively is the CCP. They're honestly the ones attacking the games industry pretty heavily, and they've been doing it for years. This has been something going on since 2010 and 9. Like, it's been going on forever. The Green Light Summit was kind of like a key indicator on that. Or it wasn't necessarily the Green Light Summit, but that's when I about found out about it, was during the Green Light Summit for games in 2012, I think. And it was like, yeah, that Shanghai move with all those other things, a lot of the industry moved in Shanghai, also connected. Now that I'm older, I understand that. When I was younger, I was like, oh, okay, games industry stuff is moving over to Shanghai for some reason. No. Gregor's donates 20 pounds, says, Bino is truly a princess, his avatar being a sweet little marshmallow. But I must take care of your homeboy first. Hashtag Life of Strange. Clams. Thank you for your generous donation. We very much appreciate it.
Turn Pickle off as well, please.
No more Pickle, Kib. Check Pickle. Are you tired of the Pickle?
Is that to try to buy on to Life is Strange? Is that still open, Indio?
I will allow today.
I will allow today.
Okay, well that's for a pocket.
What if
So
I have
Gregor's wishes to be a pocket on that.
glasses, chat?
All right.
Unless he already had a pocket, in which case it upgraded.
Now I'm cool.
already doing.
What?
I'm already doing the lanyard though, so they run out of time.
The glasses are kind of wiggly. Maybe we'll turn those off till those are patched. We
Gregor's,
gotta patch those.
will you upgrade that to a bucket, or are you fine with it just being a pocket?
Bonky bonky.
Now actually, what would happen if you put on the Chinese one with that? Because the Chinese one also has an arm.
It would have
no.
problems. It'll have 2 arms.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna have problems.
Because it's 2 different set pieces. They're meant
Yeah.
to be as modular as possible, but some things can't be always modular, like the arms and the weapons and the doodads.
Yeah.
This is based off of Indio's design. The
I'm
glasses
happy that
will be patched later, but the new patch that moves the mouth, that patch
Okay.
broke the glasses.
Then yes, Gregor's wants a pocket, which means if you're hurry, there's still 1 slot left, chat.
I'm
So-
happy that she managed to make the glasses move though.
Yes, they're supposed to. They're supposed to change based on expression, because when Bon and I talked about the eyes when chat funds masks for things, we need it to be expressive somehow. Otherwise, it doesn't make an expression. So, like, if it's like eyes or wearing a gas mask, we have ideas on how to make the eyes shift so that they're just as expressive. Otherwise, chat funds something, and then they're like, the quality of this isn't the same. So it's like, okay, it
Yes.
must be able to perform the same features and functions that this one does, so that its value is the same.
That's why I had to draw the expressions on the glass and everything.
Chat biatches. Like, fuck. Look at them. They're just sitting there, happy. Chubby little guys. Chubby little chatfishes. But yeah. Then there's a picture that fucking... what's this? Is this related to? Hey,
Yep.
Sticks. This is regarding the Sticks content creator. Sticks, I'm going to read his post first. I assume he's a content creator. Says, damn, what the fuck? Snowbreak has been taken offline for an indefinite amount of time for upsetting a group of haters. Causing this is speculation, an internal investigation from the government. Okay, so it's CCP, if I had to guess. Not only that, but some groups of people are attempting to do the blah, blah. Okay, and then this guy, Drifting Adjutant, says, hey, Sticks, just in case you see this, here's the TLDR. China Post starts a collab SB. Post stamps and chibis censored. No fan service. Got reported as it reached the top searched word on Weibo, which is some sort of search engine for China. China Post and CSUN canceled the collab to avoid headache. And then I think continued. The report doesn't stop on the collab. They go for the game to big radical journos, even show step-by-step decensor the game and take screenshots as proof of Snowbreak being sexual, despite it's already rated as an 18-plus game in China. Snowbreak privated their videos dated since 2023. Finally, the game went into indefinite maintenance mode. Fans are waiting and currently giving dev team the benefit of the doubt. That makes sense. I mean, they're given the benefit of the doubt because, I mean, in this case, Snowbreak is the victim here, because they're being attacked. Like, it's not their fault. They're setting it to maintenance mode. They're trying to protect themselves. It is unfortunate that this is happening to them, and my heart goes out to those developers. At least based on everything I've read thus far, with the information I have here, it's definitely wrongdoing by the feminist group. They are, without a doubt, being absolutely the biggest pieces of fucking shit on the internet right now. They're actually hurting their career, and they're actually hurting people's livelihoods. And it's sickening. That's why feminism or any groups that go out to cancel a game is whatever. Like, if a game comes out and it's pro-communist or whatever, I'm not going to probably buy it unless it's like funny or fun or something, but I'm just probably not going to buy it. I'm not going to say that they shouldn't be allowed to make it, because I am 100%. I believe in the free will of man. I believe that people should be allowed to choose whether they want to buy a game or not, and the market can decide. We don't need to dictate to them what they can and cannot buy, so long as it does not harm anyone physically or, do anything that breaks any laws. That's fine, right? It's a piece of fictitious media. It can't hurt anybody, right? Just like when generals allowed them to blow up the Three Gorges Dam, it didn't hurt China. It's just a video game. But, China had to ban it. China had to ban. What a shame. Which is funny because it's huge in China. Shows you how much banning things really does. But yeah. And then this is the image, I think, in association with it. Denise,
Yes.
Rebirth kills male infants, forces mothers to kill their own sons, massacres men. This is their organization, I think. Kills women who love men. The most inhumane, immortal, bottomless, beastly, and insane female protagonist. Oh, as a character? Okay. China Feminist 2. What? What should we do to cover this up? China Feminist 1. Snowbreak. Oh, because something happened. Oh, we can sacrifice him. Ah, so they're going after something else. Or something? I'm missing the context for this a little.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure what's going on. I don't follow gacha games, but I do care about censorship. Because censorship is one of those things that if the wheel rolls over one of us, one studio, whether they're Chinese or not, it still rolls over us all. So regardless of my dislike of CCP stuff, I still stand with like Chinese developers because they're just game devs, they're just gamers, they're just people. It's not their fault.
Gregor's is swinging for the bounties.
Thank you for the gift memberships. Very generous.
Early hit.
No, he missed. Kill him. He's like, They killed Snowbreak to cover up a horrible book. What? A horrible book? They made a book and then they covered it up?
What?
How is this covering up the book? What kind of... I'm not doubting you, Space Monkey, that they did it, but like what kind of galaxy brain thing? That's what the comic shows. So they made a book. The book is bad. Denise Rebirth. Okay, so that's the name of the book. Kills male infants, forces mothers to kill their own sons, massacres men, kills women who love men. The most inhumane, immoral, bottomless, beastly, insane female protagonist. So from a book, they wrote a protagonist about a female super character that just is absolutely rancid.
Oh, it's a distraction campaign.
And so they're going after Snowbreak to make us distracted from this book. And it's called Denise Rebirth. Denise's Rebirth is the name of the book. Did I get that right? The book was scandalous, and the Snowbreak cancellation is a redirection from the scandal. All right, let's focus on the scandal. What's the scandal about? Because I don't want them to succeed in the redirection. I want them to fail. Honestly, that's not going to work. It's not going to redirect shit. All it's going to make people do is they're going to look at this and go like, what's going on here?
I'm not finding it.
Okay, well, correct me if I'm wrong.
I found it, but it's locked down.
It's that bad, huh?
It's a website, so I'm trying to look for any information about it.
What do you think, chat? Send atomic nukes to feminists or send more atomic nukes? Atomic nukes seem pretty good. Chat is like, can I get pickles on mine?
I think the book was supposed to be like they thought it'd be well received, and so it's not. So now they're lashing out at Snowbreak to get people to not pay attention to the book.
What the fuck? That's such a fucking
If I had to make
galaxy
a guess.
brain thing. Like, there's like, because like, based on the picture, that makes sense by what you're saying. Because Snowbreak, some game, doing well, being successful, has attractive women, you know, nice. What can we say, right? Like, everyone likes nice looking gals. They're pretty. But then they're like, oh my God, let's go cancel this game so that people stop talking about this book. Well, all that's actually going to do, and they're fucking retarded. Like, all that does is make everyone look at this stupid book. Like, the only reason why I'm in America, and now I know about this shit. And now I know about... Like, you have to have a galaxy brain moment for this shit to happen. Genuine. I mean, I guess you got to be a galaxy brain moron to also fucking believe in feminism too, I suppose. So, you know, it kind of adds up. But still, it's like, what the fuck? Some Mark Dusad level stuff online, I see. Yeah, talk about just wild, right, chat? It's like, guys, what should we do? I don't know. Let's, our book is really bad and it's not doing well. What should we do? Let's go attack a video game because they have attractive women in it. That is, oh my God.
Asura says,
what?
The book glorified male murder, and from what I heard, even had cannibalism. Reportedly, the Chinese feminists really liked the book, hence they sacrificed Snowbreak because there's a lot of backlash against the book.
Oh, so they're lashing out because there's backlash against the book. So by lashing out, they're yeah, no, we got the ready. Yeah, no, that's actually the same conclusion I've already reached. Yeah,
I can't find it.
Also,
It seems
Gregor's
like it's-
funds the pocket
probably not
fish
translated.
for Albine.
It's probably just a Chinese book exclusively.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you for your
couldn't
generous
find
donations,
any-
Gregor.
Thank you very much. Very generous. Would we like to upgrade that to a bucket fish chat? Can we help Bino? If anybody else wants to help. Bino's looking at you like, Bino.
He says, Bino is Bino, so Bino must be given his tiara and dress as his quinceañera present. Twilight
Should we have
Princess
the
for
Bino,
Bino.
though?
That is messed up. I know,
Yeah.
Siri. Like, isn't that fucked up, dude? That's like...
Unfortunately,
what the fuck?
that tracks with that group of people worldwide.
Like,
Unfortunately,
they make a book, like, okay,
Yeah.
so
Like that feminist group that got
I'll be
everyone-
real,
the
right?
games taken down.
They wrote a
Who were
book.
actually protecting predators.
They wrote a book about some really fucking weird fetish shit. About basically like snuff shit is what it is.
Killing all men, basically, and
But here's the
eating
thing,
them.
right? I'm gonna use my hot take. I don't care about the book. Like, I'm not gonna buy it. I don't care. Like, you can write your fetish book. I'm not gonna judge people for their weird, sick fetishes. But the problem is that their particular fetish has gone from a fetish, and it is a fetish, to now lashing out publicly at other people. So if you have a fetish, because that's what it is, that's all this really is. That's whatever. You're allowed to have that. Everybody has a one form or another. But the minute you start to hurt someone else is the minute you went too fucking far. And in this particular case, you went too far. You're seer.
I don't know.
Like, this is the reality. Like, it's not illegal to write fictitious books.
Well, in some countries.
No, I know, but it's fiction. It ain't
Yes.
real.
It is fiction. It's fiction. It's not reality.
But you got to be careful, because if you say that that's not okay, then all of a sudden what we're writing isn't okay either.
Mm-hmm.
You
No,
open
I
the
agree
gateway.
with you.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I don't know. I think some fetishes should be judged, like Kib's fetish.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Look.
got a fetish, just keep it to yourself, you
Like
know?
Kib's fetish are for adult human females.
Yeah, just
all
keep it to
fetishes
yourself.
should be judged. You should keep them to yourselves, lest you be judged.
Yeah, just keep it private. You know, like, keep your little fetish book to yourselves. It's your little kink book.
You have
But-
a book?
You'd be okay. Like, let me explain to you literature and like its primary core function throughout history. It's like the beginning of eroticism. It's like the beginning of for both men and women, because men and women way back when were gooners too.
My God, chat.
It's nothing new. People do it.
No wonder the
Mhm.
church didn't approve reading.
Degenerate. Yep, because then they could write their little fanfic. That's literally what happens, by the way. Like, erotic literature is nothing new. This is
There's
a
only one erotic
particularly
literature we approve in this
this is a
household, and that's the
particularly what I
lusty
call like
Argonian maid.
bottom of the fucking bin, like weird shit thing. But yeah, like, this is not okay. It's unethical because they've now lashed out because they were judged. They didn't like being judged. And now they're lashing out by attacking others. The thing is, the reality is, when we work on something, like when we finish our game, we will be judged for it. Just like we will be judged on how we work on our game. Because that's how it is. That's how the world works. That's how life works. When I make something, people will judge it. People will like it or people will dislike it, you know? And that's just the nature of the world. You have to accept that. Not everybody will like your work. Not everybody will love your work. But some people might like it. And that's just how you have to look at it. You might produce something that not a lot of people like. That's the reality. But that doesn't give you any right to lash out at other people and their work. That's just not okay in the creative sphere. I'm almost grossed using the word creative sphere as if they're a part of it, but they technically are. So it's one of those things where it's like, it's just not okay. It's inappropriate. You made a sick fetish book. Your sick fetish book got criticism. You should have known that was going to happen. And now you're being judged for it. And now you're just going to have to deal with that. That's the reality. Here's how you have to deal with it. Yeah, we did that. We gooned to our weird, sick, weird, creepy shit. And it's like, okay, you're cringe for doing that, and you're cringe for making it public. That's the reality. That's the
Let's
the
not
reality.
dive into the latest women Gooner books, please, chat.
Yeah, Ignore those like the plague. It's peak degeneracy and it's actually sick.
I think we've covered this though.
No, it's people consume what they will. I don't care. I don't judge them for that. Like I don't care actually genuinely.
Also, Kibbs, you never turn on my chatfishes.
Oh yeah, I will. But like I genuinely don't care. Like whatever you goon to is none of my business. So long as you ain't hurting nobody and breaking no laws, I don't give a shit. Just don't fucking tell me. I don't want to know. I don't wanna know.
Also, Gregor's needs to be turned on.
Judging by how he's talking about Beano, he's already there.
Let's go. Chumpus, rapier, but yeah, that's my genuine thoughts on it. Just it's the same policy I think a lot of people have. Just don't tell me. Just don't tell me. Don't want to know. Don't. Certain things I don't want to know about. Certain things none of us want to know about. But yeah.
I could talk about my issues with it, but that's how they're sold.
Yeah, they're getting off to you.
The bigger issue is a lot of the
Excuse me.
female Gunner books are also being sold in like children's sections or for young teens instead of being regulated to adult book sections.
Yeah, that's bad, but that I don't really blame the book for that. Whoever's organizing that shit needs to be like looked at. But
yeah,
that is a completely different subject and unrelated to the actual subject we're talking about now.
Yes.
But yeah, so moving on. We're done with that debacle. That was cringe. Hopefully we never have to cover something like that for a long while again. And hopefully we hear the only thing I want to hear about this later on is that they backed off and Snowbreak is back, and the Snowbreak people can do well.
Hope for the best.
Yeah, we already covered
hopefully.
this. Already covered it.
Next, I think, is the Capcom thing.
Yeah,
Fuzzy.
so funny enough, we talked about Sony, the Sony Japanese company, being stupid, and now we have Capcom starting to make turns in the right direction after last year or two of some slight hiccups, honestly, despite some of my grievances, like with Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah.
Remember when there was articles that came out that they were starting to reevaluate their quality of their PC ports and they're looking at PC? Well, now we know is that the PC gamers are now confirmed 50% of its sales, now keep in mind that's sales, not revenue, for full disclaimer, now come from Windows. Meaning, we now and that is where all of the growth is, and now Capcom, especially after Resident Evil Requiem, is virtually printing money again, and it only keeps going up. Now it looks like Capcom is going to start paying attention to us, which honestly is a good thing. Console players still get their ports, get their games, but now we may start getting PC ports where they'll actually put in the time to actually optimize them properly, as with Monster Hunter Wilds, that port was rushed. All they had to do was, well, make it actually run well, and it's not the engine, that we definitely know. As far as I can tell, we can tell Resident Evil Requiem ran well. They just need to actually put in the time and effort, and people will buy it. Because, for all their hiccups, Capcom actually has a very diversified portfolio of games that do well. Street Fighter's doing well. Resident Evil is just a line go up, straight up, steady up. They are experimenting with new IPs, as while that Dino game did not exactly do well, they are actually testing out new IPs with that, oh my god, I forgot the name again. You see it on the left of this image. And they are continuing Monster Hunter Stories, a single-player RPG in the Pokemon style.
Oh, Neo?
So,
or something? I don't know, is that what it's called, Neo?
I don't think so. I can't remember off the top of my head, but you all know what I'm talking about. You can see the image on the left.
Onimusha?
Omnimusha, that's a Japanese,
Pragmata?
that's a samurai game. Pragmata, thank you. Pragmata.
I only know because the text at the bottom.
Funny enough, I think they're doing a Omnimusha remaster, and if it does well, we might get more Omnimusha for those that like the game. So, fans, and while not everything may be for you, they'll have something for everybody, for a lot of people, and we're even getting a new Mega Man game next year. So, and I've been with Capcom since, honestly, my earliest gaming days, and this is honestly just straight good news. Is that finally the PC audience is finally gonna get some quality ports from Capcom after the last few being not so good.
I mean, that's good. I mean, genuinely, if I could have my wish, and my wish is unreasonable, it's unrealistic. I would like Bungie and Blizzard and all these old guard companies and EA and publishers to just all of a sudden start magically printing gold. Like gold games, just after gold game. I would rather them do that than fail. Because we genuinely win when we get good content. We genuinely win when we get good games. It's not about drama clicking, it's about getting good shit. And if we can get good games again, so be it. I didn't think RE9 was that good. I thought RE9 was kind of... RE9 is not a bad game, but it's one of those games where it's like, it's got issues. And I'm curious to see how people feel about it as time goes on, if they feel the same way about how they feel now, or if they start to pivot more towards how we feel about it. But either way, I guess maybe I got into Resident Evil late, and when I got into it like enjoying 4 and 5 and thinking that that was peak. But at the same time, I didn't get into it with RE1 and RE2 and RE3. In fact, I only recently, last year, played RE1 for the first time forever. And that game wasn't particularly for me. But I also understand that those fans who like the original trilogy aren't going to like RE4 and RE5 as much, nor would they like what this is. So it's one of those things where when I started learning more about the Resident Evil franchise, you had originally two groups, the action group and then the more horror themed puzzle group. And neither of these groups are particularly super compatible with each other. And then you have the new Resident Evils, which is a third group. And they have 3 different groups of fandoms because all 3 have done well. All 3 established fandoms. And all 3, they have to scratch all 3's itches. It's a difficult line to walk, and I don't know if they can pull it off.
So far they are. Let's see if they continue. And I know Ponzan brings up a good point. Capcom still needs to keep their promise to remove games for Windows Live from those games they talked about. I know I think they're slowly moving in the right direction.
Oh, they're going to
I know
go back and patch out that from because I know Operation Raccoon City has GFWL in it as well. So getting that out would be nice.
They're slowly doing stuff like that. I know, to give another example of their slowly listening, is Enigma. I think it's Enigma, a very compromised and very much a problem DRM that from Russia, I believe. They're finally starting to remove that after sneaking it in and people catching it. And unfortunately, yes, I know a lot of people are complaining, hey, we got Hot Leon, no hot women. To be blunt, people are still buying it. Not that many in the RE people I talked to.
That's what you're going with.
Yeah, it's like not many people are really complaining about it. It's like you more see
in the reviews they actually do in the discussions. Even the people that like the game, it seems to be the common discourse is that Grace is not. She's considered more often than not. Well, people enjoy the game because they like the Leon sections, and they also like part of Grace's sections too, even the ones that I disagree with.
Yeah.
They seem to say that Grace is like the weak element of the game. It seems
not more referring to the attractive characters. Not more the attractive characters part. If it's attractive, I don't see many complaints about that. If you're talking the quality of Grace's character, the quality of Grace's character and the narrative, to finish my point, if you're talking the quality of the Grace's narrative, yes, you do see complaints about that. But whether the character is hot or not, that's not a deal breaker for a lot of them.
Yes, because there is a threshold when it comes to games, by the way, chat, where you can have no attractive characters in your game, and your game can still sell well, without even using sex appeal. It's entirely possible. Many games do it all the time, where there's very little to no sex appeal in a game. And they'll sell like hotcakes. Sex appeal isn't the only thing that sells a game. It does help. It is a factor, and it's not to be dismissed either. But Resident Evil 9 did not offend in a way that would offend people enough to not want to play the game, to not want to, experience the game. Grace is what I would say, attractive-wise, unoffensive. She's cute. She's got a cute, demeanor about her originally, like when she sort of does stuff. But then she does in what I'd call, because I'm looking at Devil's Advocate here because I don't like Grace, but she has this thing where she's just really annoying and she's just, I can't stand her. She's not my kind of character. I can see if people like that sort of stammery, Like, oh, wait, what do I do? Professor Quill, you know, from fucking Harry Potter. Like, yeah, then you're probably gonna not mind Grace, but like if you can't stand that, or you don't like characters that fumble and stumble and stutter and lash out and get emotional at sections where like they shouldn't, and the whole thing feels stupid, like then you're not gonna like her.
I feel like
She could be
Grace.
cute if her personality wasn't a potato. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I
'Cause,
feel like
I judge her based
the
on how
English
she
VA doesn't
acts.
help her at all either.
I think the English.
Admittedly.
I don't know if the English VA is the reason. It might be the direction, because the
It-
English
yeah.
VA. I don't know how much. Like no, do more stuttering. If it's the direction that's bad, or if the VA is bad, I couldn't tell you.
Because I believe it was Plague was saying the stuttering's only in the English, and like that
Then that
really
might
hurts
be
your
her, or
character.
that might be the director.
That
Yeah.
yeah, that's definitely eyebrow raising. We need more details on
Wait.
that.
Yeah, the stuttering really doesn't do her favors.
Well, the stuttering and gameplay wise, when she has the fumble thing where she fumbles and falls to the ground when you're being chased, which is intention, like it takes me out of it because it's not scary. It's like, okay, you take away my controls when the character stumbles and slows me down, and it only happens when I get ahead of the monster. It only happens. And it only happens because like there's a distance level between the monster chasing me and my character that the game has to be at. And it's like, okay, now it's not scary anymore. What I think handled this way better is a game that I don't like scary games very much, by the way. But I'm going to point to a game that I think handled this excellently. This game right here is $25. It's developed by Frictional Games. It is called The Bunker. And I think this game really, really is underrated, in my opinion. Like, it's a really good game. Actually, is it underrated? I don't actually know.
Most of the Amnesia games are well received.
Yeah, it's pretty well received. Like, Frictional Games has a tendency to put out some pretty damn good games. I think they're a Swedish studio, aren't they? I think they're Scandies, if I remember right.
I don't know.
I can do a quick check.
Yeah, check for me. I think they're Scandi game devs. I can't remember 100% though. But yeah, their games they put out are pretty damn good. Like, I think this is probably their magnum opus. Like, this is one of my favorites, at least. Genuinely
Chet,
love
don't
this
forget,
game.
we make another daily
Yeah, they're Swedish.
for $170, like $2 basically away from. We'll get both those art pieces, both the pinups.
Yeah, I recommend The Bunker. If you like scary games, this game is a absolute, like, really good game. My only biggest complaint is it's too short. But it was a very fun journey. And thank you for the nation, Chumpus.
Kind of nice.
Yeah, I think we played it before you joined, like, us regularly when we first hired you. But The Bunker is a really good scary game. Like, it's up there in terms of being, like, one of the best.
It seemed pretty good, yeah. But have a good one, everyone.
Take care, Chumpus.
Have a good night.
All right,
Yeah.
Basically, the synopsis of it is you were a French soldier in World War I, and you're trapped in a bunker that basically was shelled, and you have to find a way out of the bunker. But there's something inside the bunker with you. And that's all. I'm not going to spoil. And then you got to, like, explore, unlock areas of the bunker and the complex, and you have resources like fuel generators because the power will go out, and you have to manage the fuel to keep power on in certain parts of the base. And if you have to manage your resources very carefully. This is what I think is probably peak survival horror gaming right here. This is how survival horror games should be done.
List.
Oh yeah, it's really good. Genuinely. Amnesia the Bunker. My only complaint is that it's way too short, and I would highly recommend getting on sale. While it is $25, I still feel it's too short. Like, get it when it's like 10. Get it when it's, because it's absolute steal. Because the experience I had in it was genuinely filled with horror and nightmares, and yeah. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good game. All right,
What would be a Halloween game?
next article. What do we get? All right, are we done with all the articles? Are we down onto the biggest, meatiest thing of today?
We already talked about that, so you can just skip that. And I have to go get more tea. I'll be right back.
Okay, Chunky. He's like, Chunky. Oh. I mean, it was just sad. Fat, even. What? Gregor's. Oh, yeah, okay. Right. So here we have it. The 1.5 hour video. All right. This is for Medieval 3 Total War, and this is huge. This is big news. Because this might be the game. This might be the Total War game for me, finally. Maybe. Fingies crossed. And I'm actually really interested in this game. But 1 second. Ghost, you there?
I'm still here.
Entertain Chatfish for a moment. I must grab a drink and I must pee before we start watching this monster of a thing.
Very well. Let's see. Hello, Chatfish. Well, Blake, we know how Gibbs feels about spooky games. That's true, Gregors. Life is Cringe has 1 spot left. If you want to be a part of the wonderful Life is Cringe thumbnail, this is your last chance. Hello, Green Branch. Cow donates to Adara. Is my credit filled up for the Zelda thumbnail? Hashtag Kibsy. Let's find out. Da-da.
I'm back. All right.
Welcome back.
Just doing my leg stretches and then we start. Oh boy. Got a drink. Ugh. Let's use the arrow keys to. Oh, wait. We'll just skip forward to where it starts. What? Did it restart? Oh my god, that kept doing the 4-minute thing. That's cursed. There we go. All right. So we got Josh, the community engagement guy. I'm not sure how I feel about that as like a title. We got Life, creative director. So he's very important. And Pa, the game director. So these are 2 of the big head honchos on the game. And we have 3 tabs at the bottom here. Our vision, tools and workshop. Modding, I assume. An in-engine demonstration. All right. So we've got some very interesting people on the board, which will be interesting to hear what they have to say about this upcoming video.
I hope it's like the last one where they bring that level of energy.
Just sort of getting a pan of it. Oh, wait, so they actually have in-engine stuff too. Okay, that's exciting. I don't want to spoil myself.
Nice.
And there's a castle. Oh boy.
Anime Acumen donates to Dara. Off I go. Bye-bye.
Take care. All right, so now we're getting to the biggest, juiciest part of the stream, which is this. So let's get started.
Well, welcome everyone with our flashy new smart intro. Really cool. Welcome everyone to Building Medieval 3 Sieges and Settlements, I think is what we titled it in the end.
That's right.
Thank you very much everyone who's tuned in, or everyone who's watching this after the fact. We have some really cool, interesting stuff to
Settlements
show.
and walls.
That it was Settlements and Walls. Now it's
Settlements
Sieges
and Walls. Now
it's-
Sieges and Settlements.
We've had a lot of
Yes,
names.
Okay, yeah, I was correct.
But yes, we're here to talk about all those kinds of things, right? We will. In fact, I can throw up a little bit of what we will be talking about. There we go. Fancy swipe again. So we've got three kind of distinct bits today, and we have 2 esteemed guests who many of you will recognise from last time, who will talk us through this. So firstly, we'll be talking about our vision. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that is more of a discussion, right? So we'll be talking through that. Then we have a tools workshop where Life here has brought some videos to show along. That sounds a little bit like a show and tell, but
It is.
kind of is. And then we have some in-engine demonstrations, right? Where we'll be booting up the game in-engine to show off some of the stuff.
That's right. Yeah, last time we showed campaign our campaign build, and yeah, we wanted to show our battle prototypes today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's sort of during the announce we talked a lot about the game overall, of course, and was maybe a little bit more campaign focused. last stream, of course, campaign, so it was really overdue to really dig into battle a little bit. I know everyone's super eager probably to see in-engine stuff. Last time I got a message on my phone mid-stream from people in the developer team who said, show the footage, show the game, too much talking. But it's obviously important. Like, we want to bring everyone on board, make sure that everyone's thoughts and feedback is even more relevant because it's sort of, we had a chance to bring everyone, on the journey of the line.
And we're not used to showing the game this early on. You're not used to seeing our games this early on, so I think it's very important for us to be able to set that context and talk about where we're coming from and why we're showing what we're showing.
Exactly. So I just wanted to make sure everyone at home, or if they're downstairs in the studio, knew what we were going to be running through today. But I also want I want to reintroduce you guys. So for people who missed the last one or caught it on a recap video, would you care to introduce yourself? So Life, you were here last time. You've got the name under you, I think. Creative. You had it somewhere. Creative director.
Yes. Hello everyone. I'm Live. I'm the creative director on Medieval 3.
And what is a creative director? Just for those who don't.
Well, ultimately, I'm responsible for, let's say, the overall experience for players, the gameplay, but also the artistic realization of it, and sort of trying to bring all the experts that we have for the different disciplines, art and design and user interface and whatnot, try to align everyone and bring on the same journey.
Fantastic.
So a bit like with our fans here right now.
Exactly. And we also have the wonderful Pav.
Hello, yes. So I'm Pavel. I'm the game director on the project. I'm ultimately responsible for the game and the team making it, ensuring that the team have everything they need to make the game. And ultimately, Life and I are the two devs that you're going to see mostly in the forums when you come talk to us, giving us your suggestions, and we're the ones actively reading and engaging with the forums.
Exactly.
So, do come tell us what you think.
And speaking of, we've got on screen now what building Medieval 3 is, right? Because it was we spoke about it a bit last time, so we won't go over it too much, but it's an intentional title choice. We're not playing. We are here to co-create the game. Would you say?
Yeah, this is these are the opportunities for us to kind of show the progress we're making during pre-production, because we are in pre-production. The game becomes more and more playable as we head towards production and ultimately in production. So these building medieval streams are there for us to kind of show you the guts and all of the process and the builds at the varying stages as we build towards the production of the game.
Exactly.
I think last time we talked a lot about how, especially on the art side, things aren't final. I think that's sort of the underlying, I guess, catchphrase for building medieval streams is that nothing's final, essentially. Everything is work in progress. Some things are more finished than others. But it's ultimately about showing, as we're building this game, as we're developing the game very early in pre-production, everyone can jump on the ride and be part of it.
I think, and over time, we will progress to playing, medieval and playing the game as the game comes together.
I look forward to titling the stream that. I think we last time, must have been 50, 60 times during the stream we had to go, that's placeholder, that is placeholder.
You'll be hearing plenty of caveats and plenty of disclaimers from us, because we will be showing the engine. But
you said guts and all. I think this is a build that was kicked off yesterday, right? And we've got it here today.
This morning. This is from this morning.
So it's just us kind of trying to show what we've got and have discussion about it. We last time we had a bunch of questions and we asked people those questions. You put out a recap blog mentioning some of the things we learned about that. I think people can expect to see more of those questions this time, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, these, what we want to do with these streams is kind of put together some key questions that we can get feedback on. Obviously, outside of the questions, there's also the general feedback to what we're showing, and the topics that come up as a result of the streams that we're doing, that we're actively kind of listening and engaging with as well. So yes, absolutely, we will be. Just as before, we've got the forum set up with the questions as we ask them. We'll be reading through all of the feedback that we get, and again, summarizing it for the team.
Exactly. There's a link actually at the bottom of the screen where you can get involved. It is, I think, covered a little bit by Horseman, but it's link.totalwar.com/med3, and that will take you to the forums where either now or at the end of the stream, Steve will confirm at some point, all of the questions that we're asking here will be there for you guys to answer.
That's right.
So, is there anything else we want to say about this stream, or do we want to get going?
I think we could get going. Yeah.
Awesome. So the first topics we have are more discussion-y. We do have some art to show, which I think we've agreed I'll just kind of ambiently throw up at some point.
Yeah.
But the first part of the vision we wanted to talk about is battle.
Yes. So I think one element we talked a lot about in the team is sort of the idea of really honing in on what made Total War great, especially Total War, like historical Total War great in the first place. And that's really that simulation of a medieval battle or any historical setting, right? It's not necessarily about making a game with let's say, all the conventions of game design, but really about a simulation of what would an army between two epic armies, a battle between two epic armies look like, and then ultimately allowing you as a player, of course, to, let's say, choreograph your own Hollywood epic cinematic clash.
Yeah, and a challenge is often actually fighting against the gaminess and the contrivedness of a game experience. Actually, trying
like
to
artwork here.
get that evocative kind of a recreation of the historical battles or that Hollywood experiences.
Yeah, and I think that simulation approach is really important because that makes it feel real. That makes it feel like you're there. You're looking at your armies invading the eastern enemy finally, right? And I think last time on the campaign stream we talked a lot about the notion of window to the world, which is certainly a mantra or a pillar, how we call it. A mantra we always going to come back as part of development, and battle, it's even more important. The comparison is always where's Wally, right? Like sort of that idea of opening up the history book and seeing that big vista of a battle, and you look around and you see all this lovely detail.
Where's Waldo for those that are not outside of England?
We don't know any other versions of Wally.
I think it's where's Walter in German.
Okay, where's Walter? There you go. It's having that is that cause and effect, which is not just from the kind of impact of entities or actions in battle, but also the impact of the connectedness of campaign to battle, seeing the features of the campaign in the battle. It's the and it's also that kind of individual. The individual soldiers are behaving in a way that gives you that essentially that window to the world that you can really immerse yourself in in the setting.
And a big part of the window to the world of the simulation is, of course, morale, and sort of we call it the psychology of battle. Like your soldiers aren't androids who are marching for you. They're real people, real fighting men and sometimes women who are on the battlefield. And I think really elevating the
What?
Now,
No, did he just say there?
Yeah,
Fighting
yeah,
men
he
for a
did.
sec?
Sometimes women.
And sometimes women. I mean, okay, so if like Joan of Arc, all right, like yeah,
A example.
Exceptionally rare.
there were cases where that did happen. So I'm wondering if that's an intentional put there because they're intending to have Joan of Arc as like a thing that can happen in this game. They can get as a general because that could be interesting. Or is that something else? Because that's the first red flag thing I think I've heard. Because I'm like, historically speaking, when I look at a medieval history, and from reading all the medieval history that I have, very few times have women ever come into the picture when it comes to a battle. Now, usually when they do appear in battle, it's usually very sad and not so pleasant. It's usually due to being, raped.
Desperation.
Is usually, or like horrific things are happening. It's very tragic. But you would see them try to defend themselves. So if like there's a mechanic when a settlement's under attack, like everyone grabs what they can to try to defend the homestead because they're gonna all be fucking like pillaged. It's not a good experience. So I'm a little bit skeptical because I would like to hear him expand on what he means by women in battle. What do you mean? Do you mean like historical cases where this does happen, and there are historical cases where it is a thing that happened? Or are we talking about a historical Hollywood where the army is made up of a mixture of women? Now, there would be the case of like queens and stuff being in charge of kingdoms, as the regent, while the, son grows to age and stuff like that. That did happen too. And that's stuff that I expect to see. I expect to see historical
That
things.
is much more common.
Historical cases of this happening, like Empress Alexandria or something. I don't know, I'm making up a thing. Like, of like the Byzantine Empire. She's currently the empress because, you had a battle and the emperor got fucking killed. And now she is in charge and maybe she doesn't have an heir, right? So she needs to quickly marry one of the other generals and pop out a kid, quickly to secure her dynasty. because that could be like a dynasty problem. There could be like a line succession crisis where she's got to, oh crap, I got to have kids quick, because if I don't, there could be some serious issues where, once I'm dead, they're going to try to seize control of the empire and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff. But yeah.
It's like combat? That is... It's all in the
Someone
execution.
needs to like slap these people and give them a script or something.
Yes,
the sheer
'cause-
amount of their ability to waffle and say nothing is actually legendary.
They have been waffling. I've been letting them speak purely because I'm not going to skim through it just in case they drop things, because that right there is like one of those...
That's a big thing, yeah.
That's a potential... That's a
tongue.
potential interesting, like, perhaps intentional thing, like, oh, there's going to be like Joan of Arc and things like that. Okay, that's cool. Or is that... oh, there's gonna be like what you did with Rome 2, because Creative
Female
Assembly
knights
did
constantly.
Creative Assembly did patch Rome 2 where it increased female general spawns to 50%.
Didn't people make mods that like reverted?
Yes, because
Yeah,
like
they did.
Immediately.
here's a solution. All right, there's an equitable solution for both parties that's super simple. It's called the toggle switch, and you know what Paradox did? Paradox for Crusader Kings made it so that you could toggle it on or off if you wanted to, basically, like, you just wanted to play a female character because you modded it and you like, your sexy anime waifu, right? Okay, there, bam, switch it on. There you go, done. Or you don't want it, toggle it off. There was
Or
an
make it
option
a slider.
Well, you don't need a slider here. It's just a switch. Like, it's a yes or no thing. At least in my opinion.
he's meaning like a slider as far as like what
For like
mixture of
percentages. If you
Oh
want
yeah,
to
slider in that case, yeah, for percentages of chance. I'll be real, I'm gonna slide it 100% to men in the case of my soldiers, because I want it to be historically accurate. Like, realistically, I don't want to have to slide it to men as like I just want a button, a checkbox says historical mode. Like, I want my medieval game to be historical. I don't want fictitious things in my historical game. I want the only ahistorical thing to be, as soon as I hit start campaign, is that the actions I make should change history, not anything else. It should be my interactions that are changing history, not anything else. If there's an option to make your kingdom more matrilineal or whatever, that's not the right word for that, but like, or having matrilineal marriage be a thing in your kingdom's laws of succession, I want to be able to influence that. Yeah, that's cool. Like, matrilineal marriage makes sense, right? Like, my queen of my England, because my king's dead, should matrilineal marriage so that the dynasty's legacy and name is preserved. That way the children bear from that union that are born will bear that dynasty's name and will not be erased by the dynasty or the other noble she married. That's where matrilineal marriage becomes important, because the house or the dynasty that receives it, and a matrilineal marriage is important because that way the woman's dynasty or house name or her name is the one that the children bear. Make sense? I think so. So
Yes.
let's continue.
Importance of morale is a key part of Medieval 3. If you've been part of the discussions in the forums, you would know that there was a really cool proposal by Invicta around unit cohesion, and cohesion is certainly something we talk a lot about, like, where, yeah, you could have relatively high morale, like you're still uplifted, you believe in victory, but something else brings you in disarray, and your organization, your discipline is weakened.
Low trained levies,
Isolation
yeah.
entities from the rest, kind of impacting on that.
For example. So I think really almost like thinking of morale, not just this one bar that you care about, but really what are the facets of morale is a big part of how we approach battle as a whole.
There was something interesting you said yesterday as well about all of these elements being part of the whole, especially when it comes to things like unit matchups. So it isn't just as easy as unit A counters unit B, right?
Yeah, and absolutely, and the different kind of impacts of be it the terrain, the environment, the other kind of events within the battle that can impact on the effectiveness of a unit, the psychology of the unit essentially.
And yesterday we had a design discussion with the team where a great example came up around knights, right? And how knights in the medieval battlefields, they were essentially not really a unit you could counter. Like, there isn't a unit that you have where you're like, oh yeah, these are anti-knight units. So you really have to think about, okay, how can I now apply almost like grand tactics to ultimately let's say, engineer a situation over multiple decisions, perhaps using multiple units to bring these knights down.
You
Perhaps
wear them down,
Exactly.
utilizing ground types, and
And that ties into the importance of fatigue. Maybe you can bring in almost multiple waves of poor peasants that ultimately whittle down the prowess of these knights, and then you lure them into difficult terrain, like so
That
many.
looks more
historical
in-game
examples.
right there.
That would be a great sort of
Very early, but yes.
experience.
Yes.
Yes.
I know you've looked at the TV. I don't know why the screenshot's up on the TV. It worked 2 minutes before we went live. So you've spoken a bit there about fatigue. What would you say is the aim for the pace of a battle in Medieval 3?
Yeah, so that's something that we talked a lot about. As you can imagine, that all Total War titles previously, I think they're almost like they have roughly a similar pacing, but they're clear
Definitely
differences.
shift, yeah, on the
Exactly,
spectrum,
shifting sort of the Total War feel, shifting that around, and we're very curious about what the community thinks, what the feedback is. But I think our aim currently is to slow down tempo a little bit. Ultimately making sure that your decisions, you feel like you're able to make more strategic decisions that you can layer on top of each other. A more pronounced sense of phases, and talk about that a little bit more in a bit, but essentially almost like getting the feel across that, okay, now's the skirmishing phase. Now let's first think about how can I dominate the skirmishing phase of battle? How can I set up that first clash of the lines? And then, okay, now the lines have clashed. What do I do now? So a little bit more of that strategic feel in battle.
for sure. And obviously the army makeup and setup will affect that depending on the type of battle. But so it's always going to be a kind of sliding scale of sorts. But yeah, basically more time to think strategically.
So I can see some people talking about it. I can see chat; it's going very fast. So if the team out there see anything that they think we want to answer, I'll pull from it. But some people are asking, what is this an in-game screenshot? Is it concept art? What are they kind of looking at here?
Well, this is of course concept art, so this is not in the game or in engine.
Okay, so it's
But
not.
I think it illustrates some of the things we talked about here with the window to the world, in a sense of
They must
how
have taken a screenshot from Pharaoh or
the
something.
UI is meant to be really lightweight. It doesn't get in the way of the experience. One thing that I think we really love about some of the titles like Medieval 2 is how the UI and the sort of almost like skeuomorphic, like the flags in the world, they feel really like one. It doesn't get in the way of the experience, and I think that's sort of the benchmark we are honing in on. Obviously, all very early, but that's sort of
Good to model after
target
Medieval
look and feel
2.
shot here ultimately.
Yeah.
The other thing that Pav already mentioned, campaign battle connection. Something that I think we care a lot about is that when you are in the battle, you can almost recognize where am I on campaign. You can locate the battlefield, you know where it is, or vice versa, right? Like when you see your location on campaign, you know, okay, if I load in, I will roughly have sort of this environment. And that's sort of highlighted here by these mountain ranges, which aren't just, let's say, cool vistas in the background. They are there because it represents your location on campaign.
And I think we've touched on it in the past. I think I even responded in a forum that it's been a challenge for all of our titles. We've achieved it to varying degrees, different games, from different systems, giving us that kind of connection. So we're trying to find the right balance between having the clear campaign kind of landmarks and areas presented in battle that are recognizable, immersive, but in a way that's sustainable for our teams to be able to create and test as well, crucially.
I did see a question from chat, and I don't know if you even have an answer for this at the moment, but I think I saw it a couple of times of so firstly people commenting on the pace and what you've spoken about, which actually is a question we're going to throw to in a minute, so we'll get back to that. But asking about what kind of size maps you would be aiming for, and if you're aiming to make bigger maps to help slow down that experience, or if it's about other mechanics within the map, right? The terrain, the unit types.
Say bigger.
Yeah, so that's of course a very it's a contentious topic. I think we replied to this very specifically in the forums, so some people would have seen it. But we think of, like, Total War has a very specific game feel in battles, and there's a certain sense of, okay, how many control pieces do I have? How many pieces do I care about and I have to maneuver around the battlefield? Sometimes it can be challenging, lots of pausing required because just so much is going on. So currently our aim is to represent a roughly similar army size in terms of control pieces. That then translates, of course, into, let's say, how many soldiers you would overall expect on the battlefield. And that then translates a step further into the environment, where the environment is too vast. It feels like that proverbial, sausage in the hallway kind of thing. Like it has to have a certain tightness overall. So
yeah. So to your question, yes, it's very much to do with the unit types, the ground types, the weather effects, all of these things kind of feeding into it. And we are focusing on that kind of core Total War experience within Warcore, and making sure that we can get all of those pieces working to in the best way we can, without introducing kind of unknowns, like playing with messing too much with that formula.
Yep.
So yeah.
I did have one last note here on this section of a discussion of momentum. If there's anything else you wanted to talk about with that for context.
yes, so
we're gonna pause. So
We got a lot there.
the way they answered that is the answer seemed to be no.
Yes, because they two things. One, just said the most recent one.
He
so
didn't
map
answer.
size-
He segued around it, which is really
Yeah.
agitating and dishonest and disingenuous. By the way,
Yeah, the impression of no until they say yes, it's a no. They went with similar scale. That's a no.
yeah, no.
Army size. That's also a no too. It's going to be still 20 units and
So-
similar scale to Medieval 2.
Because people can't handle it. Oh
No,
bullshit!
that's a UI and control problem. You have this new engine. You have over a decade, 15 years of examples to look over, and even for the new people, you're building this new foundation, and they can't do this. That's a you problem, Creative Assembly, and I'm not
Yeah.
giving him any leeway on this. That's a you problem.
That is a
And
you problem.
3,
I've been playing Total War games for ages, and Medieval 2 maps are still better because they are bigger. Yeah, you can maneuver. Yes, it takes a time to get there. You just said earlier that you wanted to slow down the pacing of battle and have like skirmishing. Medieval 2 has that because the maps are bigger. It solved that problem. You introduced
And
that problem when you made the maps tiny.
And they also touch upon weather effects, terrain, and procedural generation. Now, one thing that's a stickler for me that Warhammer Total War violates is forts, for example, and knights. Let's take one unit and how terrain should affect them. The knights in this classic medieval era. If you're in a heavily forested region, infantry should be stronger in that. You should not have as much cavalry going full speed in perfect formation, just slamming into an infantry line. That should be very difficult, and it should be much easier for infantry to take on the knights. We need a system to actually symbolize that. If it's just, say, some thin brush and stuff like that, this should maybe only a minor debuff, but if it's, say, if you look in this concept art, quote-unquote, in the farther back region, if there's a bunch of trees, your horse should not be able to just gallop at full speed that easily, and especially maintain unit cohesion. That's something Creative Assembly has always struggled with, and that's just one example, has always struggled with. And hey, let's say we could throw in weather effects, and there's a bunch of mud.
Yeah, that was actually cool that Pharaoh introduced a mud system. That was actually nice. Because Pharaoh actually has mud and dynamic weather systems, which is cool. I actually like that. That was one thing that Pharaoh Dynasty did right. When it rains, it actually generates mud, and mud is a bitch to move through. And that was actually really cool, seeing that weather affected the environment, just like seeing grass fires and forest fires spread. Though they probably should work on the forest fire mechanic to not be so guaranteeable in terms of it spreading like a bajillion. Like if you start a forest fire in Pharaoh Dynasties, it will burn to the horizon of the map. It will just burn as far as the eye can see forever. And I get that when it's dry, but maybe not always though, Fuzzy. Because like a forest fire, like it's almost always that way though. It's like it always does that. Like I think it should depend on the humidity and the dryness of the environment at the time, right? If it's super dry, fire can spread, you know? A fire will burn uncontrollably if it gets to a certain point, but it kind of happened a little bit too much on the guaranteeable side. Now, granted, in dynasties, when it's in like, Egyptus and stuff like that, that's, going to be very toasty down there. But when you're up in the north and Anatolia, it gets kind of cold there, during winter. At least I'm pretty sure it gets cold. I think it snows there, if I remember right. But correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember 100% Chatfish.
I can't think off the top of my head. But yeah, this entire section has just been me raising my eyebrow and going, You're not saying what I want to hear, Creative Assembly.
like
For shame.
bigger maps. Like I'm not sorry. Take your Pondo, but I'm not sorry. I want bigger maps, and I do not really want to negotiate on that.
So what I'm hearing, because I don't have a ton of nostalgia for this franchise. Like I played a little bit of some of them here and there, but most of what I played was the fantasy ones. What you call it, Warhammer?
Total War Warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everything wrong with this franchise.
Well, no, those are bad games.
That's why I said there's everything wrong with this franchise.
Oh, I thought you said I was everything wrong with this franchise.
What? No, not you. I was talking about Total War Warhammer because it's like that's the case in point of what's wrong with these games.
That's where they very much casualize a lot of the mechanics, and all I'm hearing right now is a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, because they talk about like, oh, it's going to be more complicated, and there's going to be more skirmishing. Okay, that's cool. I like that, more skirmishing. The only way you can really facilitate that in a positive gameplay. Okay, I'm gonna pull up my game designer badge, slap it on my table. So how do you incentivize? I want my player to care about positioning more. How do I do that? Do I make the map smaller? Or do I make the map bigger? What systems can I introduce to do that? Elevation mechanics, so that there's key points, forests and trees, rivers and valleys that have different value, that offer different tactical decisions. You create a sandbox, right? And I make the map bigger. And I make it bigger so that they can maneuver around and play around in that big space. It's a video game. It's not a tabletop. It's not limited to how big your tabletop is. It's limited to by the engine, right? And the engine, in Medieval 2, surprisingly, is fucking amazing. That bad boy can handle huge fucking mountains, massive valleys and cities in the same fucking map and have you fight across the cityscape, the fields, and all over the place. It's insane how good Medieval 2 is. That's what it needs to have. It needs to be, if you're making Medieval 3, the maps at minimum must be the same map size as Medieval 2. No compromise. They must be at minimum the same size as Medieval 2 maps. I'm already incredibly disappointed by just that statement alone. Like I can't really put into words because I'm not going to compromise on like shit. Like it has to be, Medieval 3 must be equal or better than Medieval 2. It cannot be below on anything. And I mean anything. It has to have just the equal level of quality maps. Like that mountain over there. Where's my mouse? Right? Shut up. Don't get mad. That mountain over there, I want to be able to fight on that slope over there. I want to be able to move over there and behind that mountain there. I want to be able to set up over there and fight over that hillside there. I want to be able to fight over there too and fight over here. I want to be able to skirmish with cavalry over here, and I want to be able to have my main army set up a defensive line over there next to that mountain range. Minimum. That's how big Medieval 2 maps were.
Yes. Because you know what that adds to tactical capabilities and overall strategy? Let's say if you have a bunch of cavalry, like medium knights and medium cavalry and horse archers. You have this big valley and mountains. You know what the skirmishing phase can do? It lets you control the positioning of the enemy's army. Hey, can I use the skirmishing phase to secure the right flank? Say if looking at this concept art, I want to secure the far right flank, and I'm on the offensive, and I fail the skirmishing phase. That will have a serious effect, as if I want to flank around, no, I have to go straight on. But if I win the skirmishing phase, all of a sudden positioning and everything in the setup matters a lot more. It is no longer just the initial deployment.
Yes.
And maneuverability matters. Light infantry will matter. A bunch of heavy knights will take too much time and the enemy will react. But if I have a bunch of really good flankers, well, all of a sudden things got more in depth. Creative Assembly. And that's the key word. Depth. Just from one decision, making the maps bigger.
Yeah, the maps need to be bigger. Like having big maps and losing big maps is what made Total Warhammer suck. For example, in Total War Warhammer, if I had a 20 unit card army, I could have my units go from the left side of the map to the right side of the map, and there's no maneuver room. There's no way to flank my 20 stack because that map is so small that my 20 stack army can cover the entire width of it. When we did Medieval 2 battles with each other via Radman and just brawled, and that was a lot of fun, we couldn't. We did like I think we did a 4-player free-for-all, or it was like 5-player free-for-all, I can't remember. And like all 5 of us couldn't cover the entire map and had to maneuver to each other. And there were battles happening all over the place and skirmishes and stuff. It was so much fun. If we tried to do that in Total Warhammer, I don't even know, did they even have a free-for-all option? I don't even know. But like the maps are so goddamn tiny that we'll be having a battle in a tiny space. Like it's just
in
the
the
tiniest
Total War
space.
Warhammers, you run out of a map very quickly, especially if you have any fast units like cavalry or any flying units.
Not only
And
that, but
maps
the
of
maps
that
are
size.
pre-made, which made Total Warhammer even more repetitive. It's like, oh, this
Mm-hmm.
is this same map. It's like the only thing good, like, because I'm not gonna just rag on everything. The one thing that's good is that they're stepping away from that, and this map is based. It's using the generator system, just like they did in Medieval 2, where it generates the map based on what you see on the campaign map. That's good. That ties the campaign map to the battle. That's a good thing. But the map size, it's really not negotiable. You want there to be skirmishing and maneuvering phases. It's a strategy game. You're making a strategy game. I want to actually think. Saying like, oh, it's too hard to manage that stuff. That's what the pause button exists for those players who can't handle it. Like, quit
And also good UI
handicapping
design.
the entire game. Like, you have unit groups. We have unit groups and we have a mini map. We also have the what Medieval 2 never did, which is called the tactical map. The tactical map can be opened by pressing tab. It's borderline useless in modern Total Wars because you don't really need it because the maps are so small. Like, the only thing good the tactical map is for is when you play co-op with friends and you're drawing with the draw tools. Which, by the way, I love the draw tools. I wish they were single-player friendly. I hate that they don't let you play with them on the single player. Drawing out map plans and
So
stuff.
good. They're so good. I love them,
It's
especially.
just a pen,
and,
is all it is. And it's just nice.
and
It's a nice thing.
like to expand this a little more on just maps alone. You add the procedural generation, better tools, better procedural tools, because it's been a long time, very long time, and procedural tools and how you develop these have only gotten better with the bigger maps. Now you got a lot more decision making on the grand campaign map and the maps. Hey, I mostly have infantry. I see that's a cavalry heavily army. What's the terrain in my surrounding area and my options? You have a lot more all of a sudden. Hey, I see a dense forest. I'm gonna try and lure them to it.
Yeah, because like the big problem I have with this is that it's just a failure to understand, and also the way you answered that, I take issue with that on a personal level. Like, you need to just answer, like, okay, you can say all that fanciful stuff about like, okay, no, we didn't make the maps bigger. Don't go like, oh, this system, this system, this system. Like, it doesn't matter. No is the answer.
Yeah. And
Scut to the point. Like, that's the big
Yes.
problem. Like, okay, say no and then like expand on your rational whys. Because the way he said that sounded so like he was insecure with that decision that he sounded himself like he didn't even believe that that was a good idea.
And what's the worst part of all this? The whole point of these streams and these forums is for them to find out what type of game we want. How can we understand what you're trying to show us if you won't get your communication straightforward?
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're supposed to be being honest here, but like it's really dishonest to go about answering that way. And maybe it was just a fuck up on this one case, but I'm skeptical. You know, the big thing is that when it comes to it, like, you need to be straightforward. No, we didn't make the maps bigger. Here's why. Rather than a bunch of flavorful words about not answering things. Yeah, we think the weather systems and these systems and those systems and this systems will have an impact on that. Yeah, but does it? Because I can
and-
tell you with almost absolute certainty, it doesn't. Because in the tone of how he said that, you could hear that he wasn't quite sure himself. You don't sound confident about this. You don't sound sure of it. So the reality is that you're hoping that these systems will make the game more skirmishy. See that 60-minute timer on the top left there? The 60-minute timer has been pointless for years. It serves no purpose. Battles are over usually within 5 minutes, and it's rare. The first time I ran out a 60-minute timer was playing Total War Dynasties. Because of the fact that like attacking, I had to like cycle troops. That was the first time I'd ever run out the 60-minute timer in a Warscape game, like in a long time. Last time was when the enemy ships formed a smiley face and then got stuck and didn't land in Rome 2. And that was awful because the pathing broke. Oh my
That was
god.
hilarious.
But yeah, that's one of the things. Like that's a little spooky. I don't like it. So continue.
And you know what? Something I also noticed.
We should
Or-
continue. But
Sorry,
go ahead.
earlier in the stream, I know we're not supposed to mention other numbers, but
Don't.
they clearly mentioned one on the stream and mentioned his feedback. And
Oh, yeah,
what do they
that.
do? It looks like they're not listening. It's like, yeah, we're listening, we're reading it or hearing it, but we're not listening. That's the impression I'm getting from all of this.
Yep. So far the two big red flags that I've spotted is the casual mention of more women in battle, and the mention of maps not changing in size, which those 2 points there are critical. One, the women thing is a historical matter. If it's like, oh, Joan of Arc is in this game and you can have queens as leaders of your nation, yeah, that's historical. But if it ain't historical and I see fucking female knights, I think I'm gonna blow a fucking gasket because I want a historical game. I'm not buying a fantasy game. You promised you'd give us a historical title. You haven't. I like Three Kingdoms Total War, but that's not historical. Three Kingdoms Total War is about as fantasy bullshit as it gets. That game was not historical in the slightest. The game was so far from it. It was more like watching one of those Chinese TV shows about Romance of the Three Kingdoms or something, which are fun, but like it's not historical. All right, so let's move on.
Ultimately, the idea that when we looked at a few historical like cool benchmark battles, right? What became really apparent is that the most dramatic battles, the ones you would want to see a movie about, are the ones where sort of victory was snatched away from the jaws of defeat, right? Where sort of something looked pretty bad and then something happened somewhere on the battlefield and the battle was turned around. And that's sort of the notion of momentum, that if you would watch the battle, you would see, oh, things are going poorly, but then momentum turns around.
Yeah.
How?
And
how does it turn
around? Grunwald is an example where the Teutonic Order was kind of sort of doing pretty well, almost winning, and then things turned around. Bouvin, Battle of Bouvin is another example. Agincourt to a degree as well, even though it's famous more for other things, but also a case of not necessarily just that the underdog.
I mean, the French got
winning,
massacred in
but rather that
Agincourt.
one side is doing poorly and then can turn things around.
Yep.
And that's something we're really eager to represent. Again, morale comes into this.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure about that. I don't remember those other battles too much because I didn't study them. But Agincourt, I'm pretty sure the English didn't have a lot of troops, right? They were technically outnumbered, if you could call that poorly. But what really happened is the French were arrogant and decided to attack across a muddy fucking field. The knights got bogged down in the mud, and the British longbowmen just chewed them to pieces, and then they swept in and wiped them out with their infantry. Right? It was like a brutal massacre. They didn't take any prisoners, and they slaughtered the nobles to the last, if I remember right. That it's been a while since I've read up my medieval battle history stuff, but correct me if I'm wrong, chat. That's pretty much the synopsis of that battle. It wasn't that the English were like getting really their asses kicked. It was the French kind of just got fucked, is what I remember.
Yeah.
Being the notes of that battle.
And creating something like that, such as to go to to the devs' argument of creating turnaround moments.
What does that mean
That's
by
gonna be
turnaround? Like turnaround is entirely down to the player's strategies they're making.
Yes.
Like it's not just a
giving the
dice
opportunity
roll
for
that just my dudes do better.
Yeah, creating that opportunity, that is not easy, because the way Total War works for the longest time, and even you still saw this problem in Evil 2 of just the steamroll effect. It's like once you make a breakthrough, it's almost impossible, and including depending on how much the AI cheats, it was most egregious in Total War Warhammer, where the enemy has one tiny province and 3 armies. Less so in Medieval 2, but still, you can still see it of how do you break something like that, and how do you do something like that in a single player game where you massacre 3 armies, the AI should be struggling, and all of a sudden they throw through more stacks at you.
Yeah, because I'm not really sure. Like, the AI, you mean the AI is not going to cheat no more? Like, they're talking about the battle here. They're not talking about the campaign map. They're talking specifically about how all of a sudden units start winning. So does it just mean that they randomly, like, oh, all of a sudden your units are just doing better? That's just like giving me a victory without me actually earning it.
Yeah,
iDog
without tactical
says,
depth.
hold on. iDog says, or L-Dog says, at Agincourt, it is believed most of the French casualties was due to the longbowmen bashing them with the mallets they used to drive in the stakes earlier. Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure Agincourt was pretty one-sided. Like, the English came out with, like, a decisive victory there. It wasn't like the English, oh, they were looking like they were in a bad position. The English were actually in an amazing position. They had an excellent setup. They had set up their stakes. Their longbowmen were ready for them. And the French charged across a fucking muddy farm field. Like, it's not a good idea. It was like they went into their like killing field, basically the kill zone, basically because they were arrogant, because they thought they were superior. They're like, yeah, we're knights. We outnumber them like 3-1, and we could just take
Yeah.
them.
Are they suggesting that's going to be in game? Because that would be nice having weather affected to that level. That would be very nice.
Well, they should have
Are-
that actually, because if Pharaoh's Dynasty has that, then they already have the mechanic template for that. So
yeah, innovate it.
rain should be a factor. Mud generated by rain should be a thing as well. And weather should shift as the battle goes on, because they also did that in Pharaoh's Dynasty, where a battle could start off, warm and sunny, but then a thunderstorm approaches and the battle ends in the middle of a thunderstorm. And that was really cool. I actually liked that quite a bit. Or the battle starts off, clear as sky, and then all of a sudden at the end of the battle you're fighting and there's like fucking, what do you call them? A sandstorm, like it's bad optics, bad vision, stuff like that. Medieval 2 had this to a degree as well, with like blizzards and stuff. So I expect to see blizzards in winter and stuff like that, and snow problems like that, because that could be really cool to see. And like troops should have a difficult time moving through snow. Snow terrain should be harder than moving through regular grass fields. It should be tiring to move through snow. It's one thing they never really did in Medieval 2, because I don't think snow had an effect, but I can't remember 100%.
I'd have to do some more researching, but weather did have some effect in Medieval 2, not to the extent of Pharaoh.
I think, unfortunately, the reality is they not only do not have the engine capability because they don't have talented enough programmers to make the engine do that.
Well, they do.
They
The
also
engine
don't
does
have
it.
the want.
So rain is already a mechanic. Sandstorms are already a mechanic. Those are all only in Pharaoh. I know because you played Total War Warhammer. Total War Warhammer doesn't use those for whatever reason. Total
Yes,
War
that's
Warhammer
my
doesn't use
point. Going
anything.
what they had before, well, yes, it is something that
Dynasties
should be
came out
in
after.
everything
It came out
going
after.
forward.
I know.
Yes, but this is modern CA. They're not going to do it.
Yes, but I'm going to point out, because it's important to point out the chronology of these things. Dynasties Total War came out, I think, after Total Warhammer Fantasy did, and also came out with more features. Just like Three Kingdoms also came out after Total Warhammer Fantasy and also had more features. The Warhammer Fantasy games can't be really compared to the historical series, because even the bad historical series stuff has been superior on every front mechanically. The fantasy series is
But
like...
commercially did not do very well at all.
Which one?
Any of them. Compared to Warhammer Fantasy in terms of sales?
Three Kingdoms did insanely well. Dynasties, not so much, though. Dynasties...
Did they just drop Three Kingdoms? Like, before they...
Pharaoh Dynasties, Three Kingdoms did so well that they were actually going to give it the Total Warhammer treatment, and they were cutting instead of finishing the game's patches and DLC, they actually started development on a second Three Kingdoms because it did so well.
Which they canned.
They canned it because
so
they
it
got
was
banned in
self-inflicted.
China.
Yeah, it wasn't due to sales. It was a self-inflicted business decision by Creative Assembly that it's no longer.
Yeah, because Three
then
Kingdoms
it's a leadership
is
problem.
pretty high.
Yes.
And if those people are still in leadership positions, then this is going to be a train wreck.
There has been significant turnover in that part. To how much is affected the historical team, only results will tell.
Yes, that's the thing, because the historical team and the fantasy team are technically two distinctly different teams with their own problems, and that's why it's important to denote them. So the historical team has proven that they already like fire mechanics, that city fires are a thing. They also like civilians running around and stuff. They do that. They've also proven they like mud and rain and weather. So those will be probably Those will be in no matter what. They also mentioned that in this interview already. But I think it's time we continue to make progress through this next section. So we'll see what they talk about.
It's a little bit where, so if you could imagine it as you're a soldier on the battlefield, okay, and you see someone on the right doing a heroic stand, winning perhaps a battle that weren't supposed, or nobody thought possible that they would win. And that sort of sparks and creates hope and then ripples through the army. Almost like a positive, we have chain routing, of course, but almost like a positive jolt of hope that can easily be squashed again. You know, it's not like now the avalanche is
I mean, that does happen
can
historically.
create a spark where
But
you
like,
can
how does that happen
either-
mechanically is my question.
achieve victory yourself, or where you, if you're doing well in battle, you have to be mindful and be careful, like,
the right battle cry in the right moment, right?
Yeah. The right kind of general snipe in the right moment. You know, it's something that gives you more agency and hope as well. You know, even things are looking like you know, you're pretty much done. There's a hope, there's a chance, and it kind of in the simulation plays into that as well. That it's not just contrived kind of, you know, gamey step by step. No, these things can happen if you you know, play it right. You can turn get victory from the clinches of
the big example here would be, you know, that you're sort of demonstratively, the king is lifting the visor, right, and the flag is raised to show everyone, I'm still here, even though it looks pretty bad, I'm still here.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And that's part of the simulation, right, where suddenly a glimmer of hope, they get squashed immediately, right? So
it's like watching people for the first time press the button in Shogun 2, where they dismount and go into the square and think, oh my god, what have they just done? But then you see the morale effect that has.
It's just the magic and the replayability that you get from that as well, and the different scenarios that can play out and the stories you can tell, I think, is really powerful.
Then I am conscious of time. If you guys are that's kind of us trying to establish the foundation, right, for battle discussion. So if it's right with you, I'll throw to the question that we're going to be asking. And we'll all hope all of the things work. I think they do. So these are the two questions we have for our battle vision. So the first is, what is the most essential battle mechanic needed to create an authentic representation of land battles? And how have you felt about the pace and speed of battles in past titles? So is there anything maybe you'd want to add to that first one? So what would you see as what would you see as a battle mechanic, if that's what they're thinking about?
Yeah, so I mean, we've thrown around a lot of terms here and sort of features and mechanics, but I think it's great to hear the expectation and wants of people and wishes. You know, ultimately cohesion is something that we had a lot of internal chats around discipline, and then seeing the discussion in the forums and in Victor's proposal on cohesion, we're like, oh yeah, maybe we should really look at it more from a cohesion angle, and we saw the benefits and we sort of merged our approach, right? So I guess if there are other things people want to really throw into the room, we will absolutely take it into our discussions.
We haven't spoken about supplies, for example. You know, there's lots of different things that we could
ammo, the classic.
And anything then on the pace and speed of battles? Any extra context you want to give?
Yeah, well, we talked about different total wars having different paces. So just hearing thoughts on what what players think about the different titles, the benefits, and of the different paces, I think would be good to know.
I think it's the way we look at it is always double checking our assumptions with things like this, right? And our assumption certainly is that, generally speaking, the community for historical titles certainly wants a little bit more of that slow down, like a slower pace, a bit more strategic, and it's good to confirm or perhaps dispel.
Absolutely. Then I will quickly ask the community team if they know if the forum posts are up yet, just so I know whether to push people there or tell them to hold. But for now, then we can move on to our second section of our vision, which is now we've
need
got
to
the
put out
foundation,
condensed
right? We all
versions
know
of these.
What the aim is for battles. We can talk a bit about sieges, which is more why we're here today, right?
Yeah, and we thought it might make sense to actually start with the campaign context briefly. Last time, I believe, in the forums, there was a lot of talk around our intentions on the war and peace cycle, right? So that there's a clearer sense of, okay, war is breaking out now, and the realm mobilizes, and you fight a few decisive battles, and then, an outcome is made, like peace is made, a deal is struck, and you have that sort of rhythm. And we see sieges very much as almost like the climactic moments, right? Like when you first defeated the enemy king in battle and he's fleeing to his capital, and then that's where the final stand is made, and that's where you crush and we see achieve ultimate victory. So siege has some of the climactic pieces in that war and peace cycle.
So a huge investment in time and effort, and it's not something that we want to occur every other turn, lots of sieges all at once. So it's that's where the War and Peace cycle, the pacing of war comes in really.
Yeah. That's again sort of let's say an assumption in terms of community sentiment is that in past titles maybe we had a bit too many sieges, and I think that's something we looked at where also from an authenticity point of view, like a medieval war wasn't just siege after siege after siege. Even we see campaigns in Italy would have been counterpoint to that, but I think good to say verify with everyone.
You got little moat bridges there.
Yes, so that's the first part. That's basically the context. So the way we think about it is less sieges, they're rarer, but they're more epic, right? So and really leaning into a lot of things we now talked about in terms of battle, a bit slower pace, a clear rhythm, right? When you think of sieges, you really think of, okay, it wasn't just about the wall. It was really about, almost like overcoming the settlement itself. Ties into big legacy features from past titles that we're really excited to bring back, multiple layers of walls, where you can see that rhythm forming where, big clash when you attack the outer walls, then a bit of a, let's say, regroup period for both armies, and then again, big pace.
And again, a clear campaign to battle connection where you're investing in the defenses of your city within the campaign. You're upgrading your walls. You're upgrading different elements, and that's represented in battle. So your investment in campaign is directly represented in what you're seeing in the battlefield and how many layers of wall or defenses you have to defend or as an attacker fight through.
So how paranoid you are will really affect how easy it is then to defend when you're attacked.
Yeah. And that's, of course, again, like the window to the world, right? Where you, I think last time, talked a lot about window to the world is the immersion, the detail, but also reaching through and manipulating the world and leaving your mark. And that's definitely something we're going to come back to in a bit.
A fair few people asking if moats are something you'd consider.
Yes. Yep. That's
so far. That's the intent. If we can make them work.
I didn't know if they were in the in-engine demonstration that we have.
No, not yet. They're actually just this morning. I think this morning it was a post. Oh, I have a first version of it working. Yeah, it's not in this one though.
We increased the depth by some meters this morning.
Make it harder to swim across.
That would be an example. Last time I believe we talked about building perks, which was a term that people really didn't like, and we didn't like.
No.
I believe Cody Bonds, he was suggesting
improvements.
Building improvements.
Yeah, building improvements.
Yeah, maybe a candidate. But moats is something we consider as a good example for that, where on campaign you generally upgrade walls as a separate building chain, and then a moat would be something like an improvement you attach on top.
Like little bonuses.
We'll later, I think we've got a question where we're gonna put to everyone about that as well.
Then.
Just to show one, that we were, let's say, we're cultured enough. Great inspiration that we had. Luke, one of our senior designers, he found this very, very early on. It was sort of a driving force. It's a painting by Éloi Firmin-Ferron about the siege of Rhodes when the Hospitaliers captured it in early 14th century. Are we seeing it? Yeah.
Screen's broken.
And it's sort of a really, let's say, vibrant and evocative picture of a siege, like painting of a siege, where you really get that sense of, where's Wally or Waldo or Walter. The window to the world, you see that detail, but you also see the carnage and you see the emotion that's in it. So I think a great picture to sort of, that was the early driving force behind our concepts.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Then, if it's right with you guys, we will ask the question we have for the Art Vision section, sieges, and then we will move on. So I believe question 2. Yes. So the first one of these is very similar to the last one, which is what is the most essential battle mechanic needed to create an authentic representation of siege battles? So we'll have the answers for land battles, but if something, it could be the same answer, right? It could be that something is really key for both, but if you think there's something that's more important for sieges, this gives the opportunity to air that out. And then how important are 360-degree sieges, which is attacker deployment fully encircling the city for you, and how often are you making use of multi-pronged attacks? That might be one worth explaining.
Yes. So it's our understanding that one of our key, let's say, the manifests of Total War siege battles is 360 sieges, right? That the entire settlement can be part of your battle space, your battlefield. And it's something that I think we're really keen on bringing back, or have brought back. But one thing that often comes up is
That's good,
essentially
by the way.
restrictions more from a campaign angle.
Mhm.
There are cities like Leon is an example we talked a lot about, where historically it was always attacked from the south, right? So when you would invade these lands, you would have to attack the city essentially from a fixed angle. So you lose, let's say, the traditional Total War 360 deployment options. You're restricted. For that battle, based on campaign context, you can only attack because of a river or other, typically environmental factors.
And sometimes there's also an authenticity angle where certain settlements were just so vast to accurately represent them in scale. You know, our battle would contain maybe just one kind of angle potentially, right? Which is something that comes.
So the issue with that, right? So he's right to a degree, like in the case of Leon, right? Some cities, because of how they're set up, you kind of have to choose where to attack it from, because there is a river, and cities would be crafted and built to basically be done this way to make sure that they couldn't be fully encircled easily, right? In certain contexts, that kind of works, but you should still be able to actually encircle Leon, because again, you're changing history. You're able to do things differently. Now, in that particular regard, it depends on if you can get like a bridge, and like this is where like the ability to construct bridges, and like again, they added things like moats in this. Moats were added, they weren't initially in Mott and Bailey's. I don't think were initially in Medieval 2. They were added later in the Kingdom's expansion. And they're pretty cool. But one of the big problems with moats in Medieval 2 is you can't really interact with them at all, whatsoever. So,
Yes, this is going to be more heavily on expanded siege mechanics, not just on the grand campaign, but
yeah,
mostly.
because they're gonna have to build on that. Because the thing about mots, in general, is that they would generally like make little bridges, and the concept art right there that we saw earlier demonstrated that they had constructed little bridges to construct ladders upwards. And you'll also notice that troops also were standing in it as well, which implied that troops can, yes, stand in that water as they want to as well as use the bridges to cross over. And again, those were made to make sieging and getting up to the wall much more difficult. So that is good. Like the 360, they talk about having 360 sieges being like a core thing, and they did mention that, but then they go on to say that maybe certain cities won't be able to do that as easily. That I'm a little bit more skeptical of, because I think it's like, okay, on the campaign map, I would agree. Like, you set up your army to attack Leon from the south, like it often was historically, and the river that sort of shields it from being attacked from the north. Okay, maybe in that context, but if I move my army to the other side of that river and then attack from the north, or have two armies, one attacking from the south and one attacking from the north, then that should, in theory, allow me to attack from over there as well, because I have my army over there. And then when he mentions like the maps not being able to fully capture the size, well, here's the reality. It's a video game. You're going to have to abstract the maps. They did that in Medieval 2. They did that in Rome 1. You're not going to capture the entirety of the size of Constantinople, like as it was historically. It's unlikely. You could try, but you're going to have to make the map friggin' huge. And they did it in Attila, and it barely fit on the map, for those that remember Attila. It was so big that the deployment zone for the attackers is like an inch, because the fucking city of Constantinople takes up fucking the entire goddamn map. And this is where making maps bigger comes into effect. You can easily solve that problem by just making the map larger. Done. You've just solved the problem entirely. You've now made the problem go away. All you have to do is make the maps bigger. That's it.
Yeah, and adding stuff like crossing modes, just more stuff for the defender and more stuff for the attacker, and that's all mostly just more buildables.
Yeah,
that's easy. It's not rocket science. It's so easy. Just give us a 360s and give us our tools back and give us more tools on top of that. There you go. Sieges are good, and then it's just a designing the castles problem.
Yep.
And I will give them credit. The concept art, the two they've shown, yeah, artistically, and also from how they want to give us a visualization of what their vision for sieges are. Both of those are good. It's like no problems there.
Yeah, because they clearly have the moats as an option, and they also have little bridges and guys running across the bridges with ladders. And that is, yes, that's how that would be done. Because then they get the ladders up there, and then the guys start climbing the ladders. And so, yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that a lot. Now I want to see that in engine is the next thing. But it's obvious that they're not ready for the moats, because they mentioned already that the moats aren't quite ready yet. But that is good. That's an expansion. And bringing back multi-layered walls is also good. It's already at a stage now with that being superior to Total Warhammer 3. because, well, it has more than a single wall, and it has 360 battles back.
Unfortunately, being superior to it is a low bar.
It really
It
is.
is. It's in modern context, maybe to help expand this, it's better on concept just from this alone. This is better than Dynasty Sieges, because most Dynasty Sieges and Three Kingdom Sieges have this problem where the settlement's kind of in like a corner of the map and it's not able to be attacked from anywhere else, which is weird because they were starting to go away from it. Now, what's weird is Three Kingdoms also has 360 sieges, but it had what they just described where there were certain settlements where you could only attack from one side. And that was weird. There's also in China, there's these like walled cities that sort of block these mountains where they only could attack from one side. That makes sense there, but if you have an army on both sides, you can theoretically attack from both sides. You know what I mean? Like that's got to be in there. Cuz yeah, rivers should play a role in making it difficult to cross. But if my army's been sieging that city for, like half a year, they probably have my engineers have probably constructed a bridge to get over to the other side. So 6 turns, 6 months, my army should have a bridge and be on the other side of that city, cutting it off. Because again, the part of sieging a city is strangling a city. How do you strangle a city? You cut off all lines of communication in and out of the city, so that it cannot be resupplied, so that the people inside starve. That is the entire purpose of a siege. Most sieges were getting the people to starve and hopefully surrender, because the attackers actually did not want to actually attack the damn thing. But they needed to get in there, and they needed to get the city center. So by putting constant pressure and constantly doing little attacks, trying to break in, because they also don't want to have the army stay there for like 6 months to a year or 2 years, or like those 10-year sieges that happened in the Renaissance period and shit like that. Fucking hell. Oh my God.
With how poor the leadership at CA has been for a very long time, I'm gonna have to see it actually like running in game before I believe a word they say. To be honest,
Which is what you should be, as
Yep.
again we've been burnt for a very long time. Obviously, since we have opportunity here to actually discuss this and provide this feedback, hence why we're doing this, and why this feedback is critical. Always be ready to hold our feet to the fire, as we've been burnt for ever since. God, what year was Empire Total War? God, that long ago.
2007, 6.
Oh
Something
my
like that.
God, 19 years, almost 20.
Rome 2 launched in 2013. Yeah, and like Shogun 2 came out in between Empire and Napoleon and Rome 2. Or not in between, it came out after Napoleon, in between Rome 2. Rome 2 launched in 2013. 2012 or 2011 or 10 was when Shogun 2 Fall of the Samurai launched. Somewhere around that, I think. In 2009 might have been Shogun 2. I remember there were still box elder bugs getting into our house back then. It was quite awful. It was quite awful. I hated bugs. But yeah, Mamu's absolutely correct. This is all really nice stuff, but we need to actually see it in practice. And while I understand they're working on it, that's fine. But I still want to see them show it off as soon as they get it. I want to see moats. I want to see 360 sieges. I want to play this with Mamu and fucking Fuzzy and Ghost, and I want to be like, watching Shmormu fucking like attack from the northern side of Leon while I'm attacking from the south. Like, I want to see shit like that.
and I'll be the first to turn my tune around with like CA and all
You
this.
shouldn't turn it around until you see anything.
No,
yes.
no. Like if they make good on what they're trying to basically advertise here, right?
Yes. Because the multiple wall thing, oh, thank God. Like, that's step one. Now I need to see how the walls are. Are they double wide surprises like they are in fucking Total Warhammer? Where for whatever reason the walls are twice the size. By the way, the wall without that wooden ramp section in Medieval or Total Warhammer 3 is already too wide to be historically accurate. Walls are not that tall, nor are they that fucking wide. Take a bajillion years to build. Good night, Hannah's dad. Be a good little fishy.
Yeah, like I said,
Good
the Warhammer Fantasy ones were the ones I started playing the franchise a lot, and they're trash. They're fucking bad. I feel bad for the fans of the historical games, because all anyone talks about is the trash fantasy ones instead of the good historical ones.
See, I want Medieval 3 to have mods to basically put and port all the... Because if you could port the Total Warhammer 3 fantasy models, and we can turn Medieval 3 into TWW3, I want that. Because I would love to play the fantasy Total Wars just as much. My only reason why I don't like the fantasy Total Wars, specifically the official one, is because I don't like the mechanics. I enjoy.
Mechanics are bad.
I enjoy
Ugh.
Metric system I've grown to hate over the years.
Yeah, because Warhammer
Yes.
Fantasy is actually a lot of fun in Medieval 2. It plays better in Medieval 2 than it does in Total Warhammer 3, because Total Warhammer 3 just sucks.
The vampire counts feel more like vampire counts in Medieval 2.
The only fun I would ever get out of playing Total Warhammer 3 again would be multiplayer. I just the idea of playing it single player is just like such a drag. Like you need
You
fucking
say
friends
that
to have
until
fun
you
with it.
have to play it with someone that has it on a hard drive and you're waiting 5 minutes between missions.
Yeah, I did that with Squealy, and then I learned that I didn't want to play anymore. All right. Let's see what else these little chuckle bucks have to say.
Up as well. If we want to really show the scale of an epic city, we should potentially provide different kind of areas of attack. So it's an interesting kind of dilemma, and something that we always, when we approach a historical Total War, it's a topic that always comes up.
Yeah.
And again, which is why across our Total War games, there are different approaches and different titles.
Oops, wrong button.
There are. I will say, I thought I was going crazy because there's that little horseman covering the word, and it's just on ours because we've got the YouTube feed. Okay. So there's no horse. When I was referencing a horseman covering the words, I was going insane. So to answer those questions, there is the link there, and it's also in the description of YouTube. It may be being posted on Twitch. But if you follow that link, either now maybe or after the stream for sure, we will have categories for all these questions.
So yeah, they are letting people feedback. So hopefully people are being loud about that
next
map
section,
thing.
Which I have a button.
My only
There we go.
concern with that is it'll turn into an echo
take us back
chamber
to-
is all.
Potentially. I mean, the fact that they're encouraging new people to join the thing is actually a change. Adverse to the forums as they were before, where they had forums,
Only
but they
yes
don't really
men.
push it. Bear in mind, my forum interactivity was at its height during Attila, and it also pitter-pattered out in Total Warhammer Fantasy, because Total Warhammer Fantasy was when all the Warhammer fans showed up and basically drowned out any sort of criticism. Oh my god. The Warhammer Fantasy fans that came to the forum specifically, for the most part, just sort of drowned out any feedback or like questions or concerns. Just completely. And the only time they changed their tune was when the Chaos DLC controversy happened. And that was it. Not a
for the
single
longest
fucking criticism about the crappy sieges or nothing.
It took a very long time, years, for the fantasy crowd to start to wake up and start to demand improvements. In Warhammer 3, when it was already too late, the Foundation is too corrupted.
I mean, they have what do you call it? The Bulgarian CA is currently, I believe,
Sofia.
reworking it. Yeah, so Sofia is currently, there's a patch in development, and it's been in development for a long time, that they're working on to, I believe, remove all the cities and replace all the cities with new 360 cities. But I'm not entirely sure if
Yes.
that's true.
Yes, they are doing a rework, and full disclaimer, just to measure expectations, and I think the new head of Total War, new guy, he's only been there, I think including this year, going to be there 4 years, so new executive talent, bear in mind, has openly admitted on the forums that the technical foundation of Warhammer 3 is among the worst you will ever see. The spaghetti code is horrible, the trying to get things to work is horrible, the technical debt is as bad as you think it is.
Yeah.
It'll be a miracle if they even get half the stuff they want to do fixed.
Also, to answer Dragonclaw's question, yeah. Kibbs, I will argue, he says here, anyone who did complain on CA forums, everyone got banned. Yeah, they did. Way back when I forget those people's names off the top of my head. The same guy who was harassing people and shit in the community outreach thing, and a bunch of other people. But none of those people work. The only reason why I particularly care right now, by the way, chat, is all the people that I really detested at Creative Assembly that were really scummy, or at least the what do you call it, community management people, they're gone. They all left.
Yeah.
They either got kicked out or whatever. And so
I know Sega did a big restructuring.
yes, and not only did they get kicked out, but the thing they're doing with this big stream, and yeah, they waffle a lot in this, I will say, But I'd rather take this than their last time they did those rally point things or whatever they were called.
Oh, those are terrible.
Where it's like, here's 5 minutes where we talk about you're cool, that cool.
Yeah, for the 40K thing, yeah.
And it's like,
Let's give each other
those are
medals and pat each
terrible.
other on the back.
It's like, yes, it'll, yes. It's
All
like,
this givings aside, it is always better when, and at least in the information age we all live in, where they're willing to have an actual conversation and listen. That's always a step in the right direction.
it's step one.
My
Yeah.
concern is just like as these streams of them showing and talking about stuff has become more and more bloated with waffling.
Yes,
Now
they do need. You're right. Go ahead.
Yeah, that could just be the host coming into like doing it, because there is a grace period that does happen. Or they're trying to purely pad it to make it seem like they're doing a bunch of stuff. I don't know.
Now, I should note out, as they have been caught with this before, such as when the YouTuber simps were brought on, I don't see earpieces. So that's already a sign that this is more raw. If you don't see earpieces, this is more raw.
Ah, the earpieces to be told what to say.
Yeah,
yeah, because some of those simps that were there for the 40K announcement and a lot of those all those announcements, they had earpieces, and one of them openly admitted on a separate stream that they had an earpiece telling them, "Hey, you need to let him explain more of X, Y, and Z along those lines." No.
Yeah, just let them talk. I'm okay with them to waffle a bit. I think Josh, the community boy guy here, he should probably get them on topic a bit more, because the other two guys are just like they waffle because they're working.
Yeah, he needs to wrangle.
Yep, Josh, you're here to wrangle these guys. You're here to get the game director and the director to get basically in tune. Because yeah, they're gonna be relaxed because you set up these nice couches, which is really nice. It's gonna create a nice relaxed atmosphere, so they feel more comfortable talking. What Josh needs to do is get them to talk more about the subject.
They're gonna be passionate about stuff, right? But in that passion, though, there needs to be a bit of tard wrangling.
Yep, that's what Josh needs to be doing more. He needs to be wrangling them a bit more. He is wrangling them occasionally, but I think you're being a little bit too loose with them, because you're kind of running the show here, Josh guy. So you need to, like, my only criticism for you is to basically just wrangle a little more. Get them to answer and ask questions they can't weasel out of. I know you're on the same team, CA-wise, but like, trust me when I say that it's actually in your best interest to get them to answer. And even if they answer something that might get them criticism, it's better that they get the criticism now while you guys are as early as you are. I hope you reverse your decision about the tiny maps. I don't want tiny maps.
Yeah.
I want big maps.
I want it to feel like your cavalry is actually having to fucking stage and wait for a signal and charge, as opposed to just sitting, 15 feet away.
Yeah, I want to be able to maneuver an army around like a hill and like have like a section of my army with cavalry led by, I don't know, Ghost or somebody, and he's just chilling there waiting for the signal to ride over that fucking hill up and down upon the enemies of man, which are the French. Which are the
Bucky disappeared.
Squirrel creature. He starts crawling on the ceiling. Get back here! Get back
Hello,
here.
Kibbs. How's your mop?
What?
Look what you're holding.
That's not a mop. That's a hammer. And you just listen to what Bond said.
Sure.
Damn.
What
And
did
it was
she
a
say?
broom.
Oh, it's a broom. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was a
sweeping.
mop.
Got to keep this place clean. Chaffish make it
Yeah.
messy. Have you seen all the peanut snacks fucking India was having earlier? God damn.
No.
And he's allergic to peanuts, yet he just continually eats them while having a mild allergic reaction.
He's like Pam and Archer.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's funny.
So you here for the Medieval 3 news? Look at him. He just looks at me. Looks at the British people on the screen.
There's Medieval 3 news.
That's what we're covering right now. It's Medieval 3.
I don't know. I just joined.
God damn it. Well, here,
Okay,
we're going to hit
so I
play
think
and
this
see
is
what they
some
say next.
videos
Yes.
to show.
So we're finally getting to the meat now.
Yes.
This is not
The show.
in engine.
Finally, the
running code
meat.
yet. These are videos of more our tools, essentially. Talking a little bit about how we're approaching the challenge of authoring our settlements.
Is he French because he has that thing around his
I don't
neck?
know how often we show tools and.
Never, I think, or very rarely, or maybe post once we're live.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Producer.
I don't know, they got
if
the
I was
game
set
over
up,
there.
If you can double click the middle third and swap it, because they swapped seats, so it shouldn't be Josh Lifepav, it should be Josh Pav life. He's just hidden it. That's it. And that's fair. That's his prerogative.
He's not smiling.
Okay, you ready for me to come over?
Yes. So,
All right, so in engine finally.
what are we looking at here?
Well, they're tools.
It's a
Yes,
video
tools.
that Fedon, one of our level designers, recorded recently from our in-game tools of how sort of you author a settlement. And I'm going to play this in a bit, but I think worth going back a couple of steps. So last time we talked about pre-production, and why are things not pretty yet? It's because our artists are really mainly focusing on how are we building all of our assets. How are we building the campaign map, and most importantly, how are we building settlements?
Yeah, and we've and actually, in what you're going to see today, both in the videos and actually in the engine as well, we've had a lot more art team focus on battles in the campaign. Campaign has less of that focus, because on battle, one of our traditionally one of the trickiest, one of the biggest challenges in content is settlement authoring. Is the battle map, the connection with campaign, of course, but also it's just the offering of the buildings and the settlements, building the settlements themselves, but also coming up with an elegant way to represent settlements and the different sizes of settlements in Battlefield. Yeah. So we've been progressing further with battle environment art kind of pre-production. But again, what you're seeing is blockouts. These are very pretty blockouts, because we're constructing our buildings from kit pieces. So the artists are blocking out all the individual bits that make up a building, sticking materials on them. So
Cheffish, yes, it's a field of grass. I'm just waiting for them to show us something.
Are going to go, and then obviously these will be then taken and made up as final assets. These are all blockout assets. No matter, even though they have roof tiles and maybe bricks, texture, these are very basic.
Yes, we know the work in progress, man. Move on.
So yeah, everything is, as always, subject to change, because this is pre-production assets.
They have to defend themselves so hard because somebody's going to criticize the buildings not looking real.
Of the campaign battle
fucking prototype.
Making things difficult for us, but we obviously believe it's worth it. In that, if you think of a single map, like we call it a layout. Like here's our layout for Paris. This is just one version of it that we can put together.
I think they could have skipped this part, to be honest.
Out of curiosity, how long are they going to hang on this image?
The classic
Okay,
because,
good.
like,
They're about to start doing stuff.
Okay.
I was gonna say
because they're like autistically trying to explain to people the process of game development. They don't need to be doing that.
Like you can, like yes, we get it. Don't worry. I'm expecting it not to look finished. You can just show me. You already said it.
Leaving your mark on the world, and I think that's where.
If people don't listen, they're stupid. You can ignore them.
What have I done to my cities? Like, what people are living there? Are they wealthy? What culture are they from? How dense is this?
Oh, different cultures actually going to be shown.
So,
okay, interesting.
Enough talk. Let's play this. So what you're seeing here is a single layout.
It's a video.
And what the designer here is doing is essentially selecting.
Oh yeah, they weren't booting up there.
You could say activating different layers, setting the wall level to different level.
So you can see the different, like, as it upgrades. Okay. So they got cute little wooden walls. Then it comes stone walls. All right.
Castle wall size, wall height.
When does it become a castle?
Wall layers.
I mean, technically, it is a castle now, I think.
How, let's say, starting from a single, smaller city, almost like a hamlet.
It would be nice if they zoomed the camera over there, though. It's so far away.
It's probably really low poly.
And again,
there's a reason why they're not doing that.
Yeah.
Still, we haven't settled on number.
Oh, cool, little bridges.
Of sizes.
Oh, those are supposed to be rivers. Okay.
These are all the things that we're exploring through our prototyping, through our testing. What is the
wider walls
of settlement levels, wall levels, number and size versus the gameplay experience. That these are all the things that we're figuring out during pre-production. And then once we settle on it, that's what we'll produce.
And I think what's really exciting about this is, we talked a lot about our timeline and wanting to represent like a sense of progression through the medieval era. So if you think about a single settlement,
that's a big church.
Capital, or
that's fucking huge.
Settlement that's important trade hub that's fought.
Is that Notre Dame? What the fuck?
Essentially, see the settlement over the generations and decades and centuries grow and grow over time and really develop in different ways.
Ooh, multiple layers of walls.
If we could view the settlements in peacetime, like in Rome 1.
Oh, City View.
Yeah, good old City View. Yeah.
Well, we're
City
kinda
View
doing
was
that here,
cool.
aren't we? No one's
Well, this is peacetime. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Bring City View back.
City
It wasn't a
View is
core
one of those,
feature.
one of those returning kind of. It's a lot of us
Wait.
kind of love that, and you know, it's always, it's a lot of us kind of love that, and you know, it's always finding a way. I remember when I joined, slight little detour. Sorry, when I joined. CA, I really loved it, and I was talking to some of the designers, and the designers really disliked it. It was like there was no gameplay to it. There was no we couldn't really do anything. So we, you know,
I mean, you're right, but it's still cool.
For me, it was that window to the world. I could see and immerse myself in the world because I knew there was a world there outside of just my battles.
Mhm.
So finding a way to do that is definitely. But I think what we're looking at is the campaign. And having that window to the world within the campaign.
So, did they say they're bringing City View back? That was only in one game, by the way, and then they removed it because like it has no gameplay. As a child, maybe it's just because I was a child and I was like fucking 8, and I was like, because you could press a button and it would zoom into the city, and you could just look at the city. There'd be people walking around and stuff, and there was no battle, there was no gameplay. You could just look at your city and see what it looked like. That was it. That's all it did. That's all City View did. It did absolutely nothing to gameplay. But just that alone, in context of Rome 1, made me think that it was like, wow, I am building a big empire. Like, wow, every time I upgrade the city or the size would get bigger, you could open it and be like, oh, it got bigger. Like, they added new streets and there's new buildings and like there's a bigger wall. It was kind of cool.
I want there to be a feature where you can endlessly grow the city as long as you have the enough resources to do so.
Just have it sprawl and keep sprawling. And
Welcome to
Yeah.
Mega City 1. It's like, oh, shit.
Exactly.
Megas.
I want a hive city, Gibbs.
God damn.
I want Constantinople.
You mean new Constantinople?
Yeah. We gotta build it
Well,
again.
this is medieval, so
It's the first one, yeah, true.
yeah.
It's still based right now. It's still... it has yet to fall. Okay.
look at your city in peacetime in the campaign and get that evocative kind of feel for you know for the world.
Yeah, what you can see here is that essentially, as your settlement grows, you might
So
get,
3 layers of
you know,
walls with an
different
inner
layers of
citadel.
walls with different wall heights. And
The
then, of
walls get
course,
taller. That's
so
kind of
the
cool.
keep in the center as sort of the final bastion you have to overcome.
That looks
Some
pretty
of the
good.
eagle-eyed of you will spot here.
Yeah,
that we've
conceptually,
got
I like
different
this
types
quite a
of sizes of
bit.
wall.
Yeah.
And the widths as well are very different to before.
Where are all
We'll
the
get to that,
farms?
but yeah.
They should be
Outside
all
the
around
city.
the outside the city, feeding it, yes.
I want to see that.
Swap videos
Let
quickly.
me put us
They
back
only
to
have
camera
one.
then.
You have to finish the textures.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what should we be expecting to see from the second video? I've realised live I haven't seen any of these.
But yeah, the
videos.
farm should be
I-
as
I've
far as
loaded
the eyes
them
can
all up,
see
and I was
from the
like,
city.
I'm gonna have them all explained to me anyways. Are you ready for me?
Yep.
So this is essentially the same thing again, just from
Ooh,
a top-down view,
aerial
which is a
view
little
map.
bit
That's
less.
fucking nice.
Let's say
Okay.
window to the world, a little bit less.
So the
evocative.
indent there
I
is
think it
going to
shows
be
the
a
footprint
river.
really well,
There's a little
and how
village
they're
outside to
really,
the south.
They're capturing a big range of sizes for settlements. Starting from very intimate battles that
Where we were
feel
looking
quite
at
like,
is actually
okay,
the north.
almost like at the town square is where the final
Yeah,
stand
you can
happens,
see.
and then up to larger metropoles.
I look forward to the
Metropolis.
videos that analyze every single click on those boxes of what every single option is.
Yeah.
Look forward to In Fear.
All subject to change.
All
No, except the
subject
bits we like.
Except the bits we like.
What this also helps.
You didn't
with,
wanna
like,
get
this very,
sued.
let's say, systemic view of authoring our cities is that generally it will help a lot with variety, which is obviously always. But we can never have enough variety, right? Like, but we
See, I
all
like
know
the fact that
feeling
the river
of,
runs to
okay,
the city
you
because
rock
it
up
creates
to a new
different little
settlement,
bridges
and then
disappear.
you're like, oh, yeah.
That actually adds a
Yeah,
lot of
Oh,
tacticality.
Layout A. I've
Yeah,
seen
exactly.
That before. That's the same one I thought in Scotland, but I'm in southern France. Okay.
And I think that this very systemic approach will help to sprinkle in that variety systemically because they're different culture living there, so the buildings look different. The density is different, so you have more open spaces. Perhaps it's more wealthy or less wealthy, so you get a lot of that visual and gameplay variety.
And this is that kind of the development kind of reality.
Yeah, because the layout stays the same. You just switch the culture of the buildings. So if it's Byzantine or if it's English or French.
variation for the players.
They
but
shouldn't.
in a way that's sustainable for us to
Well, the
create,
monuments wouldn't
because
change,
ultimately
but
the
like the
constraint of
common
past
houses would,
with
depending on the
number of
culture.
settlements we can produce, just
The
because of
monuments
sheer,
should change
time
too,
it takes to
depending
put
on
it
the
together,
culture.
and the team sizes
Yes,
that we
I mean the
have.
church
And is
would be
that what this tool's
demolished and
unlocked
turned
then,
into
the
a
ability to-
mosque
It's
because that's
the
how the
improvements that
Muslims
we're
work.
making to the tool, and it's
Yeah.
safe to say, obviously,
And
that
vice
the-
versa
that
for the
all of
creations.
tooling that we're seeing here, it's a mix of the tools that we're developing as well as kind of existing. But what we mentioned in the blog, we're aiming to release.
Okay, that's pretty
Warforged and
sizable.
the tool set. So
It
the
is.
things you're seeing here in some shape will be available to our modding.
That's about the size of a medieval 2 city. I think a little bigger actually.
Hold
I
on,
think
this will
what
be
this
available to modding?
down
Go
view
back a
also
sec.
shows
Yep,
nicely
I
the
will.
sort of
We're aiming as kind of existing. But what we mentioned in the blog, we're aiming to release. Warforge and the tool set. So
Yes, they are.
the things you're seeing here in some
Good.
shape will be available to our modding community.
Well, that's what they say. We'll see what they do.
Yes, because
I
that
think
means
what this
custom cityscapes
top-down
can be
view
a
also
thing.
shows nicely
Which
is sort
means
of
fantasy
over
Total War
our-
can actually make its way here.
Let's say
Lord of the Rings.
Not only
Current
that,
thinking
and
Another
hopefully
thing.
they
in
allow
terms
for
of,
exponential increase in
sizes.
sizes of
It's
cities.
again
Damn
like obviously a
DLC.
topic where I know that
Damn
some
DLC.
people really care about even larger
DLC.
settlements. But I think
V,
one thing
the media
we
player.
Their kids.
feel like looking back
Oh,
at past titles.
they
the
said
Kingdoms, for
DLC.
example, had really big cities, especially at the top end. That ultimately the siege battles didn't feel as great because it's just too much open space, ultimately unused ground. And I think that's where we are. I mean, you can see they're still massive.
Hold on, let me bring it back.
His
But,
sweater looks super itchy.
Perhaps how
Good,
did you
he's
describe
French.
it? The biggest cities aren't quite as big as in past titles.
Yes, currently.
potentially.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
But this is, but again, it's for us to find that right balance, because it's and it feeds to the pace as well. The pace of the battle at the different stages.
Right, I'm off to work. Bye.
And also the
There he goes.
agency of what you're able to do.
See ya.
And again,
See you
one
later.
of the things that we loved about past titles that had the multi-layering is the agency that you had to do. Be it attack in different ways or defend in different ways. The 360 comes into that as well. So yeah, all of these are the different kind of
Also
elements that we
increases
have to
replay
juggle,
value.
to find that ideal balance for the game.
And of course, there can also be exceptions. If you think of Constantinople.
Well, yeah, we mentioned in Attila, for example,
Yeah.
we had two exceptions. We had Rome and Constantinople, which were huge compared to.
You also had
back then,
Ravenna.
Yeah, obviously for these cities we might go a bit larger,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
okay. Next video.
You good to go? Right, I'm just gonna have a quick look at the chat and see if there's anything in there. I kind of just some people saying, one person saying, I always say some people because I can't read the name quick enough. But it's actually it's Mr. Dogbutt. Saying
Mr. Dogbutt.
Constantinople was the best city siege map.
Yes, it was. Yeah. It was one of my favorites for sure.
Pretty epic,
I loved it because it was just so big. And actually, another example of a single.
Yeah, big cities are good.
Yep.
Even though it was technically 360, i.e., it was all within the battle. It was a single attack and had moats as well. Moats.
Okay, you ready for me?
It was a river,
Yes.
but yes.
So this is
Is
about
how the game
walls
code worked.
specifically, wall authoring. This is showing off our new wall authoring tech, which I guess the big highlight is that it allows for non-rectangular shapes, essentially. Wiggly lines, you could say.
For anyone seeing this that may be familiar with other games.
So it just helped make the walls more flexible to bend. Can you round them?
But no.
Oh, he is
This
actually.
is something that our artists have been
Right there.
been planning for
Yeah.
many years, and
Because that'll help with custom cities. That'll make things like
kind of draw
Gondor possible and
walls,
stuff.
That gives us far more flexibility when constructing.
Or
stuff.
Minas
And then
Tirith, I
again,
meant to say. Dumb,
speaks to
stupid.
that- to
Speeds
that-
up the process.
Speeds
as
up the
well,
process. So again, sustainable workflows to be able to create more content for the game. It's really good stuff. And again, something that will be available to our modders.
That's just what I was about to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can
Good.
make a city in the shape of your own name.
If you like, yeah. Will it play? Who knows? Well.
Yeah. We'll obviously
Like
see
the
it
entirety of what they were
in an
doing for
engine
the
in a
first
bit, but
portion of
I
this,
think
they
what's
could just cut.
clearly.
Yeah, they
sticking
just
out is
waffled about
width
nothing.
of the walls.
Well, they said two things that
Something
scared me.
we looked
Women,
at,
which terrify me.
Thanks
Which
to Don again for giving me the precise
terrify me.
numbers that just to illustrate.
And that's a nice looking wall
Pharaoh
right
had
there, bud.
11 meter size.
Yeah,
walls,
you
so
Yeah, they're
fixed
not
it.
round though.
platforms.
They just
very
made them
big,
adjustable.
but,
They're
and
still
here
straight
it's,
lines.
3.5
walls.
He was.
really
If you
giving
if you
that.
if we
Anyone
were to
remember
wind it
this
back,
as
you
a
can see he was
castle
bending it.
or any fortifications.
We'll
like,
see.
you know,
It's one of the
it's-
buttons on the
this
left
has
there.
been-
See?
a legacy
You have to
challenge.
type, though.
That's a snap.
So, you know, in my
But that's a
experience
snap
working
thing, right?
with battles, and my, you know, we've always struggled with trying to represent kind of authentic scales when it comes to walls, when it comes to roads, paths, avenues.
Streets, yeah.
We used to have a restriction. You know, the restriction was about 32 meters. So, you know, if you think past historical titles inside cities, massively wide avenues to help, you know, aid pathfinding, AI,
Yep.
and whatnot. And what we've always tried to do is, you know, try to find ways to really get those more realistic and authentic scales. And that's what we have here. And you know, that this, you know, feeds into the design of the settlements, but also into the tech, the underlying tech, where we're working on, you know, the pathfinding and unit control to be able to work with these more realistic scales.
So
And it's not just about the authenticity; it's also a little bit about, you know, the, let's say, the carnage of medieval battle, right? Like
Yes.
you know, seeing soldiers being pushed down the wall, and so it's just immersing yourself in that.
Can you
sort
push
of
people off
dense,
walls
almost
again?
Claustrophobic environment, right? High up in the air.
So,
That
you
would
know,
be
you mentioned,
nice.
You know, the settlements maybe, you know, the largest maybe a little bit smaller, but there's actually more to do in the
Dragonclaw
sense
Star
of the-
Fortresses
within
don't
the
exist yet.
society,
Yeah.
because of the
It's got a few centuries away, buddy.
the
Why
control
not?
you have within the settlement.
Yeah.
And the different
Yeah, what if I
approaches,
wanna make
the
one?
different
They haven't
avenues,
figured it
streets.
out.
If it extends.
Oh, modding wise, you could, yeah, I
have seen a
guess.
few questions, and we will. So that's kind of the end of our tool.
They're meant for
tool workshop
cannons.
section. So we will get to the question, but before we get there, this might be useful to set up for our next section, which will be in engine. So there
Oh, okay.
were some questions asked about AI. You know, battle AI. Has there been any changes to it to
Improvements?
compensate for all of these systems and the
Yes.
kind of new maps?
Yes, I mean we have across, you know, we have across campaign AI and battle AI. These are teams working with the Warcore engine and the changes that we're making. We're absolutely supporting all
They
of
don't
these.
have greater than
all
20
of these
unit
innovations
stacks.
and
I'm gonna
changes.
fucking be mad.
Yeah, I mean, we're very much aware that you know about the community
Yes.
expectations around AI. We see one of the main
Bigger
let's say,
armies.
especially from the more advanced and experienced players, one of the more prominent sticking points, you could say, for a bunch of our previous titles. So I think really looking at that in detail, you know, is really important.
And we talked about this within the context of the campaign, where we're essentially, you know, we're rebuilding these kind of staple historical Total War, you know, features and, you know, building blocks essentially, and the same with battle. You know, we're addressing step by step these key areas that we're keen to achieve, and we're working together with all of the teams to solve those challenges.
Also fair to say, you know, just, you know, lifting the veil of game development, I think right now in early pre-production our focus is really on almost like establishing what the AI needs to solve.
Yes.
And really making sure that come up with the right systems that would allow us to, you know, build the content and the variety, and that creates the gameplay we want to see and visual experience, and then the AI is then able to actually look at it, okay, now we're going to solve it.
And that's part of pre-production, where we collaborate with the different disciplines, and you know, and we you know, we pose challenges, and sometimes they're resolved. Sometimes we have to iterate on the direction slightly to work with the constraints that a team may have.
Yep.
And that's the kind of the magic of pre-production, where we're kind of problem solving and figuring out a way out for these challenges. So then when we get to production, we implement and get it done. And then we play the game, and more feedback comes in, and then we iterate more, and you know, that's the beauty
The cycle
of game
continues. Well then, if it's right with you guys, I'm conscious of time. We are probably going to be another 40-ish.
Okay.
So I'll ask the question, and then we can move on to our in-engine demonstration. So hopefully this is
Finally.
the right number. Yes, it is. So, what specific campaign context would you expect to see represented in battle? So some examples there, and some stuff I think you guys spoke about while the videos were playing. So constructed buildings, landmark terrain, and reinforcement of rival positions. So what is campaign context?
Yeah, just overall on that, I think Total War is an interesting franchise where sometimes we joke about it's 2 games in one, right? And
It is.
You know, sometimes you can see in the community like, oh, campaign is more important. No, battle is more important.
They're
I
both
think
important.
Where we're at is that we understand that the beauty of Total War is both coming together as one experience, where the battles are awesome and cool because they matter because they're part of your campaign. You wouldn't want to just play your campaign. The battles are almost like when you get rewarded for your strategizing, right? Where you can finally zoom in and live through that Hollywood moment. And on the other hand, like battles without campaign, you know, they lack the context, they lack the purpose of them, right? So really bring both together. is a big initiative, you could say, for Medieval 3, bringing them stronger together than before. And that's where this certainly comes in. Like, see, we're thinking a lot about these connection points, but if there was any, key.
So we talked about a few things like population density. So we're already looking to represent the population density with the buildings that are present in the battle. We talked about things like specific buildings or upgrades, like the wall defenses. But yeah, anything else that I think would kind of speak to that ambition of having this connection.
I think one thing I'd say that we saw from some of the last discussion we saw, and would be nice to kind of emphasize here, is just because we've mentioned something, that doesn't mean it's not worth talking about and mentioning in there. So even for the questions of what's the most important mechanic, just because we've said morale, that doesn't mean they go, oh, well, they're doing morale. This is the other thing. It's really useful for us. So we spoke about moats, we spoke about, wall levels, knowing what that general expectation, including the things we've spoken about, lets us know where we're on the right track, as well as what wants to be seen in addition.
And likewise, we've called out some of these questions that we're posing here. But if there's something that we've spoken about that someone out there feels strongly about it, stick a forum thread about. Look, you said this. Let's dive into it. Let's dig in and discuss.
And I know that, or we know that some of the worries of the community out there is that perhaps, okay, how can we strike the balance here between taking a lot of feedback on board, but not trying to, serve too many different threads? And I think certainly, we do have a clear direction for the game. We just partially founded also on our understanding of the community. Like Roger was saying last week,
It's not too many cooks, right? It's sense checking.
Are you guys big enough to know where I am?
But
I heard there was a big laugh at that when he said that.
But we read everything. We read everything, as much as we can. We process everything and we discuss everything that we feel like is really relevant, and we're trying to, really.
And it's really interesting because we love our games. We play our games. We're huge fans of Medieval and the game that we're making. Often within the team, we're debating, A or B, and maybe we have an equal 50-50 A or B. And then again, when we look at what the community is saying, we use that in those conversations. We say, well, actually, here is the sentiment around this particular feature. Let's maybe consider that, right? Because we absolutely know what we want to do here with this game. But again, this game is important to everyone. It's Medieval 3, right? So we want to get everyone involved so we can hear what the community voice.
Fantastic. Well then, I'm going to swap us back to main camera. So Life is going to get set up an in-engine build.
So this is our
Come on.
Our game. This is battle currently. This is our settlement prototype, I would say.
Yeah. Prototype map. Yep.
You ready for me?
Yeah. We will be essentially playing, even though we're still building Medieval 3, we'll be playing a little bit.
We'll be clicking here on there. There's
which has me slightly anxious, but we'll be actually playing essentially through moments or vignettes, how we call it, right? Like, a few key moments in a sense.
That's right. Yeah, we want to point to some of the things we've been talking about. So we'll be talking about the various improvements and.
He is actually playing.
Obviously, this is pre-production build. So as we've mentioned before. The buildings, they've got roof tiles, they look pretty. These are blockouts. These are good-looking blockouts that will inform the final art that we produce after. You will see bugs. You will see blobbing. You will see units getting stuck. The animation set is very limited.
As time goes on, I expect not to see blobbing.
We're improving.
Better not see magic ladders either, you little shits.
Boy, do I have a surprise for you.
Because I don't see ladders on those dudes, my dude. I don't see.
To the squishiness.
Yeah, they're in their
collision between
how units interact physically with each other, with the environment, which will play a big part in how they navigate through the various kind of choke points, and so all of these things are work in progress. So already we have much slicker navigation through narrow pathfinding areas.
We'll get there.
Yeah, okay, we'll get there. Yeah. Spoilers. But what I'm trying to say is this is far from done.
Yep.
So you know, just,
We get it.
Just to set the
We get
And
it.
The point of us showing this,
We get
obviously, is to help inform the context for the
Yes.
questions, right?
Absolutely.
There's
And
a lot
also
of
the beauty
telling
of
and not
this
showing.
these
Yeah, I know,
streams is
like,
that
it's
you're
like-
gonna
doing this the
see
whole time.
progress.
Yeah.
So
Just
we're showing
do
progress.
the
Next time we
thing.
stream battle, you will clearly see an improvement, and you'll see the trajectory that we're moving.
All right, we'll
down
see it then.
based on
But we're here
everything that
now.
discussed.
Let's see
And
what
maybe
we
one
have
of the
now.
things suggested from the forums, right, through this, they see in the
Yeah.
battle next time.
Tell me.
Gibbs,
Alright,
are you doing this just to
that's
annoy
good.
the fuck out of me?
No.
Who do you watch this?
Oh,
We're
thank
almost
you.
done.
I've moved the bottom bar along. That's all I had to do.
Okay.
I didn't do this just because that
So, yeah,
we started
that's
before
on
you were here
pause.
because like I was excited.
We
Now
are
I'm just sitting here
obviously
like
attacking with
antsy,
a few smaller
twitching.
forces here, attacking,
Finally.
Don't worry,
And
it's
I
only
will
40
keep-
minutes of
I'll
in-engine
keep
stuff.
interjecting
So
as
how
we
are
see
you
things, but
getting
again,
in the
with
game-
UI,
getting
it's
in
also
there?
Placeholder and work in progress. So even though we've got the these kind of banners
Are
above
they
the units,
shooting
you know,
you?
as you saw in the concept art, we are looking at.
They are shooting.
We're
There's a
keen to
little
get
arrow.
kind of flags and banners into the actual
Yeah.
3D world.
and you can see.
Why did you
First
turn off the
casualty of
UI?
Medieval 3 there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why do you think, Gibbs?
He's
Just
dead.
to showcase like a little,
They had the
let's
UI
say,
on 5 seconds
mechanical
ago.
nugget here. Just to another example of sort of
Oh, I don't like how he plays. It
not
upsets me.
necessarily psychology of battle per se, but with archers you can now actually suppress enemy units. So we can see now
Oh,
here,
okay.
this unit's suppressed.
kinda cute.
because it's been fired upon. Suppression
No,
will,
what's it do?
for ranged units reduce their accuracy.
What?
And defensive
Do you
capability.
want to call them out just immediately?
Yes, let's call him out.
Yes, there are
Instantaneous.
Here, as you can see.
Oh.
This is purely
Wait.
to
Hold on. All right, he's gonna explain because, like, let's hear what they have to say about this shit because this is big.
Accuracy
Yep.
and defensive capability.
Do you want to call them out just immediately?
Yes, let's call him out.
Yes, there are pocket ladders here, as you can see, but this is purely to aid kind of development. We are working on the team. We already have kind of some versions of carried ladders, which is absolutely the intention for medieval.
Okay, good bitch, because I was gonna
They said
fucking
it
throw a
before they
gasket.
locked up, you
I
know,
was
like,
gonna
I bet it's
throw a
be
gasket.
pocket ladders.
And it is for our pre-production prototyping because it's just quicker, more instant. You'll also notice the size of the ladders because they're there to accommodate the different wall sizes that we have. So yeah, this is purely work in progress. But yes,
Okay.
I can confirm that we are working on ladders.
I guarantee
carried
you we'll
by-
see it in the
by
final
troops
product.
for the
Well,
final
he
product.
said that it'll
And
be in
maybe
the
next time we stream
Yeah,
Final
battle,
product.
He
you'll see.
said.
And I think hopefully we see some entities falling down. That's always a cool spectacle.
Okay, so they
that
actually
everyone,
have pushing off now.
loves, but I think it was always such a cool
No?
thing, especially in
Didn't you
titles
say-
like Rome 1 or Med 2, like so
seem to be
that
falling
stand
off.
on the walls,
Yep.
feeling the, let's say, the pressure and the sort of the last defense of a tower with your elite units. And
I don't see
I
any
think
bodies
this
on the
can
ground.
replicate this really
Somebody
cool.
flopped off the ledge
Less
because they didn't have
flexible walls,
OSHA
more chance of
back
falling
then.
And are they going into that tower?
Yes, I'm hoping we can engineer this. So one thing we actually wanted to talk about a little bit about it.
Is there an interior to that?
this
Okay,
is-
that's
this is
new.
literally our debug camera, so in the end it would look a little bit more.
Yeah, go to
We'll
the
figure
top.
out a way of.
They can actually go inside towers
We
now.
talked a lot about, let's say, the
Their
again, the
halving
window to the world and the
is,
detail that can come
special.
across if we.
It's
have
what I expect
interior
for a prototype
fighting.
build.
So literally looking through the window of
Yeah,
a building.
quite
What do you mean? This just looks like
Um,
Warhammer 3.
And sort of, you're busy, of course, with making
So,
your decisions and
interiors?
whatnot, but then
Are there
in
other
key
interiors?
moments You zoom in or you look through the window,
Because that'd be really cool.
and you see sort of that intimate fighting on stairs. I think
So
that's
it's
just a really
So they can
interesting
fight
element
on
of that.
staircases.
But saying that, it's worth mentioning that go on our magical towers spawning arrows because they have to literally be occupied by troops with bows and arrows. to
Thank
function as a
God!
tower.
No magic towers!
Otherwise
The
you
towers
just
have to
throw
have
a
dudes in
sword,
them shooting
hope you
now.
hit something, right?
Nice.
Yeah, and I think one of the
Meaning that the
features
towers don't just
we have
magically
working
shoot
yet,
you
but we're
anymore.
really excited about is the idea of, let's say, contextual environmental weapons. So a unit being able to pick up, let's say you have sword units on a tower and walls, they're able to pick up some ambient bows and fire at the enemy. So
There's actually a question here of what's the point of using placeholder ladders if that's not your intention? Shouldn't you test the mechanics that you actually want them to be played?
Well, I mean, yes, but everything comes in order. We have to prioritize what we develop first, and we know.
Okay, they read an
ladders
inflammatory comment there.
be carried.
Interesting.
Yep.
So that's done.
Fucking
We don't
Dev
need
was
to
a bit
prototype that
snobby
because
there.
We understand the constraints.
That one
of,
fucking
and
cut him
what
off
we need to do
guard.
there.
It's like
What
when
we
I
do
ask
need to
Robin a
prototype
question, he
is-
doesn't
is
like
the
it.
size of the
He
different
doesn't
walls.
Yep.
The entities traveling up those
Got his
ladders to get
panties
to
in
the
a
wall. So
wad
it's
there.
just it's prioritizing where we put.
Good
the
job
effort
on
because
Josh
we
for
have
reading
to,
that, by the
we
way.
we have a team. We have
Read
finite
the
amount of
hard
time,
questions.
So we, in game development, as any
Make them
software development,
uncomfortable.
Prioritizing and doing things in the right order is key.
But yes, I will reconfirm. Pocket ladders, they're there for testing.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
As
It's
we're
purely
proving out
debug.
seasons.
Yeah.
Good on the community for being mad about that too. Good.
Nice. I think we talked about everything with walls. Unfortunately, not many people fell down. That's a
No.
bit sad.
There is a
Obviously,
dead dude
last time
there.
last
Or
time
no,
they
I think he
fell
got
on the stairs
stabbed.
themselves, didn't they?
Probably Alfonso and
Can units garrison buildings?
And a nice touch
Based
to the
on
interiors
that,
is
it
I
looks
think- I
like
think
it.
there's
Towers are
something that,
garrisonable structures now,
a few comments to
which
say
is the
about
first
that.
Total
Yes,
War
but
to ever
that's
have done
tower.
that.
Have a
Now,
Yeah, I
if
don't
they're
know
all
about the
gonna
other
be
structures.
garrisonable,
of buildings. I think
So, real quickly, garrisonable structures are not new to the franchise, but they haven't existed since, I think, Rome 2. Rome 2 is the last Total War to have garrisonable structures. They were introduced in Empire, I believe, and
Empire.
they disappeared after Rome 2. But yeah, there used to be some structures you could put troops in, and it was kind of cool. But they never really did much more with that. But that's actually a really cool idea, Mamu, because yeah, they should be, right? Like, wouldn't it be insane if you're
Yeah, because I
playing...
should be able to like put my archers in like secondary positions at the tops of houses and shit.
Yeah, some structures should definitely be able to support that, in my opinion. Now, obviously, not every house might be able to support that, but there should be some buildings that can do
So like
that.
if this is assuming you're attacking a capital city, you should have your outer wall, then you should have your inner wall, then your actual citadel, right? But in between that, you should have like actual towers that are built for archers to be in and fallback positions.
What you mean in between the walls?
Yes.
There usually aren't towers in between walls. Usually,
Well,
the towers only be
I know
attached to walls.
historically, but I'm talking about in terms of gameplay.
But you wouldn't construct a tower in the middle of like a street or
Not like
a
not like an actual stone tower, just like a wood lookout type tower. Like just 4 legs and a platform.
A blockhouse.
Yeah.
I
Is
don't-
it fortifications you build during a siege?
No, just as fallback points, like that you can fortify your city with for additional military stuff.
Yeah, he's just talking about blockhouses, kids.
Okay.
I don't know. That kind of style of blockhouse, I don't think it really exists until later. I don't remember.
No, I don't think it existed. No, they stopped using blockhouses once fortress cities like this were invented.
Before, I mean, cities like this have been invented since antiquity.
Yes, Gibbs. The problem is that certain areas didn't have them until much later.
Like a village, like they might have like a small
Yeah.
fortification, but like in a city like this, I don't think you'd see that. You might see like a military district or quarter, but it would depend on the city. What you would see though is the erection of some sort of barricades and stuff like that, especially if the siege had been going on a while. Like certain areas might be blocked off with debris and stuff like that. And you might see certain like pits dug in certain streets to try to funnel or narrow things on a historical context. But in terms of large fortifications in between walls, usually the rule of thumb between siege warfare was that the lower walls are shorter, so that the previous walls, they can't shoot over the previous walls, and also they're not protected from the rear, so that if enemies get atop them, the previous wall can fire upon foes upon that wall. So each wall,
Yep.
subsequent and deeper in depth, would be taller, hence why the citadel is usually the tallest position. Now, with the interiors of garrisonable structures, it would be really cool if we actually see footage fighting inside a citadel, because no Total War has had internal citadels be actually fightable. The citadel is just a set piece, and if you kill the dudes
I
in
want
front of
them
the
to-
citadel, it
I want
ends.
them to be fighting inside the main keep.
Yes,
Like
that'd be
main
the
castle.
citadel.
Yeah.
It's like the
Yes.
heart.
Mm.
That would be so cool, because technically it should be 3 layers of walls, right? Because when the city's maxed out, first wall, second wall, third wall, and then the citadel is the last bastion. It's the last stand. There's nowhere else to go after that.
Now, if we're gonna have all these garrisonable buildings, and hopefully this is held also, I hope they do stuff. We need more than 20 units for all this. If
Well,
all
yeah,
those towers are gonna
absolutely. Go ahead.
That's going to be the key factor here to make it work. We need more larger army sizes. That is going to be
Absolutely.
mandatory.
Like cities, like they did in other Total Wars, and they have it in Warhammer Fantasy as well. Cities have their own garrisons, their free spawn. That was one good thing I like about modern Total Wars. So that armies have, but I wish you could just customize your garrisons. You should be able to have a garrison, right? And then you have your actual army that is stationed in the city as well if you've retreated to a city. And so it should have a sizable number of troops defending it, right?
That's an easy solution. You take the medieval 2 method of, hey, you can recruit the units, but you have a separate garrison size of. You could take of, hey, you have some kind of upgrade. How much the city is X large? How many garrisonable units can you handle? You pick the garrison. There, simple solution.
Also, one thing I like already is that they've removed the cancerous thing from Total Warhammer where units teleport off walls. I fucking hate that shit. I don't even get why that's a thing. You can see that the towers are the central points for getting down from walls, which is kind of how that should be, rather than magically on the ground. Also, the walls aren't ludicrously tall for the first tier walls. That's actually a nice height. It's a tall wall, but it ain't ridiculous. It's believable.
And that I do like, and it's not granted, it's a bad comparison, full disclaimer, they're not the megalopolis-sized walls you saw in Rome 1.
Yeah, Rome 1 did that thing where it's like, you upgrade your walls to max, and you have to, like, pan the camera up to see over it. It's like, what the fuck? Giga walls?
It was hilarious to watch, but I would like it a bit more grounded in this
I have
one.
no idea what they were thinking with that game. But yeah, because as a kid, I was like, yeah, walls are that big. And I'm like, why are the ruins of these walls so small by comparison? All right, let's see what else they show.
One of the nice, elements of that is when we have interiors, when you have a partially destroyed tower, you still have that kind of feeling. You can still have fighting on the interior.
Yeah.
So you can have the tower be destroyed while fighting in it.
Because the staircase is there, you still get some height. So it gives us, again, more variation.
I'd like to see the wall destructibility too.
Experience.
One, I would say it's an ambition and intention. But one thing that was really great about this Siege of Rhodes painting, so the idea of
climbing on the rubble,
climbing up the rubble. So if you destroy
so
a wall piece, maybe
are you actually going to have rubble to climb over? Because that's that would be way better than how that's now, where the rubble just disintegrates. I would like you to demonstrate that.
Do we want to pause there to ask our question before we move on to the next engine?
Yep.
I'm just checking that we covered everything that you wanted to in that section. So fighting through towers, pocket ladders, pocket ladders, pocket ladders.
Nobody likes pocket ladders.
The level of verticality
I hope you got that.
Expect. We spoke about a bit fighting on the stairs. So if there's archers at the top of that tower, does that mean I'm going to fight my way up the stairs to get to the top to kill the archers?
Yeah, indeed. Yes. I think I wasn't.
It's good that the community is being super vocal about that.
Cool videos where essentially you're fighting on 3 levels, on the ground, on the walls, and then on the tower. Wow. And that's really cool spectacle. And it's the verticality we talked about.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic. Then I will move us over to our question for the wall combat section, which is number 4. Right. So this will be posted on the forums. We want your answers to it. That's why we're giving you all the context we can to get there. The question is... That is not the right question.
That's not the right question.
Let me read what the question is.
Where does that come from?
I have no idea what that
because that's talking about populations.
It was, what was fun or frustrating about garrisonable buildings in previous Total Wars?
Yeah, that's a.
Oh, hey, your question, Mama.
Yeah, nice.
The ghosts of streams past, eh?
So yes. So what did you? So basically, what did you like about garrisonable buildings, or not?
Yes.
Those titles,
And titles like Empire, Napoleon had garrisonable buildings, and I think let's put it this way: I think we are aware of some of the strengths and weaknesses of it, what it did to the game and the gameplay, and it'd be great to get more thoughts from people.
Yeah, for sure.
So they're not sure on what to do with it yet.
I don't want to press those buttons now. Okay, fantastic. So that is walls. Are you ready for me to come back to you?
Yep. So we talked about walls, and we touched, I think, on the idea of...
By the way,
streets.
For context, for people who didn't play back when garrisonable structures were a thing, they were controversial for a few reasons, if I remember right. Mostly due to the fact that attacking them was scuffy because like people just get mauled, and that's also true. By the way, the Battle of Waterloo, if I remember right, correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a while since I've read about this, but the British secured those buildings, and I forget those estates or whatever, and it just fucking mauled the French, if I remember right. Mostly because once you secure something like that, like having that level of cover and security is just insane. But regardless of the fact that, yeah, for multiplayer balance, it can be kind of questionable, maybe not in multiplayer maps because they're a bit busted. I still believe that garrisonable structures should return because garrisonable structures are fucking cool. Like, they are cool. It is cool to have a building to go into. Like what Mama said with the blockhouse thing. I don't know about necessarily a blockhouse per se, but yeah, structures you can interact with and fortify and actually do stuff with and interact with on a dynamic level, like what Mamu suggested, is a good idea. Like, genuinely. It just adds more tacticality to the map. And there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. Especially on field battles, if there's like farmer estates or noble estates, and you're having a field battle, and then you run across a noble estate, or you run across a chapel. It would be really cool to incorporate that into the battle in some way. You know what I mean? As a mechanical thing.
It seems like a huge waste to do it with the towers getting in and out of the wall and then just not apply it to other buildings. That seems like a colossal
Absolutely. Because
The
it's such a
Citadel,
cool
as Artemis
system.
said.
Yes, exactly. The Citadel, like, oh my god, I hope that's in this. Because finally making the Citadel a part of the battle would be cool. Because they've never been. They've always been really cool in the background. It's like when you played Attila and you see like the Imperial Palace in Rome, and you can't fight inside the Imperial Palace. It'd be like, god damn, it'd be so cool to fight inside the Imperial Palace. I would be like, oh, because that building did not survive the test of time, but it'd be really cool to see it recreated. God damn. Or some of the like Viking halls and stuff like that. Like, that'd be cool. All right, let's see.
As well, and the width of streets. Again, some numbers here.
Wait, is that a tower in the middle of the street?
Sparrow,
Maybe they did
32
have towers in
meters.
the street.
That
I
was-
might
that
just
was
not remember
not
shit.
just Sparrow, I mean,
Oh,
until now,
yeah,
all past titles were constrained.
I just wouldn't want to be
It has
assigned
been
in that
now,
tower, that's for sure.
Streets, but
I think it's a part of
a battle
the
programming
exterior
team
wall.
Well, theoretically, with
very,
modding,
very
you
worried
could
if we
do
went
that,
anywhere
though.
below 32 meters
Easily.
for sure.
Because you just
So
slap a
that's
tower in the
AI
street.
for navigation.
And here you can see different widths. Some streets, of course, were wider than others, but the smallest one is 12 meters. So a much more intimate space, which helps a lot to sell, let's say, the
snuggliness.
the maziness of some of the medieval cities.
Now, how
of
good are the
course.
units
It
managing
also makes
that?
some sort of interesting gameplay choices, right? Like, do you go down the back
Yeah,
routes of
exactly,
some
that
narrow
laugh,
streets
I can
or
tell.
the wider.
I think you have more tools to create.
Because, yeah, I
variation,
love the
yeah,
idea of like
with
narrow
different
streets
settlements.
battles and
Before you
stuff.
show the street combat, I did have a couple of questions from the community that I thought would be interesting to answer. So, you spoke about the walls being destructible, and that sparked a lot of imagination, a lot of thought. One person was asking if the walls are fully destructible, if there would be those kind of undestructible pillars.
Fully destructible.
Fantastic.
Saying it now.
Is your intent to be able to push ladders off?
We were having a debate about this just this morning.
Good.
Just this morning. If we could just, I don't know, if maybe next time we could do a little dev chat snapshot. But yes, we're literally debating.
Because this
are
game
they
should
tied?
have
Are they
cannons in
hooked?
it by the
Should
late
they be
game.
pushed? Are they
It should
heavy?
go
So,
into
yeah,
13th
it's a
century, I think,
conversation
or
we're currently
14th.
having.
The hope is definitely
Early 15th,
to
I
allow
hope.
for moments, the Helm's Deep collapsing ladder backwards. It's just super cool spectacle, but obviously lots of challenges around it.
And it's something I'm sure we'll be discussing with our consultants as well, and how what's the in terms of authenticity, balance with the gameplay, and so it's something that there's definitely we're looking at, and it's hilarious. We're literally discussing that this morning.
Well, yes, there's going to be blobbing in the city because that's how that works, Dragon Claw. The question is, do the streets do they actually move? That's the big thing.
To show essentially some of the improved.
Show me it move. Show me it move.
Through these narrow streets, especially in older titles, always used to be quite a battle to navigate your troops around.
Show
And
it.
again,
No,
just
don't
to
pay it
highlight,
away.
It's not done yet, so there's still units getting stuck. There's still, it's still not perfect, but it's
That's a
definitely
lot
it takes steps in
better.
the right
Now to
direction.
keep moving.
And with that also
More
is the
aggressively.
Show me
user
an
experience
actual
of-
narrow
of
street.
navigating. So things
Yeah.
like dragging out units and controlling your units.
I can
Where they
see
can
the
only be, like,
flocking,
two
how
man
it's trying
abreast.
is
to
something that
tighten.
we've
You
been
see that?
concentrating on as well.
Mm-hmm.
You see that here, like a bit more of a seamless.
I can
drag
see
out
that
of
it
units
takes a
and
second when a
move
unit
on.
is given an order to re-pivot, but it's better than
As we
Medieval
discussed in
2.
the beginning, I think our goal or intention
They're
is
consistently
that
moving.
generally movement
Getting a
through
little
the streets
funneled
would
at
be
that
more
corner, a
fluid.
little
Again, like the
blobby
bridge
right there.
essentially
Yep,
between
there it is.
the
A
big,
little bit of a traffic jam.
climactic moments.
Yep,
outer
there we
walls,
have it.
inner walls, and the keep.
And the cut.
And that fluid movement is also something that we're looking at for that we mentioned in terms of the collision of entities. So also when units
Almost.
interact with each other when we're talking about battle lines. Battle lines kind of moving, enveloping, flowing. That it all kind of feeds into
Let's
this.
keep following it. Show me the whole unit getting around that bend, chubby
It
boy.
feel like it is a group of soldiers, right? There's some
my God.
individual movements in there.
I'm gonna have a fit.
Trying to hide that corner, bitch.
Get
Yeah,
back to
they're
that
blob
corner, you
walking it.
little bitch. Get back to that corner right this instant.
They were just blobbing there.
Yeah, they're fucking trying to hide it, little shit.
What are you doing? Are you panning away from that corner again? No,
He
you show
is.
me. You show me that
Look at the
corner.
finish on this huge street.
See, that's good right there. That's good bending. But show me the tight bitches. Get back there.
Let's. I mean, honestly, let's just see.
I'm
what
gonna
comes
fucking
up.
strangle that little Frenchman. I'm
Hey,
gonna
that's the right
strangle.
question. So
That
the
last
question
part
we
was
have
painful.
here, so
Being
you've seen
slimy?
a bit of
No.
streets, a bit of Pathfinding,
It's better
and
than
come together.
the
So
recent
the
Total
question
Wars,
is,
but it
what
still
do
has
your
a blob
hopes and fears
problem.
for multi-layered sieges.
Yep.
So that is the progressing from holding the walls, losing the walls, falling back, street fighting, and then, as we'll show in a second, then defending the keep. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
So,
Because we've had,
Did they say it?
In past titles, we've had the multi-layered
They said
sieges,
defended the keep,
we had,
yes.
we had,
Oh my God, can we actually go into the
Sigma
keeps
we had
now?
Shogun, and there's different, like I say, pluses, minuses. There's the flow, there's the pacing, which we've covered already, all the way through to
20's not gonna
last
be
stands
enough.
of the keep, and
20's
it's
not.
basically
Plus.
brought
More.
questions around,
40.
from past
Double
experiences and your
Like-
understanding of the period. What are your
You can
Yeah,
have
observations?
multiple
I think
armies
the guys
laying
were talking
siege
about
to some of
where
these
would people
cities.
want the majority
I
of
want
fighting.
40
Yeah,
stacks
right?
as
Is
the
it
minimum
50%
for
of the
small
keep and
armies.
the others are just fallback
Or for an
as
army.
well?
So it's kind of just
40
general
stack
feedback
army.
on
And armies can reinforce, so a total of 80
Really
stacks.
Then throw in the
I'd say
garrison.
pitfall we want to avoid is essentially a sense of slog.
Big
Like, that
army.
would be the worst version of a siege battle. It's like, oh, okay. I think sometimes in the past we did this really well.
like
with
these
this
sieges should
rhythm,
be co-op
Shogun 2
heaven.
comes to mind again, where you had these plateaus, and there was a clear sense of, okay, I've captured that first one. I regroup my troops a little, rally them, essentially reorganize them, and then I make my next push. I think that's sort of the.
And
That
is
was
the- this is the
awesome.
beauty of
Everybody loves
playing more in
multi-layered
simulation,
sieges.
right?
They're
Because
the
then
best
that
goddamn
slog
thing.
is then affected by these kind of pivotal moments, the change that can occur. Also, the various upgrades.
Like the excuse of the 20 unit thing needs to go away.
How they can, or lack of.
I don't even know if there's a valid
changing the
excuse other
pace
than
and the
bullshit.
balance of all of that is
They lack the skill to
and how
make
everyone
more.
of these elements into play.
Yeah, I think,
And make
I
the
guess
engine
that's
run
something
it properly.
hopefully
Just
the earlier
adjust the
videos
unit card
showcased a little
UI
bit,
so it
that when we
expands
say,
like folders.
multiple layers of
Easy.
walls, I mean, not every settlement will have that,
No.
right? It's basically the
It's
investment.
an investment, yeah.
or
It's your
campaign that-
investment, or or
the enemies,
the state of the city and the campaign.
Show
And that is-
me.
I can't wait for them to see that shot. That's such a cool shot. But I just want to say, if Steve's listening, which I think he is, if you can just confirm if all of the questions are live on the forums, because I think we can start pushing people there now. So that link in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that will take you to the forums where
No.
all of these questions we've asked. It'd be fantastic if you could give us some answers there. We'll look through those, read those, maybe another recap blog when we get towards our next stream to
Ask
summarise
more
what we've
questions that
learned.
make the guy squirm a little. I like
Okay,
those.
he said the
Yeah.
forums are live.
You
Should
like this?
be. We'll find out soon. Okay.
You tell us. And forums live. Have a look at the link.
Are you ready for our final?
Yep.
So
Yes.
this is our final section of the stream, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So before we start, I think worth talking a little bit about defensible positions. That's essentially almost
those
like
barricades?
another wall layer or fortifications that we would love players to be able to essentially construct and customize. One of the things we talked about very early on is essentially defender gameplay and sieges. Like, how can we make sure that a defender feels like, okay, I can actually, let's say, have some authorship here. The attacker decides where to attack. They had a lot of siege actions on campaign, perhaps, and they sort of they determine how the battle plays. And the defender is almost more like the backseat, right?
Yeah.
Now can we give more authorship? And then, of course, we've tried similar things in Attila with barricades, and this is almost like
That was cool,
say,
by the
like
way,
an
in
evolution
Attila.
of this, inspired by some of the Italian sieges, for example, where the settlement was besieged and the population itself almost like was rallying and trying to improvise defenses. And that's really the fantasy of these. These are positions that would probably look like improvised cards being thrown over, perhaps little watchtowers quickly raised, It's sort of more of that improvised element of.
I just realized
these
that
the
units
people
are on the
of
other side of
city
that
have
house
now,
over there.
Stood up to defend. Yeah.
Stood up to defend.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Or raised defenses, yeah.
So we have 2 of them here. We can try to attack them with our.
What? That's not how you attack. Why did you just order them to run to it? Or is that how that looks or something?
That might be
There
a
is water, yes.
thing they're
It's,
playing
doesn't
with,
go around, so it's not
making
legally
how it
allowed.
looks. I don't know.
That is not.
Yeah, why would you
That is
do
a
that?
this is a
There's a
They
shallow
just
spot in
need
the
to
river for
ditch.
them to run across.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you
And
can draw the
This
barricades
is
out?
just essentially one version of this right now. It's a bit, let's say, put together of multiple pieces. You can see some barrels that people, push to.
This I
place,
like.
Some
Yeah, more
obviously very
customizable
rough,
because
but,
the barricade
there might
system
be
from Attila
raised,
was cool, but
platforms
expanding that
are
would be
quickly
better
put
if you could
together with the
customize it.
carpenters of the settlement, and then currently it's multiple units essentially manning these, but the goal would be that you can take perhaps just a single unit and essentially make your stand there.
Fantastic to see them running over the bridge, taking fire, and even so everything.
Yeah,
is
if this
placed
camera
upright.
panned to the
Finding
bridge,
lots of very-
I would have liked to have
Yes.
seen that too.
It's still evocative.
Fuck
That's
There
the
we
goal
go.
of getting
Yeah.
out in this way.
Are they having trouble crossing the bridge?
no, they're not
Yeah,
having
they're
trouble. It's just
purposefully
not
not showing it.
looking at it.
Again, play with a different balance of widths.
Or maybe
because
they
of
are.
the
Who
blob,
knows?
No, it's they're
combination of
blobbing.
bridges
You
to
can see
falls
how
to-
slow they're
to really
trickling
find
in.
that nice balance, and,
Yeah.
and also stress test when the teams are working on the pathfinding and the AI team is working on with.
Now,
that,
what
they
bonuses
have
do the
that kind of,
barricades give?
essentially, worst case or the
Firing
different
into melee
combinations
for
of,
one.
I mean,
That's
that
what I
does
would
because they get
absolutely
elevation
then
there,
use
so they can
one
shoot
offense
in, which is
afterwards.
nice.
I saw a couple of people asking it in the other one, but maybe more pertinent here. Is friendly fire something you're considering? They're
Of course
shooting
friendly
tons of
fire is
their
in
friends
there.
Yeah, no, I mean it's I think obviously something that infamously was part of Attila, right? And I think it's part of
Infamously, it's a part of every Total War.
Yeah, if we're talking about
Yeah.
authenticity, it's something that's
It
important
happened in
to
medieval
capture.
too.
It
Nobody
even happens in
complained.
Total War
that's something
Warhammer.
really,
Granted, very rarely because the
for me,
range
really
thing.
No, it
important
happens a
about
fuck ton
sort of
if you have direct line of sight.
improvised
You
It's
know.
a
mass stand
stupid
that the
question.
populace is doing together with the soldiers here. Obviously, really cool set piece with the archers standing on top and sort of you're pouring in. The intention of these, and again,
I do like the little barricade ramp things. That is a cool concept.
Perhaps more the campaign, how sieges tie into campaign.
Is that unit running? Is that why it's doing that?
that
I think it
Don't
is.
know if they turned the
Essentially,
UI
versus
off.
full stacks
Yeah, I
against
can't
each
tell
other.
it's
This
happening.
should really not result in a victory for the attacker. It's sort of
Why didn't you order
it's,
both units to go through? Only
there's some
one's trying to
challenges
get
around
through
this, but
there.
that's our intention. That if you have a
It's
siege, you
blobbing.
should be able to hold.
Well, now they're
off.
blobbing for sure.
Don't name it to the cross, but there's maybe 8 to 11 units as a defender.
my
You
God.
should hold off.
I'm
maybe
aggravated.
20, old school full stack, right? And obviously that's only possible if you have measures on your hands to
Frenchman, look at
actually
the screen. Click
apply
the
that
button.
damage. Walls help
Click
with
the
that, of
button.
course, keep. And these defensive
Like it's
positions will
French.
be another way
It's a
for you
waffle.
to hold a place with 1 or 2 units and really dish out a lot of damage.
It's kind of one of the
Click on the other guys and tell them to get in
Yeah,
there.
guys.
Upgrades, but also your
Oh, why do you
Obviously,
do
those
that?
fortifications
Why
would be
did he tell
slowing
them to
down.
move like that?
Right, and fall back
Triggers the
and
shit out of
utilize
me.
the defenses
Just click
effectively
on
at
them.
the right time. So there's
Like a
definitely
normal person.
An element.
Ordering your men to
classic
run
element,
into
kind
them.
of retreating through the
weird.
lens to your if you have them, right? Because obviously less developed. And
Wow,
elements
that
are
those
not-
barricades were very effective. That wiped out that
Yeah, you can
entire
see that
unit,
The unfortunate end of our.
and it did barely anything to that other
right.
unit.
You've lost your very first
Well,
medieval 3 battle.
we
Really.
can't really
No,
tell.
well, it was
You got
just-
pushed
The
through
archers.
the
Well, you can tell the corpses.
You
You
set
got-
things up that
I can't tell the exact numbers because the UI's not on.
So yeah, onto the keep.
Okay, there's little wood towers. Can you interact with
And
the wood
crucially,
towers?
As with the towers,
I
the keep
assume
is
those
more
can
than
also
just,
be,
a
garrisonable or
Go
whatever.
inside?
an interior that
Ooh.
you can actually fight through.
Well, it's
To,
modeled.
Yo, yes, they submitted it.
And you've
An
got
interior you
lots
can
of-
Oh,
fight
there's
through.
guys on
Sit
top of it.
You're king at the top of the tower.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
You could retreat all the way to the top, and have a last stand from.
All right, that's cool as fuck.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
probably
no, look
gonna
at
be
the gate.
possible
They
for
need to
a
make
big
it-
replicate now, but
Oh, he's not panning the camera because he's trying to hide the blobbing. He's
He's
hiding the blobbing. Like,
Essentially
Mom is
now
absolutely
we're
right.
keep,
At first, I'm like, okay, maybe he's
yeah,
not,
the
but he's
fight
done it
the
like
way
3
out.
times now.
No, he's
And then like
purposefully
practice where
not
we,
looking.
Just
you
show
literally
us the
see
blobbing. I want to
soldiers
know
fighting
what's
up the
happening.
stairs, making their way to the top. So it's like really.
There it is.
They're funneling in.
those
like
archers
little
coming down to
tards.
meet you.
Now show me the interior. They need to. Okay, they
That's
need
how
a
bad
thing
it
like
is.
Stronghold where
At some
it
point
removes the
we'll
interior
be
layers.
recording Medieval 2's just watching Medieval 3, and
Yep.
we'll just watch live.
This
Yeah,
is
that's
awesome.
Yeah.
And there's of course a lot for us to improve.
It's just
in
turn
terms
into
of
Banner
how
Lord.
smooth the navigation is.
Little
through
guys
the
run
imagine
very
this in
tight
Warhammer
space. I
Fantasy.
mean,
It'd
we
been
talked
sick.
about how it's a challenge
Well,
to get
in
to 12
Warhammer
meters.
Fantasy, there would be no
Street
actual
width,
point
you
to
know,
take the building.
making
You
sure
just
that
blow
our
it up.
entities and units flow through these super
That
tight
should be a thing
spaces.
too.
It'll be quite a challenge, but
But it all kind of feeds into the you know.
Still
again,
be cool
the
seeing Orky
behavior and
Borkies run in, or
interaction, you know,
Skavens,
feed
or
into the way
undead
they interact
zombies
with each
coming
other when
through.
they're fighting, the battle lines, the squishiness of them. You know, it's all that. You know,
So
that
yeah,
all
that's
kinda
fucking
works
fucking
to,
awesome.
to-
I love
to
that.
achieve a much
And that
more,
means those little archer slots people can
much more
actually shoot through.
evocative and
Yeah, there's different
and slick,
levels.
kind of experience.
Yes, Kib likes what he
So
sees.
20 cards is not going to be anywhere, or
Will they
20
be able to
units
shut
in a
down?
card is not going to be
You
anywhere
could
near.
fit like
We've
6
all had,
cards
you
of
know,
units in their
experiences
building,
with last
probably.
titles
Maybe
Mhm.
more.
of you know units getting stuck on walls, getting stuck in towers. You know, it's
Yeah, it's
all
like
really
archers
you
on
could,
top
like,
of the.
to kind of you know
Fit a
stop it
melee
from
unit or two on the
going
ground
free
floor,
stuff and
archers
just
all along
floats.
the stairs, another layer of archer, like...
This would be a siege nightmare, as it should be, and it'd be awesome.
Still a long way to go, but again, this is
Yeah,
the
that's
idea.
fucking
we're
cool.
showing you pre-production.
Like, I love that. I love that a
See,
lot.
they should have just led with this stuff. Cut the
You're
waffling.
going to see things change. You're going to see the improvements.
Yes, this
as we
is
lead up to,
if they
as
can
we move through the
execute this
development
and
process.
polish that movement, like
Brilliant.
this
Well
will
then,
literally
shall I
be
move us on to our
cooler
final
than
question?
any
Yeah.
siege they've ever
We'll
done.
start to wrap things
Because you can
up.
actually go
So,
inside the
let's see
citadel,
if it's the right question.
and there'll be different
You're
citadels.
mistaken.
Too.
Hey.
The-
So
the,
our last two
community
questions,
managers
which
are
should be
people
live now.
that everybody
The
likes
first of which is what
instead of
was
the
fun or
product.
frustrating about barricades in previous Total War titles. So you spoke about Attila and the barricade system there. I think a lot of people, obviously Warhammer 3, the most recent iteration of barricades and towers. So hearing what they thought there. There
that was
actually a
awful.
fair bit of discussion I saw in the chat about would I be able to build towers like in Warhammer 3.
Please,
No,
not
that's
magic towers.
Something you consider in the battle now. It's more of a. I guess it ties into the campaign context.
Yeah.
of
Good,
all the
thank you,
seasons and months
Christ.
of siege. You would
Yeah, we want to kind of have that approach where you know
Build siege points. Or something like that.
Significant. You
You're
invest
just magic
in the campaign,
towers
on the
shit.
campaign side, and the battle side is more of the kind of what you already have,
Yeah.
kind of bunched together.
It's
and
make
the,
sure-
the kind of pre-battle,
it's
the
the final
pre-
assault.
yeah,
playing out within
final
Good.
a
preparation.
matter of a couple of hours.
Thank
Exactly.
fucking Christ.
Uh,
Those
fantastic.
fucking magic
That
towers
is-
broke
that's question
me as a
one.
human.
Question 2 was, what kind of wall and tower defenses would you like to see in sieges?
Yeah, so we talked about moats, but you know we're also discussing things, you know, hoardings and barbicans and you know all of these kind of things.
Different types of
Different types
gates.
Yeah.
Ultimately, gate mechanisms.
yeah,
All of them.
And so that's why I wanted to clarify the tower defenses. We're not talking about plonking a tower down, right?
No.
We're talking about
talking
a
about,
tower
again,
that exists, how to defend
On
that
top
tower.
of the tower, like bastion artillery.
Bastion artillery, and
Which
again,
appeals
it's
to a lot of people.
Yeah, we're talking about again. You are in the campaign map.
Yep.
You are choosing to invest in the defense of your settlement. What are the things that you have? What are the improvements or the building chains that help you improve the settlement? Is it you know different types of towers, different types of wall? We already talked about sizes, but then what can you put on top of your walls? Do you put hoardings on top of your walls? Do you put bastion artillery on top of your walls? Do you increase the kind of the gate?
So you can actually
complexity
customize them a
to,
little.
to
That's actually
safeguard,
nice.
Yes.
You know, all of these things.
You know, this would be a good thing to combine
Fantastic.
with the city view.
Well then, did I interrupt you?
They're basically done.
Well then,
Yeah, they
Last
are.
that's
announcements.
gonna bring us really to the end of everything that we had to show. That was, I think, quite a long stream. For
Yeah, it was an hour and a
people
half.
here.
Granted, you spent like
Yeah.
40 minutes
Half of it was them
waffling.
Thank you everyone
fucking
who's going to
just
go ahead and
talking
answer them.
about
Thank you to everyone who
bullshit.
streams watches
Yeah,
us,
like-
even if you
Have to
Oh, fuck.
attack the city as soon as you
Blow
fall.
my brains out.
Please join. We ideally like to tie the streams to you know to whatever we're currently working on. So it's we're literally showing you what the team is currently looking at.
the latest. Yeah. Well, that's funny you said some of the discussions and chat discussions you were having this morning, right?
Because
That's how I
we're,
did
yes, this is literally live development, right? Yeah.
Well, fantastic. Thank you both so much for coming on. Thank you for preparing all the materials, including an entire in-game engine demonstration. Thank you again for tuning in. If you missed any part of it, we've kind of earmarked the different sections. So if you want to hear more about our vision for battles and you've only just tuned in, the VOD will be available straight away. But otherwise, next week we'll be streaming. I think it would just be. There's been a very stressful.
So more
2
news
weeks of
next
streams.
week.
So maybe next week it would just be me and Steve playing some Attila. I've been playing around.
Oh,
with
never
the idea
mind.
of trying
They're
to
just not
hold
doing
off
it.
Okay, yeah,
the
that's
Western-
irrelevant.
You still owe me a stream.
I'm going to talk to you guys right after the streams. I have tried to book you in, and I'll see if you're available for that date. But yes, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. We'll see you next week, and we'll show you more Medieval 3 in the near future, hopefully.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, yeah.
There was good there.
Josh, I'm very glad Josh, the guy in the beginning, yeah, because that's Josh, and then that's the game director over there. I forget who's who, but either way, Josh did a good job. I think Pavel's in the middle. But Josh did a good job asking hard questions.
Leif is the French guy.
Yeah. But you need to keep them on track a bit more. Like, you let them waffle a bit too much. You need to stay on topic a bit more. Good on Josh for asking hard questions. Good on Josh for reading the ladder's comment and stuff like that. Like, you are much better than the CMs from the last era of Total War. I'll tell you that much. But
Sure, but that's not a hard standard to meet.
yeah,
Kid.
considering they went out and attacked content creators multiple times, and like
I
harassed
think you're-
modders.
I think you're applauding them for like minor things that they expect.
No,
to do.
I'm not applauding them. I'm specifically talking about Josh. Like the other guys, I'm not particularly happy with. Like, Pavel gets a little bit agitated at that one comment.
Well, yeah, because he was obviously expecting not to get any type of pushback.
Yep.
So the big thing
Yeah.
that I noticed, Gibbs, is that there wasn't almost any substance to this thing. They literally could have wrapped this up pretty quickly if they just showed off the things.
Yeah, there
The
was like
waffling
this
conversation
section was it.
intentional to expand out to make it seem like there's a lot more to the thing.
Yeah,
that actually
because we can sum it up pretty succinctly now. The level editing tools look nice on the surface, at least from what I've seen, and this is early editing tools. The cities and the cityscapes look good. The field battles, I'll be brutally honest, there was really no meat to any of it. We didn't really see any of the field battles. They're like, you can see stuff, and there's like hills and stuff.
Here's some
But they
concept
didn't
art.
show us shit. And so the battles got nothing. The siege battles had the most meat to it. The siege battles look good. The pathing looks like it's improving. Like, I actually genuinely think it's still blobbing on corners though. Like, it's nice that the front group like moves together, moves around, but it seems like as the front group moves forward, the back group gets like pulled closer to the edge and then gets stuck. So you got to figure out how to deal with that.
It's blobbing on corners and very narrow walkways and entrances. That's why they didn't show the bridge as much.
Yes.
They couldn't not show the actual Citadel entrance because, well...
Citadel.
Gotta show us that. And units were having a hard time moving up the staircases in the Citadel, I also noticed. Because I could see they were trying to get the guys to move to the top, but they weren't going to. And that's why they cut it before then. So it's obviously the pathing isn't quite done. The addition of interiors to structures is huge. Garrisonable structures should be back on the menu. They should bring those back. Like, wouldn't it be something to be the French and fight inside Notre Dame against, like, a Muslim horde? Talk about, like, one hell of a last stand. It'd be interesting.
I want to run the Reconquista. That's what I want to do.
Well, yeah, this game's going to cover the Reconquista. I think one of the big things is this should be, like, when that's really picking up. So being as Castile or Aragorn should be, like, a huge... Aragorn. Not Aragorn. That's a character. Should be a big thing for, like, Spain. There's also a big focus on Iberia and talking about the Reconquista campaign. So I imagine Spain will be pretty fun. Like pushing out to the Umayyads, or wait, I don't know. Did they rebrand? I can't remember. Like the Muslims like rebrand at some point in history because the current guy get fucked over, and then pushing out Granada, and then eventually pushing into Morocco.
Now there is one important, and we saw this in the first third of it. One important negative to really hold their feet in the fire and be prepared. It looks like they are hesitant to increase the army size beyond 20.
Yeah, they don't really seem to address that. Yes.
Because that ties in so much to the siege battles of, okay, here are all these big maps, here are all these nice tools, garrison, no more magic towers that are automatically garrisons that are not capture points, you actually have to garrison them, here's a citadel that you have to garrison. 20 units is not even going to be close to enough. 40 units is not even going to be enough.
No, I think 40 would be pretty good. Like, I would actually be happy with 40. 40 is good.
I think they would have to heavily rely on just normal garrison units from the town itself to cover the difference.
Yes.
I mean, the stack should be 40. 40 is a good number. 40 is a great number. 40 is a beautiful
I think
number.
it should be 60.
So if they're going to be scaling these cities,
because you got to remember how it doubles when you get a second army. It's like
as big as
120.
Medieval 2, if not bigger. Then 40 is going to need to be the minimum for like actual proper sieges on defense. Like 20, you're just gonna have like one unit every couple towers, and you're just gonna have nothing. Whereas they're gonna bring like four whole armies.
So I'm going to say
Like,
things
it's
that are going to
just-
be painful to swallow. I've played in Medieval 2 Cities, and you can get away with 20 and have battles that take place over each thing. It's not going to be as satisfying. It's going to be disappointing.
Right.
Like, it'll be
It's just gonna be a
fun.
couple dudes poking at each other across the city, and that's it.
It'll be fun, but you're going to be in those situations where you're going to be like, oh, I really want to, like, I'm going to intentionally let the enemy get to me because I'm going to put an extra stack there. So it'll be
Mhm.
nice and juicy and big. And you're going to do that intentionally.
I think that they're
it
keeping to
can
the
work, it's just not
20
amazing.
for two reasons. They don't have the technical know-how to make their engine do it for more than 20.
Well, actually,
And optimization. They don't want to have to optimize it enough to be able to run.
So-
and like their actual AI logic doesn't work. with it.
Multiplayer actually, and how to put it. So in Medieval 2, no, it doesn't actually handle more than 20. So you're right there. But in actual feature of Total Wars, you can actually have 40 units because you can actually call in the second army. So
Well,
it's 20 plus 20, so 40 total.
you technically could have the more modern ones, but like the AI derps out.
It doesn't really derp out. At least I played a lot of Rome 2 and Attila. It doesn't necessarily
I'm
derp
talking
out.
about modern though.
The big issue, well, I mean, Rome 2 and Attila are modern because they're on the latest Warscape. They do the same. They have the same problems too. The big thing that was the issue with Attila and Rome 2, and especially Attila, is that the engine's performance begins to be obliterated at the 40v40 count. Is one thing that's notable because 40v40 battles, unit card wise, you can feel the chop really set in, and it gets pretty unbearable. So they really, really, really got to get their optimization game in check here, especially because they're gonna be adding interiors to structures, which is awesome. I love that. Walls are fully destructible finally again, thank God. And they're adding like Mott and Bailey's and more customization towers and stuff like that. So they're gonna have to really get their shit together, especially because the new War Core engine has full destructibility for buildings now, meaning that buildings and towers can topple over. That's what it said on the tin. And when we saw the Total War Warhammer 40k trailer, it also showed a cannon thingy smacking into a building, and then the building fell over and crushed people. So if that's what they're doing, which I'm all for, I want them to do more units. I don't think they're going to. Because, like, oh my god, they added, like, so much cool stuff. How are they going to expand the unit count? They should find a way. But I'm expecting them, based on how they answered this, they've made up their minds, is what it feels like. They're not going to give us what we want.
I'm gonna be heading out.
Take care, babe.
Good, Julie.
But yeah, I expect 20 unit cards. And I'm sad, because I don't want 20 unit cards again. It's not the ultimate deal breaker. The ultimate deal breaker is really just, how do I put it? It's the DLC policy, and it's going to be the mechanics, the mechanical depth. Like, the cities are hugely improved. The campaign map needs to really win up and step up its campaign game. Like, when we build the cities should be customizable, like what you build in them. There should be no more limitation shit. And they did say they were doing away with the province system in the last thing, because I do remember, because I paid attention. So, all in all, Medieval 3 is looking like it's going to be potentially, I said potentially good. But yeah, Chad, 20 units forever and ever. And 20 cores, we don't know. I think our players, I don't think it's like that they don't think we can handle more. I think they're making excuses. I think they're making excuses because every Total War game I played Three Kingdoms, I played Dynasties, I played Total Warhammer 3, I played them all. And I played them all a lot. And every time it goes over 20 units to 40v40 stacks or 40v20 stacks, the game chugs like a motherfucker. Like, it starts to really chop. And I've got a good rig, and I can run circles around the game, and it's not my rig that's having the problem. It's the game's engine. The question is, does the War Core engine address this problem of performance? I don't think so. I think what Mamu said earlier in the stream was actually accurate. In the regards that I think that they have improved, and I agree with Fuzzy, because Fuzzy's gone. Like, I think the leadership is in the right direction, but I think the technical know-how, they don't have it to pull it off. That's what I'm thinking. But it could be just a kid theory.
Well, Kibbs, if they're using the same fucking engine like they always have, then they've learned nothing.
Well, they're not. They're no longer using Warscape. They've now fully
Okay.
switched over to Warcore, which is the new engine, which we have not gotten a game in. They're making the 40K game is being made in this engine, and the Medieval 3 is being made in this engine.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then if it's a new engine, then it should be able to handle more stacks.
It should. But the issue is all the pictures I've got conflicting things. I've read all the Total War. I've read everything. I've read and watched all the Total War 40K interviews, and they mention there'll be more. Like they look at you with their little goofy little British eyes and go, there'll be. Oh yeah, there's 20 cards, probably more. Probably more. They just drop that there and say that casually, which by the way is incredibly aggravating. Because I would just like them to stop teasing and just be like straightforward. Like I'm kind of done with Creative Assembly and their teasing shit. Because their teasing shit usually leads to disappointment. So just say like yes or no. I need to know. Because like are we at the stage now? Because if Total Warhammer 40K is supposedly going to have more, and that was them saying 20 units, maybe more. Why the fuck would you say that? Why would you say maybe more like that?
Purely to get people to talk about it. It's
Like,
only going to be 20.
It's agitating. Like it
The
damn
only things
well
they're going to
better
have
be
more than 20 are going to be, at least in the case of 40K, will be like
Nids and
the
orcs or
orcs
something?
will just orcs and probably the Tyranids.
Because
But
Space
it'll only
Marines
be
having
for like special abilities.
Space Marines having small armies, like that kind of makes sense to me because there's actually not that many of the little chuckle fucks. There's like only 1,000 of them. Like there's very few Space Marines in reality. But like 5 Space Marines can like obliterate like a column of orcs in lore. So that makes sense. But for the guards, that does not. That's not okay. I'm okay because I'm okay for lore reasons. But the guard, the Nids, every other faction for the most part, should be columns of dudes. Maybe like the Eldar because they're more tactical too. You know what I mean? But the other guys, there's bajillions of little shits. You know?
Yeah. I think they're married to the whole 20 unit thing, and they're just
God, I hope you're not right on
stringing
that. But I
everyone
think you
along.
are. That's the issue. I don't like it.
I mean, they've been stuck to it for like what, almost 3 decades at this point.
Yeah, I can't remember much about Shogun 1 and Medieval 1 because those are the only 2 Total Wars I've only touched like once or twice. But yeah, since Rome 1, and Rome 1 launched in like 2003 or something, or 4 or 2002. I can't remember. It was a long, long time ago. And my God, they've been stuck to that for 20 years. 20. And people have been asking for bigger armies. People have been asking for bigger armies for like, I remember them asking for it during Empire and Napoleon. I remember them asking for it Rome 2 and Shogun 2.
It's been just ask for a toggleable setting for that if people want to deal with the chugging.
Yeah, just like okay, just like let me have it. Like okay, it'll lag a little, let me have it.
Kind of, they try to kind of do this in the Warhammer Fantasy ones by letting you set unit density.
Yeah, with the experimental mod thing from Intel. Because they added that.
Oh no, it's like a just normal setting in 3. It's not a mod. You can go
but didn't they introduce it in 2? Because it was introduced in 2 because Intel did a thing with Creative Assembly that basically like, all right, this is wacko. We're gonna let you like fucking turn up the counts to insane with the experimental tab, and like it's a bajillion units and the game shits itself. And I'm actually okay with that. You know why? Because it lets you decide. Let me decide. Let me decide. It's not even 1K for the Space Marines. It's 100 guys at most.
Yeah, normally they just do a company. They don't do the entire 1,000 for the chapter.
Well, yeah, they'll just deploy a small company. That's why I'm okay with the Space Marine
company, which is usually like a couple ships.
Yep, that's why I'm okay with like in Total War. The Space Marines should be like just 100 dudes, but they're super elite. You know, that's their thing. They're supposed to be fighting.
I mean, one Space Marine is supposed to be able to wipe out like a whole battalion. So
yeah, exactly. So it should be perfectly balanced. That works for them. And then the Nid should be just swarms and swarms and swarms and swarms. You know what I mean? Like they should also get like 40 stacks for Nids, and Nid should get like free spawn on top of that.
I suspect with 40K they're going to treat the Tyranids like they treat the Skaven in Fantasy. They're going to have a couple quality unit cards, but the rest are going to be pretty trash.
Here's how I would handle it. The free spawn shouldn't be something you have to place on the map. The free spawn should just appear by landing in little like pods, and then they go and attack on their own. And they're just causing chaos. And then you lead the main swarm. That way you can get around the UI question. That solves that easy.
But as far as like this, like I'm okay with them being more open and actually showing us stuff. The problem is most of this was fluff.
Yeah. So the beginning,
so
like this whole section here for the first like 40 minutes. Now they get to this picture, and this picture is really good because it gives us an idea of what the art team has visuals with, like how it should kind of like look when it's further along. But they really, really need to condense this shit down. Like the first 20 minutes, and then there's like sections of like 10 to 15 minutes in between where they kind of just waffle throughout the thing, and they'll just like, this is where the Josh guy needs to get his game on, because while he did a good job of asking some of the hard questions and made the other developers uncomfortable.
Well, one hard question.
Two because the ladders one, and then the other guy yelled, because they're like, yes, we fixed the ladders, like. And like the other thing was that yes, they'll have carryable ladders and stuff like that. And the other one was the oh fuck, I forgot. Where he got really annoyed. I think the Pavel guy got annoyed. More harder questions. Ask the hard questions. Yes, they should be uncomfortable. Like the reality is that it's time to repair a franchise that's been waddling in the mud for so long. We should show, right? Like in this concept art, you can see that they have like ladders being knocked over. Is that a mechanic? Like they mentioned that there's a mechanic for pushing people off walls, and that's a thing. We didn't get to see it in the current build, but they did all seem convinced that it was a thing that worked. But yeah. Excuse me. A Space Marine chapter is only made up of around 1,000 and rarely commit more than a single company. Yeah. Battle company of
Well,
about
that's assuming
100.
that they're codex compliant. A lot of them aren't, but yes, the codex compliant ones are 1,000.
Yeah, and the total 140k battle, the Black Templar should not be codex compliant. They
No,
should be
Black
different.
Templars look at the codex and go, Lamau.
That's why the Black Templars are actually really cool.
The Black Templars are cool because they were zealots before worshipping the God Emperor was a thing.
They just got with the program, dude.
Yeah, they were just a couple millennia early.
But yeah, because like I think we can all agree that 20 unit cards is just kind of lame and gay, and it's true. And I think it's cool to say that it's lame and gay. We should we should have more dudes. I want big fucking battles. Send dudes. Send more dudes. Creative Assembly. More dudes. Big battles. Big maps. Big. I am happy with the
Assembly. Kibbs specifically wants big, meaty, sweaty men.
Sweaty maps with sweaty valleys and
no,
rivers.
Sweaty men in your maps.
You mean to me.
But I am interested to keep seeing them do more of this. They just got to refine it, is all. Like, I get that the devs are going to be passionate, but you got to wrangle their autism.
Yes, the developers need to stay on topic, and we need more hard questions. Is the reality. Like there were some red. And literally 2, and that was good, but I want to see more hard questions. And some of the questions and the answering of the questions is the last thing I have to complain about. Mm-hmm. Do not fucking waffle around the fucking point. Just say no and get to your reasons.
Or don't get pissy because someone's asking a question you don't like, or just be like, well, unfortunately, we're not at a stage where it's in a good spot to show it or something. Like, just be honest.
Yeah, just
people will value honesty over whatever the fuck that was.
Yeah, because that came across as disingenuous, and that really fucking struck a chord with me, because the last interview thing they did when we covered this last year was good, and this one was shit. By comparison, like there's good nuggets in here, but like this is not as good as the last one. Go back to that. The only problem the last one had again was that you also waffled there a little bit too. Like, get the waffling down, get that under control, because people are here because they want to know about the game. Because you're gonna be asking me like $60 fucking for this thing, and I need to know if that's worth my time.
It'll probably be 70.
No, Buggy.
It's Sega publishing. It's gonna be
$60. Fucking get the fuck out.
And let's be honest, for the actual edition of the game, 80.
That shit's so
90.
Oh yeah, probably 90. You're right.
It's always $20 more. Come on, man.
Fuck me. You guys are mean.
Plus the DLC.
Oh,
Yeah.
dog.
Plus
The
early
DLC
access.
policy. Oh my god, they do early access pre-order fucking shit, and I'm gonna blow my brains out.
100 for the real edition.
Do not. Just have one edition of the game. Do not do DLC. I'm glad they're not doing Blood and Gore DLC. So they're not nickel and diming for fucking
Daddy
$3.
Sega needs a new mansion.
Daddy Sega needs a new mansion. Oh my fucking god. God, Daddy Sega. I don't even know. Is it Sega the one that comes up with that idea, or is that CA? I'm imagining it's CA.
They're the publisher, so yes.
God, are you sure? Like, I could
Yeah,
see CA being
they
equally
handle
okay.
the purse strings.
Oh, it's a fucking $1 billion DLC. Whatever happened to just make a game and make it good? Whatever happened to
Became
that?
the most valuable entertainment industry on the world. That's what happened.
You're right. I hate it.
The moment video games went mainstream and people could make a living making them. That's what happened.
I mean, we make a living just talking about them. Jesus Christ, what have we done, shit? Are we the monsters?
Is Kibbs the baddie?
Am I the bad guy in the Star Wars movie?
Because I don't do this for a living. I do this out of my free time.
God damn.
Is Kibbs
Look at
the
that.
bad guy?
You see that tactical distancing? I could feel Mamu like leaving. Like he was standing shoulder to shoulder and just disappeared. Just disappeared. He's just like, shoot him. Kill him. Kill
Yeah,
him.
kill him right there. Kill him now.
Kill him now. All right.
Okay.
Either way, we're going to move on to the next stream. Unless either of you have any other points you want to add to this fucking bit of a snore.
Always be cautious. Don't buy into the sweet lies is all.
Yeah, exactly. Like Mabu is right when he's being critical. And I saw some Chatfish he's a little skeptical too. Be skeptical. They don't deserve your trust. They have to earn
Don't be
it.
doomer, but don't also assume don't be
blind.
toxically positive either.
Absolutely. I want this game to be good, but the reality is being positive blindly isn't going to make this game good. It's entirely on the developers to make it good, but being vocal and honest is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see you in the next stream in about 5 minutes, Chatfish. Thanks for watching. Holy